Everything else
Uh-oh.
but physical items. Those are right next to me. That's just give me like 2 seconds to open the right page. Let's do the dice a test roll, see if they're working. Right, they seem to be able to roll properly.
Good. You got your ones out of the way?
Yeah, let's see.
My loaded dice for the enemy rolls.
Got my 8.
There you go.
Where are you guys? Bryn Shander. Where's my Bryn Shander page?
Yeah. We're all super rested up. Everyone's hit their long rest button, right?
No, I thought we were starting at night.
So I sent a message in the group. We are starting from the morning of the 5th. Just to go through it, you guys were gone for quite a long time. Remember, you were in a blizzard for 6 hours when you were hunting that down. So you went, you met the guys in the bar in the morning. They dragged you all the way out to the tundra. You sat inside of a little tent for 6 hours for a blizzard. Tracked down some goblins, killed some goblins, and then came back to Bryn Shander. And probably passed the fuck out, to be honest. So that's we're just gonna play it just so we can start from the next day.
Dude, how many Go ahead, sorry. I'm talking to myself. Keep going.
You can talk to yourself, that's fine. All right, so today we start on the morning, the 5th of the last seed, which is, I don't remember what month that is. I think it's August for us, so it's kind of approaching fall, even though it doesn't really matter because it's winter every single day here. Okay.
Glass is half full kind of guy.
Who knows? Guess I could pull up the other map.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
I forgot about the kobold.
Dude, yeah, that's
that
crazy.
dude.
I went from... Yeah, what I was trying to say is I went from 3 spell slots to 6.
Nice.
Is that because of your cleric?
It's just how... That's just leveling up spellcasters. You have... I didn't realize, but it's because you get the 3 at level. You get 3 first level, then you go to 4 first level plus 2 second level.
Mm-hmm. Gives you a lot of options.
Yeah, so whenever you do that jump to the next level spells, you get like a shit ton more spell slots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't remember what rooms you all were in when you first came. I know Mel was in kind of that northern one and she was throwing up out the window, but I'm just going to put you in random spots for now, just to say you're, sleeping.
Rex is with us, or Trex.
It's just a kobold. It's not Trex.
Damn it. I hate this guy.
That's why he's in our room.
This is Gary.
Of course his name's fucking Gary. God, fuck Gary, dude.
Gary's just there hanging out.
Gary?
So, I guess before Lulu asked, so before you guys went to bed, Lulu cast her good berry, so now she has 10 additional good berries for the following day.
Oh, good.
So she burned one of her spell slots before she went to sleep doing that.
It's nice to have a supply of healing.
Remembering.
I wrote it in my notes after you told me, actually, so I wouldn't forget. But anyway, all right, so it's now the morning of the 5th, and you are awake. I'm gonna do a couple little rolls for ambiance. Yeah. The weather outside, although it is not very snowy or blizzardy, it seems a little bit darker or foggier than usual.
The weather outside is frightful.
I was so going to.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But it's also, isn't it also new moon? Is today going to be fucked up?
It is.
All right.
Yes, it's new moon.
It is the day of the new moon.
Oh shit.
I request a werewolf NPC named Jacob.
New moon, I think new
That
moon is when
appears
there's
on the new
new
moon.
moon's when there's no moon.
Yeah, it's empty. So
yeah, so there would be no werewolf.
The werewolves are all inside, hanging out, having a beer.
You gotta
No,
save
you
your
guys don't get it. It's
for
new moon.
end of the
New
month.
moon. New moon is the book.
Yeah.
Is
Twilight.
New Moon the one where she has the
Silly
baby?
boys.
No,
No,
that's
come
Breaking Dawn.
Oh, dude, I watched the first. Sorry, this is off topic, I know. And then I promise I'm done. But I did watch the first Twilight because my fiance is also a big fan. Like 2 weeks ago, that movie, the entirety of that movie feels like it's a movie making fun of itself somehow. Like somehow, like
Yeah,
it's
it
like,
is for sure.
like
Carissa
like
and her
scary
friend, my
movie
The
or
first
whatever.
movie's so
friend.
cringy.
It's like scary movie about itself somehow. And I'm like, how they wrote this is serious? How is it so good at
Yeah.
making fun of itself?
Yeah, my
Yeah.
sister
It
and her
helps
friend
that
literally
the
had a
author is
Twilight movie
Mormon.
marathon when they got high.
Of course she
And we're
is.
just like laughing at it.
All right. Sorry, I'm done. All right, we're
But the like last like 2.5 or because Breaking Dawn they put into 2. It's not as like cringy as the very first one. But the first one,
They're all cringy.
there's some
I don't
Those
think
are
I'm making
so
it to the end of them. I think that was a one and done. So I think I
They're
got
all
what
the
I
same.
needed.
They're all a lot
I'm
of
good.
staring and moodiness and weird fucking lines.
I got all of my housemates to watch it, and they were in love.
Japanese.
Yeah, they loved it. We had like a whole Team Jacob, Team Edward thing going on in our house.
Oh my god.
Well, there you go, Holly. There's your one-shot idea.
Oh my god.
We'll divide us
I
into
loved it when I
groups
was
of
like
3.
14, and now not so much.
No, of course, but it's just so fun, especially when there are people who have not ever seen it, like girls.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Back. Okay. Back to things.
Bjorn is
Back to
downstairs
Jacob.
having a nice cup of tea.
Is Bjorn
Or-
leaving before everybody else again?
What?
Well,
Is
he can
Bjorn-
be over here in this little table area. It's fine.
Our
If you
breakfast nook.
Yeah, he's
Alright,
just
so
gonna have his
Bjorn-
morning tea.
All right.
All right.
If Petunia gave him a good berry before bed, then he could have a good berry tea.
Well, I didn't tell Kaiser that, but I was gonna give you one in the morning.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Do I need to do my ceremony for the Book of Shadows?
Ooh, that's a good idea. We can do that a little bit later. So I guess you could do that now.
Okay.
So maybe that's what you do. You could have spent last night doing it as well, if you want to say that.
Okay.
What did you do for your ceremony?
I was whispering to myself.
Creepy.
for
I'm glad I wasn't in
clarification.
your room.
Yeah, it's like, did you do it in your room or did you do it somewhere else? Right? Where you're
In
all by
my
yourself in the
room.
bathroom?
In my room.
She in the room with us.
Yep. You heard me whispering and like dark, creepy noises. And like praying hands almost.
Can I do a religion check to see if I can understand who she's talking to?
Sure thing.
First roll of the day.
It's a 6. So coming in hot, boys and girls.
It's a
Get
good
him out of the
start.
way now.
Hey man, I'm not gonna say that's not why I rolled. Actually, I was hoping it would be like, oh, I know something about it and can ask her, but I know nothing, so I hear gibberish. What languages do you speak?
It's more
Only common. Primordial.
Common? Oh,
primordial.
primordial.
You should,
That's probably,
I wonder what you would speak with your.
probably primordial. She old one?
Maybe.
It's not old one, no.
No, it's not old
Or
one.
maybe abysmal.
I'd say like.
Mm.
Hold on, give me a minute. I forget the name of it. Where's the languages list?
But yeah, you could just say you were speaking to him in that, him or her, or whoever your deity is in that language.
Okay.
Because that way it's like, I have no fucking clue what you're saying. Unless it was Dwarvish. Or Celestial, I guess I also speak, which is not super useful.
Okay. So actually, I'm going to look that up while we're continuing here because I'm really
Alright,
curious what God would
okay.
speak.
Well, I'll just say to Ember once V's left the room. I'll just say, did you hear her last night, or was I still a little drunk?
No. What did you hear?
Just a bit of mumbling. I didn't recognize the language, but she seemed to be talking the way I talk to Hecate.
Was she like sleep talking?
I don't think so. It seemed like she was studying something or praying, maybe. It seemed similar to when I tried to talk to Hecate, and I just kind of, sit in silence, meditation, and focus, and just try to channel up to her. And it seemed as though she was doing the same, but in a language I've never heard. And I was just curious if you were a light enough sleeper there.
Normally I am, but I just passed out last night.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it wasn't anything any different than I do. I shouldn't be one to judge. I'm gonna go get some coffee if you would like to join.
That sounds great.
And then we're gonna go down and join them.
Sounds good.
Oh, I forgot to say I was getting tea also.
That sounds good.
I'm
You
gonna.
you didn't say it, so you don't get any. Too late.
Sorry, pot's empty by the time you get there.
I'm gonna. I guess I will wait for everyone to come out.
All right, so you're there. Petunia, did you say what you were doing?
No.
I just did a hardcore 1 minute deep research into whatever language her God speaks, so I'm sorry. All right.
Well, let me wake up, I guess. I'm snoozing hard, okay? I am ignoring everyone else. This kobold that's in here, Mel's puking in the night.
That was last night though, not this
Damn,
night.
2 nights in a row,
2
yeah.
nights ago, not this time around.
Hey,
I'm fresh as a daisy.
maybe
dude.
she still had to puke after our fight.
She's
Yeah, see, I rolled a 16.
Ew! What
I'm
is
feeling
your
great.
dice? Nick, that's horrifying.
I see IceWind Dale dice.
It's
Oh
the
my
campaign theme dice.
God, it looks like a little bacteria. Like a little microscopic view of something
I don't remember. It's not my fault.
deathly. Anyways,
Can't look at
Pachi.
Don't look at my
Pachi's
sheet.
over here awake, and she's like, "Lil Miss, wake the fuck up!" And she's pulling on Petunia and trying to drag her out with everyone else, really struggling and shit. But slowly and surely, Pachi pulls Petunia by her hair to the kitchen where everyone is.
She's just asleep the whole time?
Yeah.
Gets
Wow.
dragged out like an animal.
Yeah.
V's gonna just be really excited. She's gonna say, "Good morning, everyone. Look what I can do now." And then she's gonna turn use prestidigitation on her tea and say, "Look, iced tea."
So,
Bjorn doesn't say anything, but he claps
I love how Allie couldn't say it, and then Allie had to leave, and Jasmine was able to come in, and Jasmine can't say it.
Wait, what?
It's
Prestidigitation.
Oh, yeah, it's and the other one, thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just a running joke with that spell. I don't even think I can really say it. Prestidigitation.
Weird.
I know I can.
you got it.
Hey, you just hit it with the P. It's fine. It's good.
Okay. Pushing P. V's gonna push P.
God.
Mel's just gonna say, Is this what the chanting last night was about?
Oh, you heard that? Sorry. Let's just say I got a cool little gift from my god.
And the gift is a cup of tea.
I got a cool book, and I'll pull out, like... Can it look any way I want?
What'd you say?
Brandon, can the book look any way you want?
So I guess why not? You can design
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna pull out a book that's, like, has a dark aura, and it just, like, looks really scary. But he doesn't look scary at all.
Does it like depict anything about your god, or is it just like just a generically scary book?
Oh. Yes, it will.
So how does it look? Aside from just scary, what do you think?
Like a dark, shadowy aura of little tentacles coming out of it.
Oh, yeah. Bjorn is going to eye it warily and just be like,
It looks like it's dripping, but it's like shadow drip, if that makes sense.
The dripping shadows. That's pretty
Like
cool.
if you have an enchanted melee weapon or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just like steam, but like black steam that falls to the ground and just like kind of dissipates when it hits the floor.
Sorry if that kept you up, Mel.
Oh, it's quite alright. It didn't keep me up. It caught my interest. The book seems a bit dark for someone such as yourself.
Yeah, it's not too bad though. There's some useful stuff in here.
And yeah, Mel will just say, "Well, I hope your god is as kind to you as mine is to me."
He's gonna shrug. She doesn't really know right now. And then just flip, I don't know, drink her iced tea.
No, we're surrounded by ice. You could have just made tea.
Jesus Christ, do y'all hear that?
sounds like a very loud motorcycle.
I didn't hear
I think
anything
it was a
though.
car. That was stupid.
I'll just say to Ember, yeah, but this way's cooler. And wink,
It-
because it's like a pun.
And I will say it can do a lot more than just make iced tea.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
How did
Now-
everyone sleep last night? Besides Mel, sorry.
I don't care about your sleep.
What is she saying? She
I know why, but it's just except for you.
I rub my eyes from the floor and I like slowly sit myself up and like pull myself up with my hands on the table. And I roll. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna roll a good berry across the table to Bjorn.
If you're just gonna say, Petunia, are you feeling okay?
Sleepy.
I'm gonna slide her some of my coffee. And say,
Gross.
I was like, V, does your magic trick can you make things taste different as well? Or just the temperatures?
DM?
That's a good question.
I believe it changes the flavor. You can, because that's how you made the Frappuccino thing, wasn't it? That she
True.
made in the.
Well, I will say, can it change the smell? And smell is a big factor in taste.
You can change smell or flavor. You can chill, warm, or flavor 1 up to 1 cubic feet of non-living material for 1 hour.
Wow.
So you can make your Frappuccino, but it goes stale after an hour.
Is that prestidigitation or
That's
thaumaturgy?
prestidigitation.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you can have 3 prestidigitation actions at once.
Okay, I'll say Petunia. What kind of taste are you craving today?
Yes.
The taste, the taste of the best good berry I can ever make.
Okay, I'm gonna just point to her
She lives and breathes by the good berry.
thing, her cup, and make it taste like that. Try your tea now, Petunia.
Coffee.
Okay, I'm gonna take a sip.
Or I don't know what it is.
It's good berries now. Is what he made. Good berry
It's
juice.
good berry juice. All right.
I'm gonna taste
I'm
it,
trying to.
and I'm gonna be like, "What is this garbage?" No.
You need 2d20 rolls. Lula.
Me? Or
Lula.
okay.
2d20.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at those words. That word list. 2d20s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I hope it loaded and that you'll see it. Is that 20? This might be 12. Did I just roll 2 20s or did I roll 2 12s?
No, it's not popping up in the menu, but it should say in the roll,
Mhm.
like under the dice, it should say 1D or 2D, whatever.
It doesn't tell me on my phone.
Oh, it might not on
It
phone.
just shows me
Maybe.
a picture of. Is it the second one from the top?
No,
No.
top one.
That's the top one. You rolled
Oh my
12s.
I rolled really high for 12 then. Oh my god, I got lower this time. I got a 16.
So that one showed up for some reason.
That one showed up. Yeah, 7 and a
I think
9.
it's 1D,
I
yeah.
refreshed my page.
Yeah.
So you got a 7 and a 9. All right, with a 9, then it's pretty average good berry tea or coffee or whatever it is.
Yay.
Okay. I'll be like, I can make better.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Petunia.
No, it's got this stuff that's making me energetic. It's crazy. My good berries can't do that.
Bjorn's like, looks at her like, oh great, here we go.
Now I get, oh god.
Turning on coffee
Now I
gets an
gotta
extra like
question
20
their,
feet of movement
super
speed.
high energy. And I myself am not super high energy right now, so I gotta.
You
Make
just
yourself some
gotta
good
make
berries,
the
too.
crash happen fast.
That's what coffee is. She gets like 2d4 hours of extra movement speed and all kinds of
Level
things.
of
But after that's over, she just is out.
Gets a level of exhaustion.
That would be
after.
nice with my stupid shepherd loss of feet with speaking Sylvan and animals. I get a stupid little caffeine boost.
All right, do we cover everybody?
I don't know if Cal is.
Yep.
This Callus probably not because I just looked at the thing and you're still in the room, so I don't know.
I'm
Yeah.
just patiently waiting.
It was,
I
it was
wasn't back.
as they
He
were
wasn't
talking.
in there, was he?
Sorry.
I thought it was just Petunia and the Fearbolg. I mean, Petunia and the Kobold.
Callus was still sleeping somewhere. He hasn't said what he was doing in the morning.
Yeah. Upon hearing everyone, clamber out of the room and Callus wakes up. He is not a heavy sleeper. He's very light. And to help with his extracurricular activities, he's had to train himself to wake up with the slightest noises. But he remained anyways behind, taking some time to collect his thoughts on things and doing some morning exercises and eventually taking his time to catch up with the rest of you guys, filtering out in time to hear the end of the discussion about good berries, coffee, and the crash, the inevitable crash. And looks like you guys are all set for the day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are we going to explore the city a bit today, or does anyone else have something else in mind?
What are we doing today?
Excuse me, sorry.
I don't know.
I think we were thinking of going through the city, no? We said it would feel weird if we just left right away.
It's up
But
to
we
you.
could also
Again,
come back.
yeah, you can always come back. You can go
Oh,
anywhere
yeah.
you want. You can always come back. But if you want to explore a little bit while you're here, that's fine. But again, you
I
can
want to go
travel.
somewhere different. That's my opinion.
All right, that's up to you. So y'all get a little group decision going here.
Okay, V's gonna say, do you guys remember the conversation about wizards, undead, and ghosts and zombies?
Okay.
Yes, that's where I want to go. How did you know?
East Haven.
East Haven, yes.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think about that and then coming back here for a fun day?
For a fun day.
I feel like if we do anything in this city, it's gonna be more like, I don't know, like what we did last time.
Mel, I'm gonna out of character. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Oops.
At the end of Petunia's fight, we overheard a conversation about, God, who was giving a reward?
Was it the ghost one?
Uh-huh.
Ghosts and wizards and zombies.
Oh
Oh my.
Hi.
Someone was looking, someone
I
was
made
looking
that
for like
joke last
adventurers
week.
to. He did tell
Oh,
us
you
to
did.
stay away from it, but I
Well,
don't know.
I'm sure that joke will come up again too in the future.
Fuck that guy. Yeah, I guess. Yes, yeah. Okay, so caught up there, Mel. Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, it's I tend to one of the things my god is tends to encourage me to do is to help trapped spirits pass on to the afterlife. So if there's some ghost or necromancy going on, that's more than up my alley, I would say.
I don't mind the idea of going off to check out the zombies and such, but I want to catch up with my friend Johnny before I leave the city. There's some things I want to talk with him about, and I don't know if he'll be here when we return, so I don't want to miss that.
Yeah,
That's
we
fair.
can do that first.
Do you know where he's at?
I got a pretty good idea.
Well, do you want some company, or is
Look
it
for
something
the
you'd like
women
to-
and
Yeah, follow the women in
The trail of
the
women
trail
in
of women's
panties.
clothing, yeah.
It's a pretty easy trail to follow. Yeah,
I guess-
rolled a 3 on perception, still found him.
still found him. That's right. Yeah, tripped and fell and found him. Anyone is welcome to come along. Although, there might be a time where I might want to have a few moments to talk with Johnny alone, but I wouldn't say no to company.
V will get up excited and say, to Johnny!
I'm gonna take my Goodberry coffee back from Petunia and finish it and then go.
Mm-hmm.
It's kicking in.
I'll just, as I'm walking by, I'll just tap Bjorn on the shoulder and say, "Good luck with her today," with a smirk.
And he just kind of like,
Yeah. I'd say
Petunia has 6 hours of energy before we start doing things. She crashes.
right.
Yeah, what's this kobold doing, by the way? He just leave or?
He's just hanging out in the corner, hoping for some scraps.
So if you look at the kobold, he's a little nervous to be around you. As you can tell, he's kind of just hanging out in the corner.
Above board, for those who do want to come along to hang out with Johnny, in real game time, I don't think I'd spend more than about an hour or two hanging out with Johnny. So if those want to, say, we can re-meet at, say, Town Center, wherever the heck that might be, and they can go shopping.
Yeah, if you want to, I was gonna say maybe just like, I don't think you need to split up the party, but I think we could just come up real quick for you guys, or just a list of things we're looking for at a store.
So
And-
so what I was thinking of at this moment, because Chase has some questions he wants to ask. It's essentially like we don't really have to have that interaction unless you really
Right.
want to have the interaction, and I can just give you the information that you're looking for. So we could forego just the hour or two of you guys doing whatever you're doing while he's talking with Johnny, and then I can give Callus the results of his conversation, and then whatever you guys want to do instead of sitting here going through all that and splitting up and doing it all, and then we can just fast forward 2 hours. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
How much money do we have at this point? Is it still the same? Did we get more?
No, we got.
I gave everyone like 2. I think we should all have 2 silver and then 1 gold.
No, yeah, a couple of gold, but we each got one of those emeralds or whatever, some rock that's worth 10 gold. So
all of you got that red crystal that was worth 10
it's
gold.
a red gemstone,
Yeah.
So I'll give you the option. You could either keep it, or you could just, never add it to your inventory and just add 10 gold to your inventory and say you sold it somewhere when you return. Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm just holding on to mine in case.
Yeah, I was gonna say spellcasters. Sometimes we randomly need gemstones, so I'll probably hang on to hers too.
I just like
Bjorn's hanging on to it just because he doesn't care that much about money as far as right now.
Did anybody trade it for the gold?
Huh?
Cal's is going to do that, but go through the normal method of when selling other things, he'll try and sell it. I just feel that that's more fun.
That's fine. Did anyone just strike trade it?
I did.
Okay, so you got 10 gold. So Ember's got 10 gold.
Oh my god, I'm done.
So I guess real quick before Callus takes off here, do we have a list of anything we want to get before we leave town? I don't mind stopping by the store.
Sweet bread.
Sweet bread.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna give Mel 10 copper.
Would you prefer 7 grain or I don't know. There's like
whole
another
grain, please.
I'll have what she's having.
Well, there's only 1 grain in IceWind Dale, and I'm pretty sure it's only half a grain. They don't have any whole grain here.
Half grain or 7 grain?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Is there a bread that isn't like whole wheat bread in this town?
Buckwheat bread, please.
They do sourdough, but instead of the normal sourdough, it's actually just a frozen block of ice. So to answer your question, no, they have.
Pretty surprised these side towns have any choices of wheat to choose from.
That's what I was getting at. No, they just have bread.
Luca, no.
It's just bread.
I will get you a loaf of bread, V.
So
Yay.
Stop it.
I was gonna say, with Callus meeting up with Johnny, I don't mind if it's private. That Kaiser just sends me the messages, answering my questions. But I also don't mind if it's roleplayed for just as you as players, not the characters, want to listen in on whatever's going on, because you might have interest.
Yeah, I'd rather you roleplay it unless you want to keep it secret. But
I suggested to Kaiser if he wanted things to be quiet, but I also said we could roleplay it so that everyone could hear it. So if you want to hear it, I don't mind doing that. If you'd rather not and go forward with something else that we want to do, that's fine. I just want that option for everyone to, if you're in.
The only reason I suggested it was just to move things along. But if you guys are interested in any of this conversation, then sure, we can do it for a little bit. Because I different, like all these questions that he sent me already, or any of the information that he sent me already, it's really nothing that's like some of this I might just some of these I might forego just because I don't think they're like super interesting to talk about, but maybe some of the more story driven stuff, like we can role play that, and then other things I'll just do behind the scenes.
No, that's fair. But yeah, I was just gonna I'll get a list and I'll take Ember with me because she has the actual 10 gold. I don't know if anyone else does at the moment. And
did you
will
list? Sure, but it wasn't.
Right now, I have some bread. I'm probably gonna look for like a flask of some sort because I actually don't think I have any sort of flask. Not a flask. What are those? Like the watershed things, the skins.
Like a wine skin.
Yeah, just something to hold liquids. I mean, we have the good berries, so I don't think we need a ton of rations. But I'll probably pick up like a piece of meat or two, just to have in case we need it.
I still have the moose meat.
That's probably bad by now, no? That's
No. It's been jerky
Yeah, you've been
now.
sticking it out in the snow every night, or has it
Yeah.
been?
So yeah, did anyone need
Oh.
anything?
How much are healing potions?
Expensive.
A bit more
Oh
than
my
we
God.
can afford. And between
Typically
me and
50 gold.
Between me and Petunia, we should be okay. And I'll just kind of
Okay.
kind of like pat her little her head.
The-
Although you're
the-
not
I'm
that
just
much
picking my
shorter than
nose
Mel.
again.
Yeah, the good berries is a great side option outside of combat if we have them.
I'm just
So-
saying for food purposes, not for healing. Yeah.
Yeah, but she asked about
Yeah,
healing
yeah.
Nothing
potions.
else.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, she
I
curious
was
about
I
those
was
specific-
actually thinking like because they keep you satiated the whole day. That's why I brought up the idea of Bjorn just having the tea every day. That way he doesn't have to hunt and make her sad. So
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That's what Mel's just gonna pick up like a cut of meat or two, just in case we either run out of good berries or, it doesn't hurt to have an extra piece or two, or if somebody doesn't want a good berry and would like a meal. But yeah, if anyone else has anything they want, just let me know.
We'll use Petunia's message spell if we need it.
Yeah.
That'll work. And then yeah, you guys.
Ooh.
So Mel, I'm gonna ask Ember if she's okay accompanying me, and
Can do.
and then yeah, so we'll take off, go do that, and then you guys can roll with Callus if you want, or at least he can go do his thing.
So you two are shopping. The other three have yet to decide where they're going.
Yeah, I'll just send you a list of some stuff we're looking for.
Okay.
I'm gonna show off a new thing too. Cause why
God.
not? Petunia's gonna be like,
he's gonna look at her and he's gonna like, yes.
what?
Oh God.
And I'm gonna dramatically fucking do some hand symbols like I'm in fucking Naruto. And I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna use wild shape, man. Why not?
Let's go.
I have 2 times in a day. I want to.
You have 2 times
And
a
I'm
short rest.
Yeah. And I'm gonna take the form of a squirrel.
He's gonna be his eyebrows are just gonna raise and he's gonna be like squirrel.
I'm gonna be like,
She's gonna like climb him like a tree to like
exactly. I'm gonna fucking climb up to his shoulder and be like,
Squeak, 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 squeaker.
squeak,
Squeak,
Oh
squeaking.
my God.
oh my goodness. Find it.
I'm working on it.
V's just gonna laugh and say, Petunia, you're so cute.
I'm gonna like put my hands on my hips and I'm gonna be like,
V's gonna use pee and see it, make a little acorn and pretend to throw it and see if she chases it.
I
What
just
did you do?
blink at V.
What did you do?
Make an acorn?
From
Or
what?
a prestidigitation?
So you're making like a little image.
Yeah.
Can you make a little image? A symbol, object. I'm just an object.
You can, I think you can
Not
make
magical
trinkets.
trinket or illusionary image. Yeah, you can make a small image. All right. So I don't know. Does Petunia just immediately realize, or do you think she would fall for this?
I don't know.
I'm not.
Or does she
I
not
don't
care
even
about
want
it?
an acorn.
Oh, there you go. So she doesn't even care about an
I
acorn.
said I just blink at V.
Yeah. We'll say, damn.
Yeah, but is her
You
tea
you
warm?
take some
or
psychic
cold?
damage from that.
Huh?
Psychic damage.
Bless you. Bless you.
What do you want? Go lay down, buddy. I'm in the
Junior's
middle
actually
of
allergic to squirrels, and he's
something.
All right. So
That would
after
be
our
really funny.
magical
down.
wild shape, how long does that last for?
An hour.
So are you going to stay in squirrel form for a full hour, or are you just going to revert and then figure out what you
No,
want
I'm
to
gonna be a squirrel, man.
do? All right, so what are V, Bjorn,
Alice.
and Petunia doing?
Virginia.
I was just gonna stay with Bjorn and Petunia.
So where are they going?
Mm.
I love how when I'm like trying to find something, I can't find the information. But then every time I'm not looking, I can find it.
I'm gonna leap off Bjorn's shoulders, and I'm gonna go running for the door.
Oh.
But I'm like
Bjorn.
not used to walking on four legs, so I'm like skittering across the floor, like into the walls.
Well,
Bjorn's gonna be like,
getting used to your squirrel legs.
oh god.
Yeah, I'm like sliding my claws on the wood floor, like.
Cal's just gonna facepalm a little bit. It's like, well, at least he's getting used to it now, as opposed to later when it's.
He's just gonna like Bjorn's gonna like just get up really quickly and like kind of like hurriedly like follow her.
He's
Not,
just
like,
gonna
running,
tag
but, like-
along and follow too.
Right on. Okay, so
Sorry, I'm sending some info.
neat. Right. Well, I guess I don't know who's actually coming with me, if anyone. But all right, I'll meet who's ever coming along. Great, and the rest of you, I'll meet town center in at noon, I guess.
Aye, aye,
Yes.
Captain.
He gives a little salute as he walks off.
I don't know, I just
All
assume
right.
what Bjorn, me, and Petunia are just gonna be running around and meet at town center later.
Probably.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything that they'd actually
Let's
do.
go look at all the people here.
I'm looking at. Sorry, I'm doing the shopping list thing real quick. At least for one of the aspects of it, it's kind of important maybe now. Okay. So if you guys are gonna do that, I'm gonna just go ahead and hop over. If I could find my right tab. There we go. So wait, was anybody going with Callus, or are you guys just wandering around being tourists?
Just wandering.
Just trying to keep Petunia Squirrel in my sight.
All right, so
Over caffeinated squirrel.
Yep.
So Mel and Ember make their way out to begin their shopping trip to find some information. The other three, a big giant man with a little pet on his shoulder, and a slimy woman also exit with their cameras and their flowered t-shirts.
I think we're just
I'm
trying
not
to.
on Bjorn's shoulder. I'm like pitter
Oh,
patting.
that's right. All right. So there is a squirrel sprinting around everywhere, and then you can see some of the patrons in the bar as you're going at 735 miles an hour around the bar. Start to either freak out, and then you can see the bar owner kind of grab a broom and start to chase you, and then you leave.
And I'm like, ah! 'Cause everyone is fucking giant in comparison.
And I'm assuming Bjorn is on like full sprint after this squirrel.
Is he kind of like stooped
like,
over
super
too, trying
straight
to running in a stoop? You know, he's just fingers out trying to grab at her. He's like, oh, no.
It's just gonna be like Petunia.
Squirrel!
Okay. So yeah, the first two leave, the next two leave. Callus goes downstairs and notices his good old buddy in the corner. So Callus will downstairs. I guess you can see Johnny just sitting there, leaning back with his feet up on the table, just sipping away at a drink.
As I walk up to him, as a casual hand up in the air, as a wave hello and a good morning. I greet him and say, "Hey, Johnny, you starting early today?"
As every day, my brother.
And with a big smile as I come to sit down and I wave for a drink and switch language to Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
The rest of this language, unless there are other thieves around.
Who knows?
Who knows? So, yeah. Johnny, where's your other friends?
Well, I only visit them at night. Johnny needs some time for himself too,
As one does.
I like that he talks in third person.
I know.
It's so like it's perfect.
It's like the number one man whore thing to do.
It is.
All right, give me 1 second. I just spilled my coffee, and I think.
You're drinking coffee?
I have a cup of tea.
I have coffee.
Gotta be
And
energized
I'm
for
one
this,
that says
man.
I need some tea to
Coffee,
get this
but
party
it's
rolling.
9 a.m. for me.
You guys shouldn't slut shame Johnny, by the way. That's just mean.
Yeah,
It's-
come on, it's
It's
modern
2023.
times.
Come on.
I don't. It's not the number of bodies; it's the way he carries himself.
I think he carries himself pretty well. Look at that hot body.
I don't know.
I didn't say
don't-
none.
It's all upper body.
I was getting
It's
a
all
Snuggles
aesthetics.
gift.
There's no way that guy squats over 200.
It's just an illusion.
Yeah, don't want you to see the legs.
Cute.
I drink out of this cup every time, every Sunday night.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Yay.
Wait, where did you put it?
In the D&D
Oh,
group.
I like that.
I saw it at an anime convention and I was like, I need it.
That's perfect.
I'm gonna make some more coffee.
Okay.
I'll BRB. You heard? Ouch.
Copy
My
that.
bones-
Speaking of, I need to buy more tea.
More tea.
More tea. The tea I like though is expensive.
What kind is it?
It's from Palais de Thé. It's like a French company,
Oh my
and it's called Grand Yunnan Imperial black tea from China.
Oh.
god. Ooh.
Delicious, I love it. I like strong black tea.
Mm.
I've always wanted to get the little sugar cubes to put in tea also.
Yeah, cute. I use honey though, so I don't really need it, but I like the aesthetic.
That's better.
Hey, I'm back with a coffee-free
There it is.
desk.
Don't you have work tomorrow?
Yes.
Crazy.
I mean, coffee doesn't like make me like that gift that Lulu sent. It just gives me a little bit of energy to through this. All right, where were we?
And just continuing on, Johnny's talking about his other friends.
Hey, Johnny.
So Johnny's alone right now.
Yeah.
Johnny wants some time for himself, and that's what's going on with him. And he's just chilling.
Yeah. Speaking of friends, Johnny, been out here for a while, and I haven't received any messages from the Harpers back home. Do you have any contact with them?
There is a few agents active in the area now. We have not met any of them yet.
No. I expected there to be a few of us here, but I have yet to meet anyone aside from you. Do you know perhaps what cities they might be in?
So the head of this division, you might call it, of here, IceWind Dale, he resides over in East Haven.
Well, that's good. My group's aiming to head that way anyway, so perhaps I'll get a chance to meet him. Does he have a name or an alias he's going by?
He goes by the Artisan.
Artisan, right?
He's an older man, gray hair, beard, and a mustache.
Okay.
Quite a cheery fellow, it seems, but he definitely has a dark side to him, so be wary.
Does he have, is there a way to note him to let him understand my connections? Is there say a word or something we could give proof of things? I don't have my Harper's symbol with me, unfortunately.
So he's going to reach into his long mane of hair and pull out a piece of paper and slide it across the table.
Take that from him and put it into my omnidimensional pocket. Thanks.
They give you a nod and raise his glass.
I'll give him a quick cheers. About this place here, is there any other side work that we could do here? I'm short on coin and could really use a bit of a favor here. I'm trying to establish myself a bit before I can continue my investigations.
In terms of the common people, probably not much. The biggest issues here, I think, would be just that druid who's running around killing all of the people. But this town is quite well protected by, since it's walled and well guarded, unlike the ones on the other parts of the lake. However, I would, if you're looking for more dirty work, I would recommend going and talking to the artisan, seeing what he could set you up with.
Well, you know me. Never wanted to keep my hands clean. And, I'll do that. While I'm out about, perhaps you might be able to find, been trying to also, dabble in a little bit of, alchemy, as it were. Wouldn't have to be able to procure, having a bit of trouble trying to get my hands on some venoms and things. You wouldn't be able to get a hold of that for me, save me some trouble at some point here.
He's gonna let out a little bit of a laugh. And let out a little bit of a laugh. Yes, the creatures of this area, they're definitely fun to deal with.
Had a good run in myself, actually. I can tell you a little bit about that. So give a little short story of the demon wolf or dire wolf of it.
Too bad you couldn't slay it. Make for a good coat.
Try twice.
Even though doesn't need clothes.
Third time's a charm. I'm hoping.
Well, usually, and us Harpers, and I'll get to it a little after this, but our enemies here, I think most of us generally get it from a woman up in Lonelywood. She's quite the dealer in poisons.
Interesting. I did actually come across quite the lady over there. She wouldn't have had dark hair, eh? Bit of a interesting demeanor about her.
She's a woman of many faces.
Yeah?
Every time I meet her, you never know what she's going to look like next.
Interesting. And like the artisan, is there a call sign or wording I might note her that I'm looking for things?
She's going to point to the piece of paper that you put in your pocket.
Excellent. All right. Well, I don't want to keep you any longer, Johnny. I got things to take care of, and this group, you leave them alone for a few minutes. You never know what they're gonna get into.
Don't lose them. I'm sure.
Store on fire.
I burned down half the town. It's fine.
Ember again.
Looking out the window, and half the town is in ruin.
I give him a quick rundown of the scroll incident already this morning, and yeah, that's just what they got into today.
So, are you leaving this conversation?
Yeah, I'll be heading out in a moment here, unless he's got something else to.
Okay.
No.
As you're getting ready to leave, he stands up and he gives his greeting goodbye. And as he does it, he whispers something into your ear. And then you do part ways.
Give him a head nod and return back to common. Yeah, Johnny. Let me know when you're leaving town. Send me a message, whatnot. And hopefully I can keep contact with you. Maybe we'll have a drink.
I look forward to it. Stay safe, my friend.
You too, my brother.
Get your work done. Next time we'll celebrate over women and beer.
Oh, you know the right words to say.
And he's gonna go back to the bar. Get his next round for the morning.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave a silver coin on the table for him, and walk and start heading out.
All right. Okay, so at this point, this has taken a little bit of a conversation time, not too long, I would say. So you, Mel and Ember, did your shopping. You guys are sightseeing. Let me pull up my map of Bryn Shander. Okay, so where is the tavern? No, you're right next to it, actually. So the tavern is this northernmost building. Kind of.
I'm
right
still
here.
on Johnny's page, but
I forgot to switch. I'm sorry. So this building right here. That'd be the tavern. So that's where you guys. So you just entered through the north gate and probably immediately went there. So you most likely wouldn't have seen any of the town, except for maybe like walking toward the eastern gate. So Petunia, Petunia, Bjorn, Petunia, and Luciana. Those were the three. What did you guys meander off to? I'll get there.
What?
Where did you guys meander off to during your little hour-long free time there?
Yeah.
For your sightseeing. What are you looking for exactly?
Also,
Petunia?
when you got a moment, could you text me the information?
I'm doing that right now.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't tell you the whisper yet.
Yeah, no, it really is up to Petunia because we're following her.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
Being a trained squirrel.
from where we are, is there like any big monuments or anything that we can see? Because I'd probably like run towards that if I could see it. Actually, I'm so low to the ground, I probably can't see shit.
Up on Bjorn's head.
You're also colorblind. I don't know.
It just keeps getting better and better.
You also get. Oh no, you keep your intelligence right when you shapeshift.
Okay, I'm just gonna like scramble, and I'm gonna end up somewhere like to the north. Let's say east of this like kind of north center circle.
What, like here? Or more? You see what I'm pinging?
That's north.
That's also
Oh, you're
west.
right.
No, north.
Yeah, you're right.
Northeast.
Is
Over
this-
there, yeah.
Yeah, over this way somewhere.
Yeah,
So
in that area.
What
Yeah.
you would encounter in this area, you find essentially church.
Oh. Boring!
So you find a shrine to the sun god. That is
Oh.
the
To the what?
largest,
Sun god?
the sun god. Over in this
Oh, I
corner
think
where
he's
you
out of
see kind of
business
like
in this town.
this little corner over here, this little area.
Oh, with the
Wait,
wall around it.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
wall around it. That's essentially a massive shrine / cathedral to the god of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And
Anything
other than
else?
that, it's all
No,
shops, houses, people.
Boo. Then I'll have said that I like made my way to that little center.
Okay. Bjorn, a little bit of information for you.
Mhm.
In the middle, like kind of in that little center area, like dead center of the town, kind of the northern part of that circle, there is one of the best blacksmiths in all of IceWind Dale. It's called the Black Iron Blades. The town hall is the most southern building in that circle.
Okay.
And then all the way in the bottom by the southeast gate, if you notice that big building, sorry, the southwest gate, this big building right here, that is a stable. And you would know that as a place where you could buy and or rent sled dogs or axe beaks for faster travel.
Wow.
Or you could just make Petunia shapeshift into a rabbit.
I was gonna say,
you
like, can we just get Petunia to pull us along? Like, just save some money.
True.
Bjorn's gonna be slightly out of breath, even though he's pretty fast. There's a lot of scurrying around because squirrels
He's
go
like
back and forth and back and
bounding
forth.
those long legs across the city.
Okay, so
Ooh,
are we
pretty song.
in here?
No, this is kind of just hop into it. I guess we'll listen to it.
I forgot to watch this.
Sounds like an anime song or like a video game.
It's a little
Like
too
fight
intense
scene.
for this moment.
No, this is the music for Bjorn chasing Petunia and V out of breath following.
So, Mel and Ember, you all decided to buy some stuff. I need to give you your prices. So, as you all reconvene in the town center, after Petunia has done her sightseeing, sprinting around like a squirrel, and your time is up, so you are now no longer a squirrel.
What?
It's an hour. Yeah, it's already been an hour.
Oh.
How does the return to form happen? Like, what does that look like?
I imagine it ends up surrounded by a bunch of angry townspeople.
I'm gonna imagine that there's like a gust of wind with like leaves that kind of like flow around me, and then I'm normal.
It's like a big lead up to just like a.
Yeah, just imagine like a quick popping sound.
Yeah.
Cartoon pop, and she just turns back into a Petunia.
It's funny.
All right. As you all reconvene in the center of town, you notice that it is insanely crowded, as it looks like the entire city is there.
Bjorn's gonna like be relieved that Petunia's back to normal and like grab her hand, like force her to stay with him.
Right. So, everyone around you is quiet, silent.
I don't like this music.
Very solemn or sad or depressed looks on their faces. You can see the perimeter is surrounded by guards, and most everyone in the center is that of a civilian. The main point that would stand out, though, would be essentially sort of a stage that has been set up. Everyone is surrounding the stage and staring at it. And after a little while, you see a figure climb up onto the stage and begin to speak. Mel and Bjorn, you would recognize this person as the speaker of Bryn Shander.
Sorry, can I chime in real quick? My Wi-Fi just went to all ass. I didn't hear any of that.
All right, well, we'll keep... The speaker of Bryn Shander is going to talk to you.
Okay, thank you.
So you find her photo.
Is there a scary scene right now?
It's so scary.
I don't know.
Also,
it's terrifying.
Have I caught up to him at this point?
I'll say all of you have kind of reconvened and met up, and this is all occurring as you have met each other.
Hey guys, how was shopping? Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Okay.
Yeah, it is a moment of just everyone, like, I don't know, you guys can say whatever you want, but everyone around you is
Just silent.
Silent.
Who died?
This woman climbs onto the stage.
Bjorn pulls Petunia onto his back so she can see.
I'm like itching my leg uncomfortably because the vibes, man, are all wrong.
I'm just looking like side to side.
Tap Mel on the shoulders. Do you know her?
She's the speaker of Bryn Shander.
Oh.
I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sure she'll tell us. It seems that everyone's waiting for her.
Mood doesn't seem like it's going to be anything good.
Never is an IceWind Dale.
Nervous laughter.
So as she approaches the stage, and she begins to speak out to all of the people around her. I thank you all for coming. I know it's a hard day for everyone, but a necessary one. And today we have
Dude,
a guest.
What the fuck is happening to my Wi-Fi?
Today we have a guest. She will proceed with the rest of our ritual.
How many people have gathered around us here?
So you're gonna somewhere over 1,000 are trying to crowd as close as they can into this area. As I said, I don't know if you heard it, but essentially it is a circle of guards with everyone kind of pinned inside.
Okay.
With this pretty much the entire population of Bryn Shander. So as she gets off the stage, a woman replaces her. She is in, let me see, how do I describe her look? So she is an elven woman with white hair. She wears white, blue, and black robes, kind of mixed and matched in color. And as she reaches the stage, she speaks out to all of you and to the crowd. Good morning, people of Bryn Shander. I am so glad to have joined you today.
I don't like it.
For today...
I feel like this is what Bjorn just whispers off between all of us.
This is Bjorn's awkward moment of just speaking, and everybody can hear him because everyone is dead silent.
Yeah. Bjorn's whisper is everyone else's conversation voice.
Where's that thing? Okay.
Sorry.
You're good. So she speaks out. Good morning, people of Bryn Shander. Today is the day of the new moon. And what a glorious day it is.
Is it?
For the day of our Lord and Savior, the Frost Maiden.
No.
It is upon us. I have traveled here from her cathedral. And it is my great honor to choose today's sacrifice. As she says this, you notice a few guards kind of wheel a giant box up onto the stage.
Bjorn is gonna now put Petunia down to make sure.
and Callus is gonna try it and stealth hide, just disappear.
Can I use wild shape again?
You want to?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn into a little rabbit. No, I'm gonna turn into just a normal average dog.
Why don't you turn into
I probably haven't seen a dog.
So you could just disappear.
Oh yeah, but that's only for a little while.
I guess so.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just hold Bjorn's hand.
So Sarah, as she finishes her praise, and as these guards are bringing this box up in front of her, are you doing anything? So you're hiding Petunia.
Yeah, Bjorn is basically like shielding her, like, no. They better not pick her. There's gonna be a fucking problem.
Yeah.
How big is the box?
Yeah.
It's not huge.
Is it person sized?
No, not person sized.
No, it's a lottery
I'm
box.
trying to measure with my hands. Give me a minute. Maybe like 4x4 or something, 3x3.
Okay.
So it would be like on a table or some sort of thing keeping it off the ground. The box is not directly on the ground. It's
kind of like an apple crate.
Essentially. So they carry it up. It has legs or something holding it up to where it's kind of maybe chest height for this woman. The top of the box is chest height for this woman.
Okay, I'll just turn to somebody in the crowd near me and say, what does Bryn Shander give to the Frost Maiden typically?
Bjorn's gonna look down at Petunia and say, "This is not something you'll volunteer for." Just because of the last night or the other night. And she was like, "I want to fight."
This is what? What did he say?
I told her, "This is not something that you'll volunteer for."
Oh.
You will not volunteer as tribute.
No.
Petunia
does not like what's going on. She's like baby, like, but not really.
Yeah, tap Ember on the shoulder and say, perhaps we falter at the back here, see if we might keep an eye open for an opening in case we need to leave.
I think that's probably a good call.
Kind of shuffle our way to the edge of the crowds towards.
Okay. So who all is looking at this woman and who all is like trying to get away?
Bjorn is standing still, but he's basically just like very protective of Petunia.
And Nick, I'll get to your question in a second.
Yeah.
Ember's kind of like
really
trying to push people toward.
It is essentially something like New Year's Eve in Times Square feeling. It is pretty hard to move around. It is very crowded, right?
Except for Visiana, she just kind of like slips in between people, like.
Yeah.
I feel like Bjorn would make more of a scene if he tried to move, so he's just literally just gonna stand pretty still.
Okay. So Bjorn is looking up at the woman. Ember and Callus, are you guys turned walking toward the edge?
I'd say
I'm still looking at her. I'm just kind of like walking backwards.
Yeah, just slowly shifting backwards with our back to the guards and facing forwards. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Okay. So as you're doing that, Mel, you ask somebody next to you. They look a little bit nervous to reply. However, someone next to them questions you in a very, very silent voice. Almost a whisper, or almost more than a whisper. You must be a traveler here, aren't you? Bad day to come.
I've been away for a while.
I would suggest not speaking right now. I'm just looking out for you.
I'll nod. And then just take a step back.
So as that conversation ends, as Bjorn is standing, as Petunia has done her Petunia things, and Visiana, what were you doing?
I'm just trying to lay low.
You're just there. Are you still there with Bjorn, Mel, and Petunia?
Yeah.
Okay. So as the other two rogues are trying to escape toward the back, you notice the woman begin to stick her hand into the box and move it around, shuffling it around. And then, give me 1 second. Ooh, all right. So, Callus, and only Callus, you notice this woman slip a piece of paper from her sleeve down into her hand. Pull it out of the box.
Oh shit!
And read the name upon it.
Which is
Think to myself,
He's
that's how I would do
not
it.
random.
Oh shit! So he. Oh, what is she gonna say? The speaker's name?
She says the name, and this really won't mean anything to you now, but Eleanor Page. The name echoes out, and around you is a mix of emotion.
Yeah.
The people near you, you can tell mostly everywhere sighs of relief, relaxation, however, the tension of wanting to remain quiet. However, off in the distance, you can hear the cries and scream of a man.
Uh-oh.
As you can see, some of the guards begin to converge and drag a young woman toward the stage. As they force this woman up onto the stage next to this priestess of Oral, you can see she has short blonde hair and looks no older than her late 20s.
What sort of clothing is she wearing? Looks like maybe a peasant, commoner, merchant?
She's definitely not wearing peasant clothes, maybe something of a merchant or middle class or upper class. Nothing really super fancy, but she definitely is not poor looking.
Mm.
You can see this woman dragged up onto the stage, and this man being restrained by the guards. The woman will reach out to the sky and speak to everyone. Our sacrifice has been chosen. Oral has claimed who she wishes to join her.
I want to shuffle slowly towards the man who called out. I want to get myself within a short range so I could whisper off to him, if that's possible. Unless he's too restrained by guards.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity going around him right now because he is in great distress. Mm-hmm. And now he is surrounded by guards or anything of the like because he is trying to force his way toward Eleanor. Mm-hmm. So you can see as the woman finishes, the box is taken away. She gives a bow and she leaves the stage. The woman that was brought up there, the young woman, Eleanor, she is bound and she is let off. As this happens, you can see the speaker, Bryn Shander, reappear on the stage and announce to everyone, "Thank you all for coming. I appreciate your persistence. Again, this is a necessary thing we must do to keep ourselves alive. And please live your best lives while you can. Praise be to Oral." The way she says that, you can tell, is a bit of, it's not serious. She's saying it as if she was forced to.
Insight check. Can I do that from this range?
Well, he said we basically can tell.
It's not. I mean, you got a pretty good insight, so it's pretty much that. She is saying it as a political way as to save her own face and to save her people's face. It's not something she truly believes in, but it is something she does because if she tries to rebel, she's probably fucked. So the crowd begins to dissipate. The man who you were trying to approach is also kind of dragged in the opposite direction of the woman that he was with the guards, because he is he's pretty hysteric. He is the girl Eleanor, you can see, has disappeared through the town streets. She is no longer in view.
I want to ask the guy that spoke up to me earlier. I guess as everyone's dissipating, and just say, do they mean to kill that woman, Eleanor?
So he'll point to the stage. Overnight, right here, she'll be tied to a post to freeze in offerance to the Frost Maiden.
And Bryn Shander does this every new moon?
Every new moon.
It's far worse than what the other towns have to give up. Does she
Unfortunately,
have a stronger presence? I was just going to ask, does Oral seems to have a much stronger presence here. She seems to want more from you than a lot of the other towns.
So there are, as far as I know, 3 towns that offer human sacrifice. Here, Targos, and East Haven.
The big ones.
Have you guys ever missed or forgone a sacrifice?
Us larger cities have not. One of the smaller ones has, I believe, Cardinaval, and the people met great ruin.
The town was attacked by her then? Or at
Yes.
least her disciples?
Her disciples, and they made it clear that she is a god, and she gets what she wants.
Mel will nod, and she'll just say, I'm sorry for your town's sacrifice. I wish you the best of luck.
Appreciate you. Safe travels, friend.
I'll kind of reconvene with the group.
As the man with the disgruntled man, and can I call him? I don't know, Jeff. Is Jeff?
So do you want to try to follow him? So essentially, he's being dragged by the guards toward the eastern gate.
Okay, I assume that Ember is within a bit of range of me because we are kind of nearby. Says I'm gonna whisper out to her. I'll catch up with you later. I'm gonna follow where he's going, and I wanna follow the gentleman, unless Ember wants to come along.
She'll nod and report it back to the group that Callus has gone off, and she'll say we'll try and use Petunia's mind link or whatever to message you.
I'll just, as I'm moving away, I'll just give a big nod that visual enough that I think she could see it, and continue my stalking of Jeff.
Right? Stalking of Jeff.
So yeah, I'll come back to the group then, and I'll ask Bjorn first, and I'll say, Bjorn, you've been in the 10 towns the past few years. Are you aware of what Bryn Shander sacrifices to Oral? Or is this your first time seeing it?
What did we say that he's been here in the past couple of years, or was he traveling back now?
So the thing is, like, Bjorn, because you're not necessarily a 10-towner, you kind of would have been here more than any other character. But you also kind of fade in and out, back to the mountains, back to here, back to the mountains. The fact that you probably would have heard some things of what's going on. So we can give you a little bit of information, but I would say just a little bit in the dark as well as.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he would. If he saw this, he probably would not be like okay with it, like in person. You know what I mean?
So it is once a month, and this has been going on for approximately 2 years. So this has only happened like 20 to 24 times. So, or even then, like I would say, what's up?
I was just gonna say, I'll be candid about this. It was just a way to start the conversation about it.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm just trying to think. I'm like,
would
would he have seen this
about
in
it?
it?
No, it was a
Okay,
way to
that's fine.
start the conversation to then expand on it. It was not. I'm not trying to gain more info through Bjorn.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just wondering if I have any info.
Well, I mean, go ahead and ask your question, and then
yeah, you guys can keep if there's something there. That's fine. I just was at least trying to make sure everyone understood. I am not looking for info.
Okay. Anyways, so Bjorn will turn to her and say, I've heard about it, but I've been fortunate enough not to be present for it. This is very concerning.
Sounds as though they plan to tie her to the stage and let her freeze to death to keep the town safe from Oral.
I do not like the thought of allowing this to happen.
Me neither. They say Cardenival refused a sacrifice and the worshippers of Oral attacked and left their town in shambles. I don't like Oral's presence here, but we must be careful not to bring more pain on them until more pain onto the townspeople until we know what to do. But if we can find a way to help Eleanor, I would like to do that.
He'll just grunt like and nod.
all right.
Alice followed after the man I assume is her father.
Jeff.
He must have some information.
Oh yeah, you
some
said young
hunch
girl.
that he's
How
following.
old was? Yeah, how old
So
was Eleanor? You said young girl.
Older 20s, maybe. So maybe like I'd say older 20s, early 30s. The man was of similar age.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So probably
like his
more
lover.
husband.
Yeah.
Brother, yeah, probably husband, but okay. I'll say
Just a man standing next to her.
I'll just take a sigh and say, do you know what direction he went? We can let him do what he wants, but we should stay close enough so that Petunia can try to reach out, or he can, if we think he may be in trouble.
Did I see which direction he went?
So you were following with him, and you would know that he was heading east.
East. He went east.
All right, I'll say east it is, and then as we're starting to walk east, I want to throw Mikhail up in the sky and just do some loops just to see if I could try to spot Callus. I know he's probably stealthing to follow the guy, so I probably can't, but I'm just looking for signs of him or the guards maybe where the guy is. I don't want to like intrude on what he's doing. I just want to make sure we're there as necessary.
Mm-hmm.
In case something goes wrong.
I'll keep it along as we're going. I'll do some dice rolls here to figure out, because I have some stuff I need to do with Callus, and then I'll work Mikhail into it.
Go ahead and do that. I'll just say we're just walking that eastward direction and just looking for him, and then you can do whatever you're doing with Callus.
So this is the woman that you would have seen on stage. Approach and pull the card from her sleeve. Again, Callus is the only one who saw that, but this was the one.
Should her older.
Oh, she's an elf.
Why are all the bad ones so sexy?
She is pretty hot.
I don't know, ears are too pointy.
Pretty pointy.
I've done a couple of rolls here. Callus, you would successfully follow them all the way to the eastern gate. From this point, you see them go out, and if you're trying to get by unnoticed through the gate, I'm going to need a stealth check.
Okay. I'm going to keep following them as best I can, so if I need to do stealth, I will.
So
that's what I
notice
want.
They drag the man outside of the gate. If you want to continue through, you need a stealth check.
Ooh. Stealth it is. 25.
Not 20. So you are pretty much able to slip by any sort of guards standing there. And you notice wherever you find a place to hide, maybe a nice little boulder outside, you see the guards just throw the man into the snow and then walk back into the city. The man frantically tries to re-enter, but he is blocked off by the guards. The ones that are like stationed at the gate. The ones who threw him outside, they have returned inside. There are some stationed by the gate who are keeping him in there. Through that, you can overhear the conversation of the guards and the man, and they are not malicious in any way toward him. They are just letting him know it's what's best for him and what's best for the city, and they're very sorry. So,
Right. So, at this moment, since I'm gonna borrow this little stealth that I did amazingly. Right. So, I'm a little ways away and stuff like that, and let's see. Let's see if people can pick up what I'm putting down. What time of day is it?
So you guys woke up and you meandered for an hour, and then right after your hour of your interactions, that's when all these occurrences happen. So it's still probably morning at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
late morning, we'll say.
how's the weather? Is it
Foggy.
It's foggy?
It's clear in terms of, so when you woke up this morning, there wasn't really any snow, but visibility was lower due to fog.
Okay. Is it a bit sunny or not?
Sun hour actually would be starting to approach.
Okay.
Sun hour, there's only 1 hour.
I believe there's like 2 to 3 hours of, quote unquote daylight, even though it's more like a bright moonlight maybe than anything, even though I guess there is no moon today because it is the new moon. But
yeah, that's fair. I just didn't know if I'd ever heard exactly how much sunlight there was. So.
So between like 11 to 1 and 2, it's a little bit brighter than the rest of the day.
Okay.
I couldn't remember if I mentioned that before or not. But
I don't know. Maybe
I just really come up like.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Don't really. I'm not. Yeah, that's probably a little bit too much metagaming. I had an idea of something, but I thought, no, Callus wouldn't. I don't think the Callus would think of it himself in his situation, so I'll skip it. Anyways, so when the man's alone, that he's got nothing, nobody's attending to him and such like that. I'm gonna approach if I can.
Okay, so I'll say after a little bit of time, after his hysteria ends, he kind of leans up against the city wall and begins to weep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Come up to him and say, it's a bit of poor luck there, my friend.
You can tell that he's having a little bit of a hard time talking right now. So, what do you want? God, I knew I should have done it.
Yeah, I could. No one wants this. No one ever thinks it's gonna be them. So, who is she to you?
It's my goddamn wife. It took my wife.
Yeah, bit of can say I don't think it was all that much of a coincidence in my view of things. Any reason that could be?
I absolutely know it wasn't.
No? Perhaps I can help you with those things. Care to explain a little bit more?
I'm going to see if this guy can calm down enough to explain this story. In the meantime, let me get a perception check from Mikhail to see what he sees.
Mikhail can definitely see the nat 20 for sure.
I mean, well, now I don't think he's hiding, but I'm going to give you something else.
Fair. Okay, I'm just looking what's perception? Is that wisdom?
You're a plus 3.
No, he's got a +1 to wisdom. Unless he gets. He's got a
Raven.
Savior. Yeah, you're
Every
right.
other raven. Yeah.
I didn't see that part. Only an 8.
Okay. So yeah, you're definitely not going to notice him for a while.
Yeah.
I think at this point, I'm assuming Palace isn't really trying to hide anymore.
No, not particularly. I had a neat idea of trying to throw something shiny up in the air, really high, but I don't think Callus would think of Mikhail being in the air, right? So that's how I was like, no, that's a little too metagaming.
Yeah, that's probably a little metagaming.
That's why I was asking all that sunshine stuff.
For future, though, maybe.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
You say Mikhail finds them toward the end of this conversation.
That's fine. I'd say give him if there's like another little couple sentences Callus wants to roll through because an 8 is pretty bad.
Yeah, so essentially that's why. So you're not going to really be able to do that. So this guy, I'm trying to roll for him. It takes him a little bit of time to actually calm down.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
So as he rolled bad a few times and then he got a natural 20, so then he's calm.
So it goes, and then just gives up on her and just moves on immediately.
So, well, that's over.
Slaps his
so
hands,
he,
dusting them off.
his sobbing goes on for another few minutes, and then at some point he kind of takes a deep breath with a bit of a look of anger on his face and replies to your question. I am in the running to be a new speaker of Tourmaline. My wife, my dear sweet Eleanor, she's from Bryn Shander. We met some 10 years ago. I was approached in the middle of the night a few days ago by a strange figure telling me to drop out of the running or there would be consequence. And this is evident. They have pool these raffles for the sacrifice.
And I'm gonna give a big heavy sigh, and I'm gonna try and convey this in all sincerity. As I've been where you are. I'm gonna do my best to help, although unfortunately my services and perhaps those of my crew may not be for free, if you can understand that.
I don't have a ton to offer, but I definitely can get you some leverage. However, this isn't something that you should take lightly. You're messing with a god.
Well, we all mess with different things beyond our powers. 100 people or a god. Once you start reaching those realms, yeah.
He begins to take one of his hands and tap both of his shoulders. And as he's doing that, says, it's like an angel on one and a devil on the other. I know there's nothing I can do. There's nothing anyone can do. It's helpless. But God is my wife and I want to try.
I'm just putting my hand on his shoulder, and the one with the angel. I hope so. Says, well, tell me all that you can about any details about this ritual, and hopefully our friends here, my friends, will catch up and we can try and figure something out.
It depends on the city, but if I remember, Bryn Shander tends to tie up the victim in the center of town. And as he says this, he begins to lose his emotions and start to sob again. The thoughts of his wife being stripped naked, tied to a pole to freeze. He begins to lose his emotions. Okay. He recovers and continues. They're tied to a pole to be taken by Oral overnight. I know other cities, I think East Haven is one, will just throw a person into the wilderness to die.
And the next day, how do they, what has happened to the body?
The next day, the body is always gone. Either brought out by her emissaries or priestesses, by the guards, or by Oral herself.
So the people, so from a commoner's point of view, the sacrifice is dragged out in the evening, and then is simply gone the next day. Is that correct?
People have seen the sacrifice after the ritual has been completed, so it's not a mystery as to where the bodies go.
That they are collected by the emissaries, then?
Oral. She loves beauty. In her words, she loves preservation. Time being stopped forever. She collects these statues, as you will, as these moments of these people suffering, and uses them almost as an art piece to decorate her abode.
I named him as Jeff.
We can call him Jeff. His name was Ramsey.
What's his last name?
Page.
Page.
Ramsey and Eleanor Page.
Okay.
Ramsey. See, Cal's going to take a moment here and relay the story of the individual that we found on the road that was frozen in what he, in his mind, seems similar.
He'll confirm your suspicions as that frozen body was most likely a sacrifice.
He's not going to be happy that we got rid of that body.
He's already not happy with us.
That's probably not. You know, we did do a lot of bad things, and we're going to continue it.
Is that a bad thing? It's a good thing for a bad. It's just bad for the bad person. Which
bad
makes
for the
good.
Bad person. Which makes it good.
It's a double negative, right?
That's how these things
Two
work.
negatives make a positive.
Yeah,
that's right.
I did math.
Right. Okay. I'm not sure how much time has passed for our conversation, so maybe check in with the bigger group, see what's up with them.
I'd say it hasn't been a very long conversation, just due to his emotional outbreaks. It has lasted longer than you would think it would. All right, so Mikhail eventually finds Callus, maybe toward the end of that conversation due to his wonderful perception roll. He got distracted by the guard's shiny sword. And then I would say, so Mikhail comes back. And I guess, does he relay that information, or how does that work?
He communicates telepathically with me. So I can't see what he sees, but he can tell me Callus is outside the gate, essentially.
So if he was just doing that, then yes, he would let you know where Callus is, kind of the location just outside that eastern gate.
Like, I can't hear the conversation or really see it, but he can ping me about information, kind of a thing. So
sort of a feeling like this place, this where.
Yeah, I mean, he has his vision and he can see things and he can relay what he sees to me, but I can't see. So he could say like, I see, Callus is outside the east gate talking to someone. He doesn't know who that guy is, so he would just say you're talking to someone.
That's fair.
So I'll just say, I think Callus may have found her husband. He's outside the east gate, hopefully trying to console him. And then
knowing Callus, he's coming up with a plan of some sort.
Yeah.
We'll just go out to the east gate and
it's got a really funny image of just like Callus, like he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," as he's like sticking his hand in the guy's pockets and pulls out like a pocket watch and looking at it as he's talking.
There's a whole bit on the Viva La Dirt League D&D thing.
I saw that one. That was great. Oh no! Hey, he needs help.
There was like a super rich noble that got killed in the battle. And one of the guys was like, "Oh my god, he's dead. He needs help." And he's just like, they're just looting him. like literally taking the shirt off of him in the middle of.
Alice is like trying on his jacket outside, like trying to fit it properly. He's like, "I'm so sorry, everything that's happened."
Yeah, so
the guy's just not even paying any attention.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get to the gate. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that you want to know or do here? So you guys, you go through the town, you leave the gate, and off to. The Alice is about here.
Do the guards care that they left or not?
The guards do not care. The guards were there purely to prevent people from fleeing. Once it's over, it's over. As you could tell by the guards who blocked the man from the town originally, they did it with more of like, they felt sad for the man, but they're doing it for their own self-preservation and the self-preservation of Bryn Shander, right? As they know it's not something they have any control over. At least that's what you would have seen or overheard as the guy was being blocked out of the city, right? More so, they were trying to console the man, and they showed him pity, but they would not let him in because they didn't want him to cause any problems. So you guys approach, you see Callus with this man as their conversation begins to wrap up. They're leaning against the city wall. Callus is sitting there with him as you all approach him.
So I'm gonna motion to them, or motion off to the mixed bunch that's walking out the gate. This is my, this is the people I was talking about before.
What do you mean?
I'm
so
speaking to Jeff.
I'm rolling something to me, man.
Oh, I see.
I'm speaking to Jeff, letting him know that you guys are my friends.
Yeah, he's like, Jeff, these are the friends. Yeah.
So he kind of just looks shy and embarrassed to be seen in this state. And he's really not much for conversation after this.
Yeah, I'll just lean down and like put my head on his head and just say, I'm very, very sorry she was chosen. We're going to see if there's anything we can do to help, but for your own safety, it's probably best to keep that to yourself.
I don't know what to say. Yes. I am grateful someone is willing to risk their lives to save my wife, but no matter what you do, the result will be the same.
Well, we won't know until we try. But that said, though, you know, let's say, for argument's sake, we were successful, rescued her. Where would you go? What would you do?
At that point, our only choice I would be to flee 10 towns altogether. There is no safety avoiding a sacrifice.
Maybe they can go with Nahiri and Tolbin. Back to Finland.
That's a good idea.
I'm sure they have her tied up in somewhere.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's good that, well, it'd be sad that you have to leave all that you have here. Well, let me talk with my constituents here and see what we can come up with.
Constituents?
I'll cast create campfire near him. And just say, just to keep you warm. There's not much rush for you, for the guards to let you back in, but I don't want you freezing to death too. And then, you see
his mood improve a little bit. And I'll just whisper, I'll talk back. I need to get back to Tourmaline. We'll have to make that journey soon anyway.
If you're from Tourmaline, what are you doing in Bryn Shander?
This is my wife's home.
Ah.
My wife is from here, and her parents are unwell, so we've been spending time here quite often, jumping back between the two cities. I am originally from Tourmaline, so my name would not be in that draw. I think it would not. You never know with these situations. However, hers is.
Why did you not go back to Tourmaline before the new moon?
Because there's no escaping the god. You must be here. She must be present for it. Just because she walks to a new city doesn't mean she can escape all those desires.
How long is she supposed to be out there, like tied up?
So essentially, I guess I could relay the information to Mel about what the guy told her. It's in Bryn Shander. Come toward the end of the night, the guards will bring her out. They'll strip her to nothing but her underwear, tie her to the pole until she freezes. Which, when you're not wearing any clothes in this weather, does not take very long.
Stinky.
Luca, no.
Sorry, the litter is like right kind of near me, so someone must have pooped. Okay, can I just tell you my feelings on this?
Yes.
Bjorn's feelings or your
I
feelings?
have my feelings.
Okay.
My personal feelings on this is that we really haven't gotten to the horror side of this. And I have a high suspicion that even if we save her, something really shitty is going to happen. And I almost think that this is a lost cause.
But
personally.
Even if that's the case,
fair, but is that what Bjorn would do?
Bjorn would not do that. Bjorn would not want to let her die, but
Sure,
he also hasn't been actively trying to stop the sacrifices, even though he's known about them. So there's like a kind of...
Well, it's a little different when you've got a party, though, too, versus just yourself. And I think it's also different when Mel for sure is going to feel the same way, and then not to cut Lulu off, but that's at least
even Petunia and myself as well. Like, even if we were to know that like it's a bad ending, it just doesn't feel right to like try and help.
I just have a feeling that if we save her, like way more people are going to die in response.
Must be
potentially,
fake
but
a sacrifice.
Yeah, there's options because the other potential is, we don't do anything and we don't. But that's also, you could argue that for like the whole campaign. There's going to be a lot of stuff I imagine that comes up that's like, this feels risky, but what's D&D without trying? You're supposed to be a hero. Being a hero isn't supposed to be easy.
Right, but I'm also wondering. So I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't do anything, and this is just my personal feelings. Like, I know that Bjorn will try to do something, but if the people following Oral have such a stake in the politics, I'm wondering why. Also,
there's a number of things. Could be like, there's tons of political parties in the past that use Christianity for their own gains without actually being Christian.
True, but why do they want Tourmaline?
In the past?
Who is taking over Tourmaline?
Because Tourmaline was the stronger one versus Lonelywood, so it could be a power play to take Tourmaline over, to then take Lonelywood over, to gain a monopoly on the 10 towns. I don't know. And it also could just be Oral just fucking hates everyone. I have no idea, but that's all part of the stuff to uncover. And this is the first kind of real, like, hey, decision time kind of a thing we've got as a party, and it's probably best to, it's fine to worry about the outcomes, but it's probably better play just to let your characters do what they want to do. And if the outcomes get us all killed, I don't know. That's so be it.
I also 2 weeks.
I mean, that's the nature of it, though, right? If he's putting, and also just metagame here, he is putting this in front of us as like, hey, this is something for you to potentially make a decision on. It's not. He's not just saying like, putting up a bunch of red arrows that say just let her die. Like, it's obviously a decision here.
Let her
and
die.
there will be probably repercussions one way or the other, but.
But it has been happening and does happen every 2 weeks in 3 different cities. There's not like
Every month.
Sure, but we're in
every month.
Yeah, but we're
every month.
Every month.
Sorry, every month.
Bjorn and Stern would know also that, like, you got to remember, and Bjorn would probably know this better than anyone, that you're not messing with a political party, you're not messing with a king, you're messing with
a god.
A god.
Well, we understand that, but what she's saying, or what I glean from it, is Oral is punishing this guy for running for Tourmaline Speaker, which means that she has some sort of play in terms of wanting someone different in charge of Tourmaline, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it could have been any random beautiful person, but this particular one happens to be the other candidate's wife.
Yeah, but it obviously wasn't by chance either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Callus saw to that.
So they
This is honestly, this is probably better if we just. I don't think there's. I think we should probably just do this in character and do the discussions, because otherwise we're just going to sit here. Every decision we make in game, I feel like it's going to suck us out of the immersion, and we can always complain or like the decisions later.
Here's my idea. I will turn into a squirrel, run over, and I'll chew through the ropes.
Okay.
So, have you used your wild shapes already?
No, just one.
No, I thought you changed to do another one in the crowd.
She didn't do it. She was going.
She didn't do it.
She almost did.
So before we continue the role playing here between characters, Callus, did you relay the information of you seeing this? Because her sleight of hand exactly matched your passive perception, which is the only reason why you could notice everybody else. So she rolled a 16. You had a 16. Any higher, and this would be unknown information, which is really funny. So did you relay that information to the rest of your party that you noticed the
Well, you
fraud?
can also
I will do that basically now as everyone's discussing like the validity of rescuing her. So
let's go back to the situation. We just left the guy we're all proud around. And
I'll say that I've relayed his story to you, and then interjecting. So aside from the fact that she has been selected, the selection process was rigged. I saw that she didn't select anything from that apple crate, but rather that she placed in her own note, pulled it upon, and named her specifically. She had personal motivation or something to choose this, to choose the wife, to choose this.
Bjorn is going to scowl and he's going to say, "That is not good. That means that Oral and her followers have a stake in politics in 10 towns."
It also means that it's not this woman's fate to die.
It's not fair.
It's not, Petunia.
That's all Petunia's gotten out of it.
Cal's just gonna nod. None of this is. The whole ceremony itself is not fair, but that kind of selection process is. And you can see Callus's face just turn dark. And it's despicable.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
It means it's not fair.
Bjorn is going to mutter under his breath a giant word, and he's going to say, "Mog."
Oh, let me see.
It's on your main one. It's on your main one too.
Okay, I think I know which one it is.
Here, I'll put
because wait, what?
I'll write it. I'll write it.
Hold on. What'd you say?
Mog?
Mog? Nice. And she's gonna respond with RA. Just like that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how those are.
Bjorn's gonna look at her kind of surprised and then like kind of smirk a little bit. Nod as well.
Neat. Well,
Oh,
I have a bit of a personal I don't know these people at all, but this kind of hits home for me. So I'd like to do what I can to if nothing else, just to stick it to those people who's, doing these types of things. It really just burns me personally, honestly. So that's my stake in it. I'd rather do something than not. What say you all?
Well, the frigid bitch already has it out for us.
That's true.
So I'm not worried about pissing her off. I am worried about possible retaliation on the rest of the town based on us, interfering here.
Well, Bryn Shander would get in trouble for not giving the sacrifice, but if we steal Oral's sacrifice, that should push her blame squarely onto our shoulders. The people done their job.
So you want us to be a scapegoat?
I'd rather endanger myself than these people.
Okay.
Unless we can find a way to fake the sacrifice and also sabotage it. And
Good
thereby
old bait
help
and
us
switch.
both. What I'm thinking.
I could use disguise self and be bait.
And
we do not want you to freeze.
Not do that. No.
Well, that's we'll call that Plan V. And
No.
we'll put that way down there.
Yeah.
But I like the disguise part.
Yeah. 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 Heck.
Prestidigitate a mannequin.
Bjorn's gonna say, if only we had the ring from the girl in Tourmaline.
The ring.
Yeah, the girl at the inn has a ring that it's basically a ring of warmth. It keeps people warm.
Did she tell you that?
Yes, she did.
She told.
I couldn't remember what information I gave you that on that.
Oh yeah, I got it all down here.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well,
she just sang a song to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I asked about it. I did plenty of snooping. I was like, what is that?
Yeah.
She's like, I'm nice and toasty.
Yeah, I'll say, my God sent me here because Oral was upsetting the balance of life and death, and here it seems she's choosing to take someone whose life is not fated to be taken, yet is decided that she must. I believe that's what my God is here, sent me here to try to stop.
Well, I'm gonna take that as a in favor for rescue, and we got
very much so.
Amber's in favor. I'm in favor. Petunia seems to. Because I'm staring at the names who are talking. So we seem to have most of us. And how about you, Visiana?
Whatever needs to be done, I'll be there.
A tepid yes. Okay. Bjorn?
I cannot let an innocent get hurt if I can help it.
All right.
I'm scared. Are we gonna die?
Death is always around every corner. It's just whether you looked ahead to see it.
Better make your backup
just-
character.
Yeah, I'll turn to V and just say, if you're scared, imagine how Eleanor must feel.
That's true.
All right.
We could switch her out with one of those political opponents. Then they'd still get their focus with her.
Damn, Ember.
Yeah, why don't we steal someone from the jail and switch him out?
Well, yes, we could, doom another
and
poor
cast, like-
soul.
Yeah, does anyone have a
Who
disguise? Can
deserves
someone,
it?
anybody disguise someone else as someone?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm trying to think if minor illusion works on a person. Is that only items?
It's not going to last long enough, I think, anyways.
Yeah, only lost a minute.
Yeah.
Minor illusion is also like a stationary thing. If it moves or anything like that, you can
It'd be
absolutely
fine
tell.
If she was frozen, but
Well, if they're frozen,
Can we use
dead-
suggestion?
you could try, but again, you got to look at your time it lasts, because
8 hours.
so yeah, okay.
But who are you
Potentially.
using suggestion on, right?
But I guess wouldn't it be the speaker and suggest you will switch out Eleanor with a murderer
I
or
think
rapist?
Suggestion has some weird wording in it, like you can't do
Yeah,
anything that would
yeah.
cause them harm, which I think she might assume that would be harming her.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
Something like that.
either way, that might work necessarily, but one that she, obviously know that something went weird with herself 8 hours later. She's like, why did I do that? They have still memory of what happened, or she'd still ask. And so I don't think that's it's an interesting idea, but I don't think that's something that we can use long term for these. Also, as much as Mel doesn't mind having a target on her back, I'd rather us keep at least a small level of anonymity, or at least freedoms until we absolutely must.
Mhm.
The ability to travel freely without being hunted by guards, cities, religious folk certainly has its advantages.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
think
just try
that
to
we'll
say,
be free of. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, you're fine.
I don't think we'll be free of that if we do this.
Well, true, unless we can think of a good idea.
And I'm
Something
not
that
implying that we
convince
don't
everyone.
hide. Yeah, I'm not implying we don't keep this hidden from the people of Bryn Shander. I was merely implying Ortal being a god. We'll probably figure out it was us at some point.
She
That we
probably
can't
already
hide
has
from.
an. She probably already has an inkling, as if she's already visited both of you in your dreams. He motions to you and Ember.
I'm sure she knows we're here.
True.
So then we should just do it.
Yes, we're going to do it. Well, we're just
trying to figure out how.
yeah.
Do you?
Even a
Bite the
tiny
rope.
delay.
Does anybody know if they want?
It's just bite the rope.
Sorry. Does anybody know if they have guards watching throughout the night?
Well, I understood it that she was left there. I would assume though, yeah, that someone would have to keep watch. Otherwise, yeah, they would have freed everyone every month. Someone's loved by someone most of the time.
True.
I can cast sleep on the guards. Y'all just stay away.
Well, that could be a start, at least,
We can.
while we're making the espionage.
You can cast the tiny hut around her once they are asleep and no one is watching.
The tiny hut?
Yep, there's a spell that we used during
It's
the
a charm that she has. Yeah, but I will say, tiny huts is not invisible. It's a very large dome that would probably bring more attention than less to the
Was
area.
that when I was falling asleep last time?
Yeah.
Probably.
Maybe a little bit of
This
that.
was before the combat.
Yeah, we should assume there will be guards and that we will need to find a way past them.
I do
And-
like
but then-
the sleep idea. Kind of like
It's only 1 minute though.
We may not need much more time, but we do need to figure out, do we plan to free her and leave? Do we plan to leave something or someone in her stead? I'm not
I
okay
feel
with
like they
I'm not
still
okay unless they're actually deserving of it.
True.
Hmm.
Though I feel like the Frost or Oral might still take it out on these people if she doesn't receive some kind of sacrifice.
But if Oral, if the people though understand in their minds that they've given their sacrifice and that sacrifice has been accepted, then they might be more persuaded to say rebel, saying, "Hey, we've given a sacrifice. Why should we give two?" Right? If they're convinced of that factor, and then it lays only on to the fanatics to deal with the repercussions from their god, saying the god would just come down to them and say, "You have failed." Sure, they would know, and they would know that it was someone, probably us, but it would seclude it from being the city of Bryn Shander just to the religious group.
There must be more people in town that are against these sacrifices.
I'd say
Perhaps
so.
we should see if there are any people willing to help as well.
The more
Perhaps.
people we involve, the more we endanger the city. I
The
would
more
caution.
people,
Yes.
the more people
And the
we
more people
involve,
know.
the more people would be able to revolt against the sacrifices.
Yes.
And if this is going to happen, there are going to have to be people to take that chance. It cannot only be us.
I'm sure Jeff could help out with finding out who had been sacrificed before and things. I'm sure he can use his contacts and other means to gather that info. And simply, if we give them a simple task, such as, when it comes to the next day, light of day, that all they need to say is they've given their share, right? It doesn't have to be open rebellion against the sacrifices themselves, but just to stand up for what they've already given. I think that's an easier thing to convince.
I agree with that. I hesitate to allow any of them to know we are actively going to steal the sacrifice. If they don't inform the proper authorities, Oral may then have cause to believe the people of Bryn Shander were not committed to her cause.
Mm-hmm.
Every god has a weakness, and that weakness can help when there are less and less followers.
Yes. Oh, that's very true. I think that good old Jeff here, I think he can tell a convincing story to these people to just, omit us from that point of the story that no one need know, aside from him, of who is doing the job and all that. And we can remain an anonymous group that things just happened. And those people themselves, they're not speaking out more than they otherwise would.
I believe we must find out more about Oral's followers and see what we're really going up against. A religion is only as strong as those who are following it.
But this is all gonna happen tonight, right? It's not like we have a bunch of time.
No.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot, but we can continue beyond today, as Bjorn mentioned. We can continue searching into
Yeah,
this
because
group.
it seems like it's going to be a big thing.
Yeah.
That we're going to have to figure out.
Maybe we go steal all their daily donations one day.
With rallying people, if we have time for that.
Well, yeah, probably not, but
Yeah.
No, that can be done afterwards during the fallout.
All right. So we have two objectives then, perhaps. One, telling Ramsey here to find out who would be open to rallying for the next day and allowing that to progress. And then the second is finding a suitable doppelganger or replacement for Eleanor.
I hate to be the one to offer this or suggest it. But perhaps we should go to her mother. It seems she is already sick.
Oh.
Perhaps she could take her
Wow.
place. Listen,
Damn.
Bjorn is from a clan that basically like once you have no purpose, you're like set out into the world. So that's like one of his things because he's getting old.
I mean,
So
it's pretty smart though.
He has he has a thing where he always wants to be of use. So because he's getting old, he doesn't want to be useless to his clan. So there we go.
I feel somehow Bjorn conveys his feelings, all of that in his face.
Yep.
Somehow, we all rolled incredible insight. And,
just a tidbit into his thought process is that he does not want to be useless, and he feels like a lot, especially with like humans. Like humans are their lives are short, and obviously, if she's going to
well,
be dying, it seems like she's not doing great.
That's true.
I don't know.
That's,
just a suggestion. I don't know, because everybody's innocent here. No one's going to want to die, but if someone's going to die, it's going to be someone who would rather be sacrificed than her daughter.
The people who are intentionally switching sacrifices for political gain are innocent here.
That's true,
but they're not going to be willing to go up there. If we have a willing person.
I didn't say willing.
Yeah,
oh, I know.
Yeah. Perhaps. But that does actually fall under a bit of a problem in that it was described that the frigid bitch loves beauty, and the person will be stripped naked. And an old sickly woman has, well, none of those particular qualities. Oh.
So what do you
and y'all did say how hot the one who switched the papers was. Just saying.
That's true, but she seems like the main priestess. I don't think we're going to be able to get to her very easily.
Yeah. And art is generally subjective, Callus. Some may argue the elder woman.
All right, well, let's go roll on up on her and see. Just take a look. Let's go roll up on Grandma there. All right, Grandma, strip. We're gonna need to see what we're working with here.
I mean, she's not that old. She'd probably be in her like 50s. Hey, what? Yeah, Bjorn's gonna be like, "What you say? I'm not beautiful."
We know Bjorn gets around.
We know you. That's okay, Bjorn. Your charms have not eluded us.
Bjorn says he was set out in the world with a purpose, trying to find his purpose, and he's just sleeping around him to try to make himself feel better.
He's trying to be of use to everybody.
Having a midlife crisis. Isn't that what all men do when they have a midlife crisis?
Oh my goodness, look at these spread toes. Yes, I get to touch them because you're sticking them out at me.
Bjorn's side thoughts. So, all right. Well,
so the plan right now is to convince her mother to sacrifice. I'm not to volunteer for the sacrifice. I will say I'm not on board with kidnapping her. I don't know if that was the implication, but
no.
Well, okay. So if she volunteers for it,
but like, I mean, parents usually would sacrifice themselves for their children. But
potentially, but we don't know this woman.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, I don't know I haven't seen these sacrifices before. I don't know the rules, but Eleanor has already been chosen. I don't know that they would swap her willingly, so we plan to.
Yeah, I think we still gotta do the bait and switch.
We still do the bait and switch then.
Yeah. We just need the bait. Right? That's what we're kind of working on here. We're workshopping.
Well, we should probably talk to your new friend and see if we can find her mother and have a discussion.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe he hates his stepmother.
Mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law. One of those. So
It's totally the same thing.
yeah.
And
Sure,
just
she
to
gets mad at him all the time.
Just as a, in case I missed, what do we think the issue is if we just were to take Eleanor and not leave a body in the place?
Well, that would be noted immediately by people, as opposed to being noted later by the god, because the god would have to relay things eventually to the whatever that pretty elf lady, and that would be a delayed time later, as well as the city would still believe that they've given their sacrifice. So the city had good reason to not give another and to argue and lay about it and stuff. And that way, also, the church couldn't call foul to the people, rather, the people could call foul to the church. Right?
Are you going to reapproach your friend and discuss this with him?
I think he's listening at this point.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking, so I can just relay some of his thoughts with you. If you're back with him.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on over, Jeff.
Point, yeah. That was I'd say that was the last bit. I just wanted to make sure we were just aligned with like, hey, we can't just cut her away and just run away really fast.
Well, so the problem with that is that there's
that's
going
fine.
to be serious repercussions almost immediately for them. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like,
Well,
and
yeah,
it
if we
could
get
also
caught.
be caught back to us. Like, if we get caught, then we're also fucked.
Correct.
So
Yeah. There is more. There is way more risk with us getting caught or getting caught in the situation, but we also are not getting another person killed. So that was
correct.
in Mel's mind, that's the risk reward, right? That's being weighed here is we also are going to ask a woman, which I guess we should do first, but that part makes Mel very uncomfortable because
The added bonus of putting the bad elf lady up there, not by her own choice, is that the people will see that as the Frost Maiden being angry with the people who did the selecting, perhaps lead to more of a rebellion.
Oh, yeah. But it's how to, one,
Getting to her would be the hardest part, though.
Getting to her, and then, also, it sounds like, and Jeff, you can let me understand this better.
Jeff Ramsey, Gordon Ramsay, what?
I just call him Jeff.
Jeff Ramsey, like Chef Ramsay. Oh my god, here we go.
But the sacrifice seems to have to be alive up to the point of the god getting there, and I don't think we can keep alive sexy elf lady all till long enough. And also, I don't know that the god would bother to kill one of its followers.
That's true.
We're assuming that she's even taking these sacrifices in the first place.
Do we know, like, that guy's background and if he would even be, like, a good person as a speaker?
I think that
no plot armor says he's great though.
As far as like Nimsy's explaining, or wait, not Nimsy, the speaker's mother from Tourmaline, her explaining, it seemed like there were two good choices from Tourmaline, and he said he's from Tourmaline, so whoever's the bad choice is not from Tourmaline.
Yeah.
Got it.
So,
yeah, they were
maybe
like
go get his wife.
Something, yeah.
So as he kind of listens to you bickering back and forth, he's kind of consuming it all, and like kind of how he was with Callus before. There's a lot of hope in his eyes, yet the doubt just weighs heavy. And Callus, you said, what did you say? You asked that they need to be alive.
Do they need? Yeah. Does the person need to be more or less alive up to the point when the god comes, or is it fine to have some frozen popsicle waiting for the god?
No, so he says that they are killed alive. They need to be alive at the time. They are tied to the post alive, and they are until they freeze to death.
Bjorn wants to ask him if they like what it looks like. Like, do the guards stay there all night? Does he know?
So he kind of forgoes a lot of your thoughts about what you were saying, and you can tell like he's kind of like nodding what you guys, all that stuff you just said. He's thinking about it. But then he just interjects, "It doesn't matter what you do, or I'll always get what she wants."
So do you not want us to try?
I want you to try. I would love to try, but the last person who tried to escape sacrifice was found dead 2 days later in the wilderness.
So you're saying that regardless of...
Sorry.
Oh,
you wouldn't know
ahead,
if that body was the same.
Okay, got it. Never mind.
Callus did describe that person earlier to Jeff, and so I think he would have made the remark if it was the sacrifice that tried to escape.
The one that tried to escape was not frozen yet. Slain.
By mortals' hands or by the god?
No one knows. Just one clean cut across the throat was always there.
The guys I know wouldn't use a blade.
That's true. Must have been her
Also,
followers.
it would be really convenient to set up the necessity of these sacrifices for the god, even though other towns aren't doing it, as a way to control people.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that she's even taking these sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe this is like a Naruto thing, where Orochimaru new people so that they can live forever. It's like rejuvenating.
I don't know about
like
that.
a soul-stealing kind of thing.
Right. No, like
He like
did you say stealing or sealing?
Stealing.
Stealing.
Yeah. Sorry, I heard stealing. I was like, what?
Yeah, probably still got some fur in your ears.
Bjorn is going to turn to Ramsey and be like, the townspeople, they all can't just be happy with this. Do you know of any people actively working against these sacrifices?
No. People just live their lives the best they can. There is no rebellion group, and at least that I know of. If they are, they must be very far underground.
Bjorn finds that hard to believe, so he's just kind of thinking to himself because there's like thousands of people in this town. And
do you believe him, or do you just not believe that that's not existent? Are you trying to insight?
I believe him, but because I don't think that he would just randomly do, like, if he knew, he would have told me because his wife is in jeopardy right now. So he believes him. I don't really care to roll insight.
Yeah.
He just Bjorn would assume that there's something happening because there's so many people in this town that, like, the fact that they aren't rebelling is kind of crazy because it's the biggest town there.
Again,
and
you got to remember the last town that rebelled against it got wiped out, or like at least heavily just like attacked and destroyed by her followers. So it's kind of like the mob, right? It's like, I mean, most people under the influence of the mob don't like it or want it, but they're also scared that if they intervene, their families will be killed. So yes, there's a lot of people here. There might be a small like rebellion group, but they also probably aren't directly going to interfere with the sacrifices because that will bring direct destruction to their town, right? That would be
true.
the risk.
Bjorn is so morally good that he just doesn't understand it.
Yeah,
okay?
he's like, there's got to be. Why is everyone okay with this? And it's more just, it's not that they're okay. It's like a fear thing. Yeah.
But Bjorn has such like a high sense of morality. Right. He's just like, I would be doing everything in my power. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can ask my contact here, and maybe he'll be able to find out if there's some people around then.
Is Johnny from Bryn Shander?
He's from a lot of places, but Bryn Shander would not be his home. No. Nor these snowy places, but you know,
then I think
he's got some good ways of getting information.
I would say, well, as he's not part of the city, I wouldn't mind talking to him. Again, it's the less we involve these people, the better I'll feel at the end of the day. At least until we know of an actual rebellion. I don't want to put people in harm's way more than we already are by doing this.
Well, we'll have to. That's unfortunately, as timing goes, as we're reaching probably the midday here, we might be unable to do more for the wide scope of people given communications and actually the way that's going to have to go about.
Well, do you think Johnny would be willing to help, or is this outside of his?
He could certainly communicate and facilitate that communication. How much that helps or what that effect will come to beyond that, it's not Johnny's purview.
That's fair. It's just I think it's at the moment might be our best lead. He seems resourceful. You seem to trust him.
Johnny and I go way back.
Well, he might be our best chance at least finding some help at the moment. And did we? I'll just whisper. This is I'm gonna whisper to Callus. Did we mention his mother-in-law to him?
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Are we going to keep that in the back pocket?
I think. Well, I like the idea of having a body there, and I think we kind of need one. Whose body it is, I'm kind of either way about it, but something's gotta be there with a heartbeat. At least for a bit.
How good is Johnny at finding bodies?
He's I didn't get that nickname for nothing. Well, I can.
She's usually alive and female.
I like to think that Ember was listening in at that point, and she's like, "Yeah, you're not wrong there." But well, I can go see, and if we're gonna get on this, though, we better get moving quick here. Time is against us here. So let's go see what Johnny can provide. As far as
before we go, I just want to ask. I do. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what time is it?
It's like probably noonish, approaching early afternoon.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
I just want to ask. Yeah, I know you're fine. I just wanted to ask Ramsey before we go, where him and his mother-in-law are staying in case we need to find them later.
He'll relay a location to you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we don't have to. If we need to go back there, we don't have to go searching for him.
I'm gonna also pipe up to Ramsey. Ramsey, we're gonna do everything we can, but we might need a little leverage. And I'm gonna make whatever universal symbols people make for coin and things. And it says, do you have anything that we could might aid us in this next bit of time here? This is me politely asking for some money rather than just robbing him.
What do you need?
A bit of grease for the palms, if you've got any on you, or something. There's a few people we want to communicate with, Johnny, as I've mentioned, and nothing's free in life, especially in these moments when we need speed more than we need anything else.
Second. Okay. So he's gonna look at you. If this goes through, I have nothing left to live for anyway. So he'll take out his coin purse, and inside is 16 gold.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet. Callus will take that and
Bjorn is going to look at him after he says that, though, and he's going to say, "Despite how this ends, you cannot drop out of the race. There is a reason they don't want you to run. And if you let them win, it will only get worse for the 10 towns."
Despite how this ends, I'll be dead by the end of it.
Oh, is that a foreshadowing from the DM?
We'll do the best we can to prevent that. But we need someone like you. And It would be good to have someone in a high place that owes us a few favors.
Do what you must. He's gonna get up and start walking back inside the city.
They're gonna let him back in.
They're letting him in because he's calmed and the woman is long gone at this point. So he is approaching the house that he gave to Mel.
All right. So, to Johnny then. And what are we looking for most? Because he won't have a lot of opportunity to do a lot of things. What's our most important? What do we want most? Are we looking for just a body? Are we looking for someone?
So wait, does anyone have any magic that can disguise a person to look like someone else, or no?
No.
We don't? Shit.
We do have the
If-
coin flip. See if
Huh?
this will work or not.
If only Jasmine took the augury spell.
What's augury?
Which one was
Damn
that?
it!
Oh wait, that one was a beta one. I think we axed that one because it was a beta. Her spell tome that she was looking in, or her pact. Sorry.
I changed it last minute.
No, I mean that was the pact of the star chain or something. That wasn't the tome one. So.
Well. So.
All right. So what are the proceedings from this point? So you guys have been going for a while with your discussions. Have we gotten like a firm idea of how we're going to proceed to the rest of the day? Because obviously it seems like you want to make an attempted rescue on this woman.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you all know that you have less than about 12 hours to pull that off, maybe even fewer. So
let's go at 12. I like that.
What's the idea here? What's the idea here?
All right. As I understand it, we are going to swap out Eleanor when she gets to the main location, I assume. Or maybe it can't be en route. I don't think that would work.
So the idea is to talk with Johnny in the meantime, figure some stuff out in terms of supplies or planning, and then once the deed is being done, that's when you make it. So you're not doing it before. You're not trying to. Okay, you're trying to do it at the actual scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, my thought talking to Johnny was not only supplies, but trying to see if maybe he knew of somebody that was less like or more deserving, I guess, to be sacrificed.
Perhaps, yeah. Some scapegoat.
Yeah. Right. Is there like a jackass in the town or something like that maybe is, a better person to use as a scapegoat than the older woman. Mel's not like necessarily opposed to using the mother if she's accepting, just because the mother is naturally closer to death and is, and if she's a volunteer, then of course that's perfectly fine by Mel. But
Call it Plan M.
I don't know how likely anyone is going to be like, yeah, I'll sacrifice myself to a really terrible death of freezing, which sounds horrible.
And possibly some other torture by the god.
Yeah, who knows? So,
but we don't need to phrase it like that. We could say, hey, just...
Yeah. But if we can find a
rapist or murderer.
Yes, if we could find like a murderous woman, that would be great.
for our moral compass.
Or a woman who rapes men, or other women. That's fine. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. It will have to be, unless we can disguise that beard. It will probably have to be a woman.
Yeah. So that was my thought with Johnny as well. It's like maybe he has other tips of the trade too for the area. Maybe he knows the sacrifices and knows how many guards, number, stuff like that. But that was my
general situational stuff.
Yeah, Johnny to Mel. Johnny seems like the best person to trust because Callus trusts him, and that's best we got at the moment for sure is a friend of the party.
Put that in there.
So we're asking Johnny for an evildoer, and then just sort of the outline of the circumstance of the event itself. Yeah. Like how many guards might be there, what sort of the stage might be, and maybe some timing. So those 4 things.
All right, so
And where the brothel is. Just in case, we might need to go pick one up from there. Who knows?
it's essentially the Playboy Mansion with the magazine that he puts out every month, except he doesn't put the girls on the cover; he puts himself.
Oh my god.
Oh, Johnny.
Oh, Johnny.
It's called Johnny's Choices.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so sorry, relay the first question you had.
First question is going to be someone for the bait. Who that might be. And the other questions pertain to the event itself, the situation, right? Like.
So you want Johnny's knowledge on a false sacrifice.
Yeah, a scapegoat,
Okay.
and then the event.
Yeah, is there like a bad woman that the town wouldn't miss?
Preferably hot, but not too hot. Just just good enough. Yeah.
Let me see what he knows.
And during I assume we meet up. I don't know where the heck we meet up. I don't know.
So you guys head back to the tavern. He's still chilling.
Still chilling out there, right? And I'm gonna come on up.
Yes, 7-day weekends.
7-day weeks. Yeah.
So 10-day weekends in this night, I guess.
That's yeah. And I'm gonna come on up. As I'm sliding up, I'm gonna pull out the first 5 gold coins, and start chatting and hellos, ordering a drink on the side. As I don't know, I guess the rest of you guys kind of rumble up behind me, and gonna start talking to him in Thieves' Cant, asking about this information, but also sliding the first 5 gold coins.
All right.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if we were in already, but we're not. Okay, cool.
You are, I guess. You guys all went together, did you not?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's in Thieves' Cant, only Ember and Callus would understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at that point, Johnny looks at you after you ask your question about someone to take her place. So you're looking for an attractive woman, which obviously I know plenty. Obviously I know plenty. I know them all.
I just wink at him for that.
He gives a little upward head nod. But a woman who is also a bad person has done some nefarious deed.
I know. There's a laundry list that you and I have, but to get maybe one that's local.
Pulls out a 7,000-page book of every woman he's been with.
Perhaps blonde as well,
Yeah, like you have to cross-reference a few things here, yeah.
Rolodex, yeah. So he's going to mention that there is a woman in Bryn Shander who severely abused her husband and murdered her own child.
Jesus.
Okay.
But
That one
Yep.
fits the bill.
Nobody else hears that yet. Still.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, Ember does. Ember
Mel
does.
and
Yeah, I
Callus.
did.
Ember
No,
does.
sorry, only Ember and Callus.
Yeah. What does Thieves' Can't sound like? By the way, is it just like?
oh my
you
god, I'm
guys-
just YouTubing that right now.
Is it English, but is it like Pig Latin or like English, but just
No.
gibberish, like code words, or is it actually a different
It's
language?
just code words.
A lot of code words. So in this case, you guys would think we're probably just talking about the local goings on of just crap. All right, just
Yeah.
Wait, ude it a ounce
Okay.
like
I was just curious what
Yeah.
it sounded like.
it would still sound
okay.
like a conversation, like we're talking about the local sports team or whatever.
Okay. So it's not gibberish, just it's a conversation that doesn't really make sense in the context that we
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which would probably be really frustrating to you.
Oh, that's why I'm
Probably.
wondering. That's kind of why I'm wondering a little bit.
But perhaps Mel would also get the sense, since Ember's listening intently and perhaps nodding along, that there's conversation that's properly happening. Who knows? I don't know.
Potentially, I don't know. I mean, she's got a +1 int. She's not dummy, but so she probably saw you. It depends on how stealthily you slid the coins, I guess. But if I saw you do that, that would probably be enough to be like, okay, they're just doing sneaky shit.
Yeah.
So how bad is the aftermath if they find out we're doing this?
We don't know. That's the fun part.
Well, it won't be
We'll deal with
good.
that in a moment. We'll come back to that in a sec.
Yeah.
Let's finish up with Johnny here. And
Yeah.
So
Okay, so that's
found,
what Johnny.
I'm gonna step away for a minute too, if you guys need something, and I'm not responding, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, what was your next question?
Excellent. So, do we have what's her a name, and where might we find this lady?
Shit. I got all these names, but I didn't get this one. The name is Brinoa.
Brinoa. Okay, we'll just call her Bree for short. Yeah.
Call it Bree. That's what I did.
Excellent. Yeah, never have time for names anyways.
She lives in the southern part of town. It's in a 2-story loft. It's more of the slums of Bryn Shander, as she fled to a bit of a more dangerous area after the goings-on. She's lucky she's not in prison for what she did, but who knows?
Okay. Well,
Yeah, how'd she get away with that? Me as Holly, not as Bjorn, obviously.
yeah. Who knows?
That's the DM not wanting to do a jailbreak.
Money.
Yeah.
Politics.
Money. Yeah. No. Yeah, people have their ways of getting away with these things, and that's not for me to judge. In this case, we'll find a suiting end for her anyway, so that's fine.
So you're planning on taking this woman and replacing her with the one from the drawing?
Well, and I'm gonna say, we have a good reason for. Allows us to gain some good leverage in whatever the other city he's running for, Tourmaline.
Tourmaline.
Yeah. Now it happens to be the wife of the candidate, and as you know, Johnny, it allows us some good leverage, and I think that would help our cause.
Well, I'm sure having a town speaker in your pocket would definitely be something useful.
Yeah.
But having an enemy that could kill you in your sleep without you knowing about it, that's probably not something you want to mess with.
Well, true, but on the other side, I know a few other people that do that anyways, so I don't know. Kind of flipping a coin in this case.
He's gonna take a big swig from one of his drinks. Like, well, it's your life, not mine. You get out there and do what you want to do.
You bet.
I would say, and he kind of gives you a serious look, I can assist you in a few ways, but don't expect me to get involved any deeper than minor assistance.
I wouldn't ask any more of you that way anyways. I understand. And it's going to slide another 2 gold coins. But that aside, what can you tell me too of the, you've been here a little while, I assume at least one of these events have gone by, or at least you've known about it. What can you tell me about the event itself? How might we spring this bird?
It's quite interesting, maybe. They just depends. I know over in East Haven they like to throw them in the wilderness, either to be eaten by wolves or freeze to death. Here they just tie them to the pole. A little bit more boring, in my opinion, as you just sit there and watch them freeze and die. It's not as exciting,
pole,
you know.
Not the kind of pole work I usually like.
Same here.
Oh my god.
One over in Targos, it's variant, depending on the mood of the priestess. Is the main church of the Frost Maiden is located there.
Oh shit. Okay. Good to know.
Appreciate that. Alright. And about, onlookers, you know? How many watchful eyes do you think we're gonna have to deal with?
I would say there will be guards, plenty of them. There might even be a few of Oral's priestesses, or any of her followers there, especially to observe and give their praise to their god. And, a few commoners who watch in morbid curiosity.
Alright then. Then, we'd rather not murder the guards, that has its own repercussions in its own right, but perhaps we could, do you have anything you could procure in short term here to put them to sleep? Maybe, some sort of knockout gas or something in the way of darts. Perhaps we can subdue them, put them to sleep.
You might need quite a few, as it's in the town center, and there'll be many, many onlookers in terms of guards. It's not just one or two, but dozens and dozens.
Perhaps
If I create fog, will it make it misty enough to where people can't see too much what's happening?
So in terms of mechanics for that, that does make their perception harder, yes, and especially because it'll be like really dark. So it really depends on, like, at that point, dice rolls in terms of your stealth and their perception, how quietly you can walk through that, and like how well they can see. Right?
So perhaps maybe we just need something else for them to look at. Distraction of sorts.
I have an idea, I think, but we can talk about it later.
Alright, Johnny. Well, perhaps we'll meet back here a little later on tonight, then, if you have anything else that you could procure in that short time, and kind of slide another, so far, 7 gold, so I'm going to slide another 3 gold his way. So 10 in total. Whatever you can grab. I'll meet you back here a little later on.
He gets up and chugs his drink and puts it back on the table. Let's see what I can find.
Thanks. Gonna enjoy my drink and then... Yeah.
We'll start to walk away to go begin his business.
I'll turn back and give a nod to Ember, as I can tell that she was listening halfway through it all, and turn back to the main group. And in a low whisper, try and relay as much of that as I could. As well drinking.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Visiana, and I'm going to say, how long does your prestidigitation last for?
It will last for 1 hour.
And you can repeatedly make this spell?
Yes, I can.
How long of a range does it have?
10 feet.
How close? Oh, you have to be 10 feet near it? Shit. Okay.
You mentioned... I assume she re-mentioned
What's your idea, Holly?
Huh?
What's your idea?
Yeah, what's your intent?
I was going to say we could make a big spectacle out of the switch. And not like while they're switching, but like kind of make it seem like someone went up and like battered her face so that you couldn't tell the difference between the person.
Oh yeah, we'd like
and then make
the sacrifice.
And then use the sacrifice, maybe even like fuck up the sacrifice for real, so that when you switch them out, it looks like that way you wouldn't have to keep doing it. So like fuck up, so like pretend to fuck her up.
So you're trying to make her
the real girl, so
unrecognizable.
she looks like she's like all beaten up, and then switch her out with that girl who we beat up already.
I
Not
mean,
that
we
that's,
could,
like,
and I
fun,
could
but-
put bruises on her, actually beat up the real sacrifice, and I could put elf ears on her. And
well,
then
elf ears.
I don't
Why
know.
is the
'Cause
girl an elf?
Is she? I thought she was, or was I thinking of the wrong lady?
The speaker is an elf. Is the
Oh.
maybe I didn't
No,
hear.
the bad
Nope.
priest was an elf.
The bad
Got
priest
it,
was an elf.
never mind.
Sorry.
The sexy
Okay.
bad.
So
I
I'm wondering
also
if we fuck. So what happens? What I'm thinking is like make a wait. Can anyone make like an illusion, like a moving illusion, or no?
I only
Moving
have
illusion's
minor
pretty high.
illusion.
Oh, okay.
Major illusion when you
You
come to
know-
level 5.
Oh,
I
okay.
also have thaumaturgy though. We can make like the ground shake and like someone's voice sound really scary and maybe scare people away from the site.
I like the thaumaturgy, but perhaps we do something that really actually calls some people's attention. You know, this whole place, it's a tinderbox no matter where you go. Perhaps we actually,
I wondered if you were going to say that.
I was
yeah.
waiting for that as well. I was just like, I don't know if you guys are even going to act on this, and now you're just going to burn down the biggest city as soon as you get here.
So
I will
perhaps,
be
you know,
fully in control of it. It won't burn down.
It's just
So
funny
you
how I
want to
turned for
set
this.
the city on
Because I was
fire.
gonna say, like, if we had someone, it could be maybe one of us, like, maybe like punch her in the face or something, or
well, we
beat her
can
up,
add
and then
that
like
to the
run
flavor.
away.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
was
and
going to say,
then
yeah,
switch
go
her
ahead.
out.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
But the bad lady, whatever her name was, Bree, right? She obviously has a home of some sort, but she's not going to need it anymore. So perhaps that one, you know, just becomes a glorious bonfire for the warmth of the people, and we could use a thaumaturgy to yell out loudly, "Hey, a fire in town!" And notably, the guards, at least some, would be required to go attend.
And then cause them to sleep, and then get them up, and we'll have switched her out with someone with a battered face, and
Yeah.
maybe like have her. Did we figure out whether this Brie had blonde hair already?
Yeah, who cares?
I think we know what she looks like as far as that goes. That's not a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Because
she's
if we
probably
can make
close
her
enough.
look
Whatever.
like we can cut her hair or something to make
I
her
don't
look
think
like
you're going to
that.
find someone who looks just like the person you're.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying
Yeah.
fuck her face up.
Yeah,
Does this?
we'll
this
do
is-
that.
That way
anyways.
we don't have to.
This is just a thought, but V can change her appearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if she made herself look like the high elf and
Or a
told the guard she was switching out the prisoner at Oral's request?
Ooh,
Oh.
that's actually a good idea.
Oh,
It would
as
take a lot
like a
less
hostage,
shit.
right?
Yeah.
So
Like
that we
she
could.
said
yeah.
this one was speaking poor of Oral, and Oral has claimed her for this month instead of
That could work.
Eleanor.
I think that's an idea. I think though, considering that, in my mind, the idea that she, sacrificed her, and then maybe she thought better rather than, it's just sort of the wording I'm thinking of, and the convincing.
I'm
of
also
the
wondering
guards.
if the real Brie is going to be there already.
She might be.
She might
Yeah.
be, and that may be. It's just a thought. It's just
Yeah.
I think
But-
we can get. I think we have to get a layout of the scene once we're there.
Mm-hmm.
But
I do like that idea, and perhaps, she can, whatever way that Luciana convinces the guards that, we're swapping that. That makes a lot more sense. That we don't have to just, run into it in the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
I still think the
And
other
then we
distraction is pretty good though to disperse all the other onlookers though.
The distraction's good to get rid of the people else. I just thought having Bree dictate that they were switching it out would cause enough belief to the guards that on top of removing their current sacrifice, the new one was put in place by the priest of Oral and potentially help them call foul on the church.
Yeah. So how about the
I
order
mean, that
of
would be
events
better
like
than us beating someone up, I guess.
yeah. Well, she might be beat up anyways. Like not the wife, but the other girl's definitely gonna get beat up.
But if she wants a pretty person, then you probably wouldn't want to fuck up her face.
No, and it was just like, dude, if this Bree girl is like red hair or something, it's like it doesn't matter how much you punch them, they're probably not gonna look the same.
I was gonna say, so perhaps the order of events is 1, we go capture the Bree. 2, we set it up so that fire in the house is going to have it be an event. Fire goes off to take away some of the guards. 3, Viciana disguises herself, convinces the remaining guards that we're swapping the sacrifice. 4, make the swap. 5, save the world.
6, get waffles.
6, get waffles. Yeah, I like the waffles. We're all meeting up. There's a Waffle House over here. No, it sounds good, guys. Let's do it after the thing.
V's gonna put her hand in the middle and say, "Okay, let's go team."
Yeah.
And see if anyone else does it.
You put it in the middle. Oh, you just did this in the middle.
In the middle of the table.
Yeah.
Cal's gonna put
We
his hand
should
in.
have someone standing guard on where the speaker or the priestess or whatever actually lives, so we know if she is coming.
I'll just snap and make Mikhail appear and say,
I can knock her out.
I've got Mikhail hopefully for the night or for the sky, but I
That'll
don't
work.
mind. Yeah, I think we'll keep a couple of lookouts and a couple of distractions, and
Oh god.
hopefully we can save it.
I'm so scared. I feel like something so bad's gonna happen.
And somehow Jasmine has now become the main center point of this, and if she fucks it up, everything's ruined. So
No.
Well, I could also fuck it up.
yeah, you're starting a fire. That's easy. You just might start too big of a fire. That could be the fuck up. You might burn the town down.
We start small, right?
Yeah.
And then we
and the person who has shape water and shit who could potentially put it out is disguised as the priest. So.
I mean, I can control it. It's fine.
Yeah, we could disguise ourselves. That'll be the escape plan is we start helping people put out the fire afterwards after we're all done, right?
Yeah,
and then we just kind of disperse with the crowd as that's happening. Right?
Yeah.
We need to tell Ramsey to pack a bag and be ready at the gate to go because they're not going to be able to stay here.
Yeah, head to Tourmaline. We still need him to do that. I agree with Bjorn. I like that Bjorn that he.
Well, how fast does
continues.
word travel? Do all the towns know who's supposed to be sacrificed tonight?
No.
Oh, I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
We don't know
Okay.
for sure, but I would doubt that.
Yeah.
I'm sure they hear through the wind or whatever, as people travel that so and so was sacrificed. But I doubt it's they send a letter out to everyone the day before.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a few commoners that are probably pissed actually that she got swapped at the last minute, but it wouldn't have happened for us. But anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose if we are swapping them, then that probably would go better. But if we were faking it, they would need to get out.
Yeah, I like the idea of swapping. I think that works a whole lot better.
I would recommend they still leave the town though, based on Ramses. Yeah, they should still leave though. That's.
But maybe not tonight because people die when they're out on the new moon.
Potentially. I think as soon as his wife's in hand, we should at least leave that recommendation up to him, and he would know better. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he can secure a few personal guards and things to, and then allow himself secured travel.
So I missed what happened there because I was getting a snack. But
it's either die or die. So
do we
pick
have
what way you want to go.
This Bree girl that I'm assuming is the child murderer?
Yep.
Do we need to go get her, or what's the plan?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go grab her. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go get that job
Are
done.
we good? We're good with our tentative plan right now?
I think so. I think that's pretty good.
It could be, I guess.
I'm just scared the D&D Beyond Gods are not going to give me good rolls.
Hey, I'll tell you right now, metagaming here, we've got a nice guidance for you. We've got a bardic.
That's right. You got
This-
two,
True,
boons
true.
to give it to you, right? And if you are nicely disguised, it's quite the advantage on persuasion, right? Or deception, right? Because people would believe it. Maybe the guards are dum-dums. No.
You got a +5 to deception too.
Yeah. See, you're deceptive.
Oh, look at that. Oh, you're good to go, dude. The only way you fail this is by rolling
And not one or below 5.
what are the odds of that? What is that? I mean, 1 out of 20? That's what are we talking about?
Oh god.
Also,
Positive energy.
you should definitely mention that
So what I would like to know, actually, though, is, actually, no, never mind. We'll let it play out.
Yeah. But also, please mention too, when you're convincing these guards, that these people who are standing near you with this beat-up woman is your hired mercenaries or something of that nature, right? So there's a good reason why we're there. So, right?
Yeah. So what are you? So wait. So what is the So Mel is doing lookout, right, and giving guidance.
That won't work. Wait. How far can Mikhail go for lookout? Because guidance is a minute, right? And they have to be in touch.
Correct.
Well, we can also use Petunia to carry messages.
Yeah. Well, I could simply have Mikhail sitting on V's shoulder, and and cast guidance through him,
so,
and then have him take off at some point.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea.
I don't know if the guards would take too much mind to a priest with an evil priest with a raven on her shoulder.
Yeah, she can say that that's a messenger bird, right? Messenger bird.
Yeah. And so that gives
That's how she was told.
It gives her as much time as she may need, and then I can have Mikhail take off for looking around there. And then what? So you're gonna be with V and the Bree and Cal.
Yeah, I assume this afternoon we're gonna go beat up and get Bree, and then it's evening, right? We're gonna prep for all this, so we'll all be available to be around.
I'm just saying who's like actually in the scene of the evening. Is it you're going up? You're gonna be like near the stage with V. Ember will be starting a fire somewhere.
I think we could set up the fire to set itself with a timed candle. That's pretty easy.
True. And then I'm nowhere near it to be blamed.
That's right.
That's probably smarter, yeah. Okay. And then whoever will
I just have to stop the fire.
Yeah,
that's right.
Okay. And then who am I missing? Oh, Lulu and Bjorn, right? So
yeah, we can all of us except for the one lookout for the real priest lady. I forget their names. Anyways, so we only need one person actually not there. Everyone else can be there because we can time the rest of it.
Yeah, it might be good to have Lulu at least stay with me so that we could send a message to whoever needs the warning if needed as well.
Do I have to sound like the speaker? Or, I mean, not the speaker, the high priest?
Your precipitation can change that sort of thing too. You can change your voice because you've heard her voice.
V will say, just to make sure, I'll address you all as mercenaries who were necessary for tonight's task, and Oral's not pleased with this woman specifically and wants to claim her as sacrifice.
Did you write that out in Microsoft Word?
Wait, what?
Maybe you commissioned us to get Bree. That's
What does Bjorn need to do? Should he just be around?
Yeah, you're the muscle.
You could be muscle. You could help bring. You could bring help the mercenary be up there with them because I would just like at least one person, and Lulu might be the best, or Petunia, because when I go into Mikhail, I am. Mel is blind and deaf when she's looking.
That's right. Yeah. So
it would be nice to have at least somebody near me. And
right. Okay.
I feel like Bjorn would be good for getting Eleonora to like tell her what's going on, get her to the gates, get her out of there, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could probably carry her and dash.
Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. Break. Let's go beat up a whore.
Yeah. I will definitely
we don't have to beat her up anymore if we're just switching them.
Well, she's not going to come willingly.
She's not going to come willingly.
Oh, no.
We're going to have to beat her up a little bit.
Should I cast sleep on her?
Oh, yeah, you could just do that.
So what is the plan of assault here on this woman in her house?
Now I feel like sleep is probably the best idea.
Word.
Yeah,
we could say it's time for you to be with your child, you bitch.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna go scout out the house.
Yeah,
or we could just cover her mouth. Why don't we just cover her mouth? Have her
busting in the front door.
Yeah, bound and gagged, and just drag her to the square.
I think.
Let me go in and be like, nah.
Well,
So
we
just-
probably
we
want
should.
to-
I would assume we'd want to keep her in the house, in her own house, until then, because where are we gonna bring her? You know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I also don't think it's normal to bound and gag someone and drag them across the snow in front of people. Yeah.
Right.
No, we're
Um,
going to. Yeah, I would assume. I assume we go probably into the house stealthily. We probably want to go into the house and do everything honestly at night. Well, when people are off the streets, and
Well, we
then
understand. Yeah.
and immediately bring her there. That's
yeah,
my
maybe-
thought. Because if we try to break in the house during the day-ish, it's like
So we
We
go
might
in
blow
at
it.
dinner time.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
go
we
in,
just-
whenever it might. Yeah, that's probably fair. And then,
Yeah.
because I mean, Eleanor is going to freeze to death pretty quickly, but she's not going to freeze to death like within an hour of her being there, right? It's probably like closer to 2 or 3. So as long as we don't leave her there,
Yeah.
we can
Yeah.
probably still save her fine.
Okay.
So,
So, considering it's maybe the afternoon at the moment, and we're gonna go at dinner time, so we gotta chill.
Did we need to do anything before that?
Yeah. We just gotta meet up back here.
Nick,
For Johnny
can you go back
to see if
the
he's got-
game?
oh yeah, sorry. There's nothing. We're not anywhere at the moment, but we're just
We're
jumping around
just staring
the
at the
city,
town. But let's say we,
I-
after we go grab Bree, someone's gotta meet up here with Johnny, see if he's got any other info and supplies, before the event.
All right. So what do you? Okay. So at -30 degrees Celsius, hypothermia can occur at 10 minutes. Death can occur in under an hour in extremely cold conditions. People die of hypothermia faster in water than in air. Obviously that. So you have about an hour before she would perish.
So, I think that's plenty of time. Because she probably wouldn't be brought there naked, because she'd die before she got to the center of town. So they probably strip her naked when she gets there. So I assume she's clothed.
And I would assume, like, at what point in the day does it get cold enough to where that would happen in that amount of
So
time?
most times it is around -40 at all times.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus
so it's
Christ.
already that
Yeah.
cold.
even in this city with the walls up for the wind and stuff.
I mean, like
It's negative. I mean, also whatever. It's like whatever time you give us is that's what we'll shoot to. So if it's an
Yeah.
hour, that's
Yeah.
fine. We don't need to nitpick.
This
No,
is
no,
the
no.
book sets a general temperature for the entirety of 10 towns. So if we want to get like
No,
technical
that's fine.
about
No,
stuff,
no.
sure,
If you
yeah.
tell us your job as the DM, tell us how long you think we have until she's gonna die from the moment she's out there and
Yeah.
and if we can also if we could gather what time she's likely to be brought out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
we
just-
need to have
I
her
would like
ready
to
to
avoid a
go.
situation where we come up with this whole plan and then we get there and it's like, oh, we were 20 minutes late. That would be
Right.
All right,
that
so
would
we'll do something for that. But let me get the order of operations down here. One is meet with Johnny.
we did.
No, dude, we gotta go
you
get
getting-
Bree first. Bree
Bree
first.
first, then meeting with Johnny.
Yeah, because Johnny we told him we'd meet him before the event, but in the later evening, giving him enough time to gather whatever he could. Right.
I heard.
Wait, we're gonna try to. So somebody's gonna stay with Bree in the house, or we try to bring her to. Like that seems wrong, right?
Yeah,
We
could knock her
We
out.
can't meet. Well, yeah, but how are we gonna bring her to across?
Roll her up in a
town?
carpet.
That was only last minute.
We're gonna bring a body across all of.
No,
the
we
city
bring in a
to-
carpet
to
across the
We're
city.
already pretending
To
to be
a tavern.
mercenaries.
So
like-
I mean, I'm just trying to say it if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That seems like a huge risk thrown out there. Very
Yeah.
soon. That's very risky.
I'm
operation.
sure I could convince anybody who wants to come along and ask that this lady has already been charged.
Is it-
There were rumors, many
And-
people rumors flying about how she and her husband and a child, a thing that happened.
Sure.
And she's.
Is it necessary to do them in this order, or can we not meet with Johnny and then beat her up and take her to the ceremony?
The thing is, Johnny might be able to offer us some more information, as well as some other supplies that might aid in dealing with the guards or otherwise.
No, and I understand, but can we
Oh,
not
okay.
meet with him before going to Bree?
Oh,
Why do we need to knock her out, then bring her to the tavern to meet with Johnny? Was all I was asking.
I was thinking about the timing of giving Johnny more time.
Okay.
That's
Did
all.
he give
We
you
didn't
a
state
time
any
to meet?
particular time. I just
Hmm.
said meet him this evening.
Okay.
So
Okay.
ah,
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. I guess then I would defer to the DM because that didn't happen. We don't know the time here and stuff like that.
Either which way these two go, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I think bringing a body across town offers more complications than not. So if we could not do that, that's probably better. But if the timing doesn't allow us to, because of what time schedule was set up with Johnny, then I guess we either take that risk or some people stay with the body. That's I'm not saying we can't get away with dragging a body in a carpet across town. I'm just saying that seems like potentially unnecessary risk that we could avoid. And we're doing something that's already pretty risky and delicate.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not topple it before we get to the fun part of V fucking it up. So
I can try talking to her in the time that you go talk to Johnny and warming up to her, gaining her trust.
Because we're just gonna beat her up anyways.
So that's just my thought. If we want to, so I guess that's my 2 cents. I've put it out there.
So let me.
No, I think so too. I think we should.
All right. So these details aside, I have 2 questions. One, when you are actually, aside from V disguising yourself, what are you looking to do? So you're looking to set something on fire, to create a distraction. What are you looking from Johnny? Like, what is the supplies that you would most like to have from Johnny? And then 2, how are you approaching this woman's house? Are you just kicking down her front door? Are you trying to sneak in and bound and gag her? Is it the SWAT raid or is it like an assassination? Like, which way are we going?
We're going to go assassination. So Callus is very used to this style of espionage, getting into people's homes and gathering what he needed to. So he's totally down for that. Easy job.
But how? Are you knocking on the front door, going in the window?
I'm assuming he's going to try to sneak in.
Yeah, we haven't scoped the house out and stuff like that, but I think Kaiser just wants to know sneaky or brawly, what are we doing?
Kind of speed this up a little bit to get to the part that we want to do, and also understand what I'm going to have to expect in terms of playing this out, right?
So yeah, short would be yes. He's gonna go sneaky. I don't know. I'm not sure whether it'll be just Callus or multiple people, but at the very least, we're doing it sneaky, one way or another. Preferably, we would like to not have to drag her body across town twice and only want to do it once. But if timing doesn't work out because of whatever conversations happen with Johnny, then so be it. But that would be ideal. Would be get the stuff from Johnny, knock her out, go there, and then do the switcheroo.
If Callus is the only one doing that, if you want to do it simultaneously by splitting, which I think this is an okay time to do that.
No, he also doesn't. He need to be with Johnny. I feel like so. It's kind of
all of you are.
Yeah, anybody could pick up the stuff.
Okay, he's okay with anyone. Then okay, that's fine.
Johnny's pretty smart about knowing that we're all part of that crew.
Who else is sneaky? Do you want some backup potentially? Or
I would like one other person, but anybody else who feels like they can be sneaky, cool. But
I'm sneaky.
One more is a rogue. Bjorn is a sneaky hunk of a man apparently with his +2 stealth.
I mean, we all have pretty good decks except V. She's the only one who's not stealthy.
Not decks, yeah. So Ember has the highest out of
Yeah.
Okay, so then definitely at least Ember. I mean, I've got. I don't know. It might be nice to have a spellcaster with you just in case, but.
I'm not worried about that. I can.
Okay.
Aside from myself being able.
I mean,
to
we can always be waiting outside for you, and then if we hear a scuffle, we can go in.
Yeah, just one person, another person aside from Ember.
Yeah, I think
outside.
I'll go with them, and I'll just keep a close range, but not actually sneak up to the house, and just kind of
the lookout.
Sit on a bench. I'll do lookout roll again. But yeah.
All right.
But again, we do also kind of want this to be happening downtime in the evening, preferably streets are maybe not fully clear, but clear enough kind of a thing.
Yeah, what time did they usually bring out sacrifices?
Yeah, we didn't know that, yeah.
That's a good question.
Well, we asked for that information, which is what Johnny's supposed to be relaying.
Oh.
It's also what Ramsey should have told us right in the beginning when we asked him all about the sacrifices.
He might not know that detail.
It's not like midnight. It is still early earlier in the evening because it does have to take place during the new moon. It's not like something that's like a New Year's Eve thing.
Right.
It's just done later at night during the day of the new moon. So I'm going to say, just based on your time periods, everything you want to do. So what time is it now? It's
Say 1 o'clock by the time we're all starting to do deciding
Yeah.
these things.
So I'm gonna say, once you split up that
I'm gonna feed my
direction,
cat. I'll be right back. I'm still.
Alright. So that's, you're splitting up, doing that. Let's say they do it late dinner time, because it's not like something they're trying to hide. Like,
Yeah.
it is also a bit of a fear factor of the control, and kind of what you
Mhm.
mentioned, and maybe they relay that information to you. It is something that they are willing to be visible. So maybe people are still awake during this instance. If people want to watch, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
Mhm.
But so let's say 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is when it begins. By 9, she's dead.
All right.
If nothing is done.
Okay.
The crew beating up Bree, make sure you set the fire trap thing to go off.
Mhm. Yeah. So I can describe how that would work, but I'll wait until the moment. It's very
Yeah.
easy to set up. Anyways.
All right. So what do you want from Johnny in terms of supplies? Like, what are you trying to do with his supplies? Are you looking for more distractions? Are you talking like smoke bombs? Are you talking like?
If he could provide a smoke bomb, that would be cool. But I'm actually looking for something more of like knockout juices and or darts or something to, if we need to put someone to sleep real quick, to stop a fight or stop commotions going on. Smoke bombs, although they help stop a scene, right? I think Johnny would understand that we're looking for less visual and more.
That's why I'm asking you what you want. So Johnny brings back the right stuff.
Yeah. So I'm looking for sleeping darts or oils or something that we could like cloth people and they'd be just knocked right out, just poof, right? So
Chloroform.
Chloroform, that's the one. Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get this roll. Who's gone? Holly's gone.
Holly's listening, but she's just can't talk.
Yeah, Holly's with the northern group, so I'll start with the southern group since she's not here. Okay, so we got the two rogues and Mel. So you guys approach the house. Ember and Callus. Mel, you're hanging back like a block or so, just observing, hanging out.
Yeah, I've got Mikhail just kind of doing some eye flights, some little flies overhead.
Okay, so Mikhail's flying around overhead, and you guys approach the house. So the house she lives in, this area is, like he mentioned, kind of a slum. It's probably the poorest area in all of Bryn Shander. Things are more worn down here. You see sketchy people everywhere. Not really, sorry, not everywhere, but the people that you do see, probably people that you want to avoid, just at first glance.
So I blend right in.
So with that stated, she lives on the second floor of this house in front of you. So the house is obviously not in fantastic condition, but it's kind of like the attic room type deal of where she's staying. There are windows on both floors, and it is a standard style of like a triangle shaped slanted roof.
Okay. From taking a look at the house itself, you mentioned she lives on the second floor. Do we notice anybody else in the home from at a distance at the moment while we're just kind of peering at it? Does it look like anybody else also lives there?
Talking about the first or second floor? You're looking at the first windows?
First floor.
All right. So as of now, it doesn't look like you can see anybody.
All right. I don't think I'll need this later, so I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself. I'm gonna try and get to that second story window, and once it opens, Ember, that's your cue to come and follow me.
Got it.
All right.
All right.
So I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself before approaching the house, and then I'm gonna, as stealthily as I can, acrobat my way up to the second story and try and check about those windows.
Okay. So we'll do just that. We'll have you roll an acrobatics check. I'm going to roll with the stealth rolls that that video you sent, so I'm not going to do a one big stealth roll. If you need to roll stealth because something happens, we're going to roll stealth for each instance.
Cool.
So I think that's fun.
Yeah. Alright. So, go bouncing around, and I do a very poor job. Maybe it's pretty icy on these ledges. So I rolled a 5.
Oh, God.
Oh God.
Well, I rolled a 2 and I got my plus 3.
At least it wasn't
Here
in
we
that one.
go.
Yep. Good start. So yeah, as you start to climb, one of the boards of the house kind of snaps under your foot and you fall straight to the ground. Let's see. From the house directly behind you, adjacent to the one you're looking into, you can see somebody peering out of the window. Ember, at this point, I need a stealth check.
Okay. Hold on. Stealth.
Okay.
Great. It was very close to hitting a 1, but
That's better than mine.
Okay. Okay. So as they peer out the window, Callus, as you hit the ground, what do you do?
Alright. So I don't. I'm pretty sure that nobody can see me or anything, so it's all just sound and perhaps a little bit of fluffling around and things. But taking a second look at the building itself and checking my surroundings to see if I noticed any other movement in the house before simply making second attempt. So if
this person, so this person is looking out the window, kind of at what happened, and you're walking around looking at the house.
The person is walking around, or
no, the person is looking out the window toward what happened.
Okay.
First of all, you can notice that he looks over toward Ember. I say, "Oi, what was that? You trying to climb that? Who was that? There's a massive body
No
print
idea.
in the snow.
I thought that was you.
What you talking about?"
I heard it too. I came out to investigate.
Give me a deception roll.
Okay.
This person is not from the home that we're trying to invade. He's a neighbor?
He is the neighbor.
Okay.
For my roll, nobody walked from your house. So did you see where he went?
No, I was too late.
I just see some footprints in a massive print in the snow.
I'm gonna try and since I'm nearby.
Sorry, before you go, Chad, I just want to make sure we clarify. This guy is now standing outside the house near Ember, or what?
Sorry, he's looking from his window. He is not.
Okay, that's what I want to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So he's still at the house. Okay. All right.
Ollie, just mute for a sec. Ollie.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he opened noise. He just opened his window to check. Ember's stealth roll was too low, so he caught Ember.
Sure.
Ember, he rolled low on his insight into Ember's deception, so Ember.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure whether he was in the house or not was also okay. Cool. Go ahead.
All right. So that's it. He's he just kind of closes his window and then returns to what he was doing.
Keep it together, Callus.
Thank you. All right. If another person comes out, just tell them it was the invisible dwarves. You know they're going about anyway. So And I'm gonna try and take a good look at the surroundings of the house. Quickly check. Is there a back door to the place?
No.
Okay. So after seeing that, I'm gonna make a second attempt to jump up and try and get up there.
Okay, go ahead.
Whee!
Oh my god.
Maybe we ought to send Ember.
Yeah, maybe I do this.
So, something similar happens again.
Now I'm hiding. I don't know. Like, can I hide?
You notice the front door of the house that you're climbing open. At least Mel would. I don't know if Callus, because Callus is on the. Are you on the side, or where are you climbing from? Were you in the back, the side, the front?
You tell me where the window is of the second floor. Is it side, front,
I was kind of going with in between the two houses, like the neighbors,
Okay.
so kind of the side yard.
So yeah, I'm in the middle of the side of the house.
So Callus wouldn't see the door open. Mel would see the front door open, and somebody kind of walk out and observe. Ember, another stealth check.
Damn it. Callus.
Alright, we gotta roll. Yeah, go ahead. You're fine.
Hey, let me roll perception on this person.
Yeah,
See.
I was
Okay,
deciding whether I wanted Mikhail to do. I was just trying to think if I wanted Mikhail to do something, but I think at this point I'll have him kind of land, kind of over where. I think I'll just have him kind of land where Callus fell, and just kind of have him like do his little mimicry and just say like door open.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll have him fly back off.
All right. Do we know what this person looks like as exiting the house?
I guess Mel would. Ember, I guess Ember would as well from her vantage point because she is in line of sight, which is why she had the stealth.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody except for Callus would know.
Yep.
Is it the woman we're looking for?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
That's what I was asking it for.
It would be the woman you're looking for.
All right.
Excellent. Now what?
Well, I don't know. You guys can. Well, I don't know if Mel wants to. Well, Mel can keep it
At this point, everyone's to roll initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone?
No, there are 3 people involved in this combat.
Yeah, just us, so we can sort of have a time log.
Yeah, so that way it's more so that way we kind of have an order of what's going on.
Okay, 13 for myself. So I guess the best thing I can do is still try and get into the house. Now, since would I have heard the door open? And
probably would have actually.
I had Mikhail come down.
I told you anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So and since we'd known earlier that there wasn't anyone else particularly in the house, is there windows on the ground floor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna try one of those windows before trying to jump up to the second floor, since I don't think anyone's watching the window.
All right. So first up is Ember. Ember, as you see this woman.
It's not usually the things I'm involved in. So what should I do?
You see this woman
exactly
in the house. You do notice she is armed. She is not. She is fully trying to defend from intruders.
What's up, bitch?
You don't have to say anything and do anything with her. Just to know that either she went back inside or not. That's all we need to do is knock her out inside. Doesn't really matter.
What was your stealth roll? An 18?
18,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See
so
if she notices you or not.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, Kate, the thing you want to do on your turn if you're not sure what to do is, I would say first thing is gather like the information, right? Understand from the DM, where are you? Where is she? Does she see you? Right? Do you know? And then you can kind of from there decide, okay, do you want to try to engage with her, run away, flank around a side? Like, you need to gather, especially when we're playing like this where there's not a map. You want to get all the information you can, and then
Actually, I think I have a map that might actually work. I do not have a token for this woman, so I'm just going to use a replacement one.
yeah, if you
Okay, we
a
don't
map,
have to. We
But
don't have to have a
this-
map for this. That's fine.
I have a map that kind of actually has this layout. Funny
It-
enough,
Okay.
if you want a
Perfect.
map,
Well,
I'm
either
fine
way,
without it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is fine. It's just I'm just trying to give Kate at least some pointers on like, hey, I don't want you to have us tell you what to do, right? You can make calls, and if it fucks up, it fucks up. That's the nature
Yeah.
of the game.
Yeah,
I think
already
just
fucked up
usually
twice.
my only
Yeah,
thing when we do roll for initiative is just to shoot
Right.
something,
Yeah.
and I did not
Yeah.
think that was the best course of action here.
No, an
Oh.
initiative just means
Well,
you
good.
can do actions. You can always ask the DM as an action to do something that is not an attack or something directly. He will tell you whether or not you can do it as an action, but you can
Mhm.
always ask him, like, in this case, like, do you want to throw a rock to the other side so she gets distracted, right? Or
Ah.
whatever it may be. Like, do you want to start a fire in the bush to distract? You can do whatever you want, but you can always ask the DM. So don't be scared of at least asking the DM if you can do something, and he'll tell you whether or not you can. And sometimes he might tell you whether or not that's a good idea. But
Yeah.
It is very open, like he's saying, so you can do
Yeah.
anything you want.
Yeah.
A little bit of information, just so you don't have to ask. Mel, like you're probably about a house or two away, a block down. I will say the house next to you, you're kind of near that house that the guy came out of, Ember, and you found a nice place to hide there, or at least you are trying to hide with your stealth roll. So you are one house over the neighboring house, kind of staring from the right side to the left right now. You're on the left side looking to the right, kind of eastward, the front door. So you are looking the side view of the house as you see this woman leave the front door. Callus is out of your view at this point, as he is on the side of the house, kind of in between the two houses in like a little alleyway, all laying on the ground.
Not that anyone can see me
fallen.
anyways, but yeah.
Callus is only in view of Mel. So if you imagine it like a plus sign, Mel is at the top, Callus is at the bottom, you're on the left, and the woman is on the right. And in between each of those is kind of a house or something blocking vision.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did we establish if she can see me or not?
You don't know.
You don't know.
You have to wait for her turn.
Yeah, but not likely.
Okay. So, I guess I'll throw a rock in a different direction to kind of just distract her or something.
So what are you aiming for? Are you just throwing it at her head? Are you throwing it at a window?
At her
just-
stupid head.
Are you throwing it
God.
in the air, hoping she looks up a bit, thinking it's a shooting star?
I'll throw it at the side of a house, so it makes a noise but doesn't draw out more people necessarily. Because I think shattering glass would probably draw out more people.
Yeah.
But
So you just want to hit the side of the house, trying to make a noise.
yes, but not near
Okay.
any of us.
Okay, so you're aiming somewhere else. Let me get a ranged attack with your short bow.
Okay. How do I do?
Just click on
you
attack.
you plus 7.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're shooting your bow. I'm using it because you're throwing something, and I'm taking it as a ranged attack.
Oh, okay.
19. Okay, so you successfully hit your target where you want to, off in the distance. And the woman. And the woman looks that direction. So the opposite of where all of you are.
Which means she probably doesn't see me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could intuit that.
Next
Yeah.
up is Callus.
All right. So yeah. So the window in you said there were no windows on my level.
There is a window on your level. There are
Okay.
windows on both floors.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna check this window to see if I can see if it's something I can get into.
Are you trying to open it like normally, or are you trying to be stealthy about it?
Oh, I'm trying to be stealthy about it. Yeah.
Right.
I want to slip in.
All right, slide a hand on the window.
All right. 14.
Okay, you can open it. I'm going to roll perception for the woman to see if she hears or notices anything.
Mm-hmm. Who might be also distracted because of said stone.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I remember.
Alice is looking for every opportunity.
Open the window.
Yeah. So I've opened the window, and I'm gonna, I guess since it's on the ground floor, I could just walk in as stealth as I can, and I'm going to now do I see her as I come inside?
So she is like standing out the front door on the porch, like not really the porch, but like on the door is open and she's standing in front of it. So you would see like
Right.
her back.
Okay, so I see her back, but I could see where she's looking. Yes.
Yeah.
And is she looking in the direction I'm coming in?
No, she's still looking at the wall or the stone
Excellent.
house.
So I'm going to close the window almost all the way, but leaving it open just ever a sliver to so that that ember can come along. And I'm going to. What does the room look like I'm in? Like, what type of room am I in?
It's essentially just think of like a studio apartment, but just shit. So a bed, a stove, like a pot, something to cook on, maybe some tables and chairs, and just kind of tattered in a mess.
All right. I'm gonna go put myself in the very corner of the room, far away from the door as possible, but corner of a room, corner of the wall, away from everything, so I am out of any particular walking paths.
So the door is in the center of the front of the house. Directly behind it in the back of the house would be a ladder leading to the second floor. All the way on the far side, opposite the window you came in, would be the bed. You kind of entered in from where the cooking pot would be, and then maybe like some tattered chairs and table or whatever. So you go, I'm assuming you just want to go to the far side away from the ladder and the front door then.
Yeah. So if the ladder's at the back of the house, maybe I would be to the left of the ladder, let's say, and to that corner of the room.
All right. Anything else?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my action. No, I've already done an action. I guess bonus action hide. I guess, although I'm invisible, but hide. And waiting to see with my partners to see if they come on in the house, so I don't have to assault her by myself.
I think. How far am I from there, like footage wise?
Let me look at this one. Let me see. So if they're here,
Did part of me is tempted to just have Mikhail land on her and cast inflict wounds? By the way, just
I'd say probably about.
I'm going to, but yeah.
I'd say probably about 110 feet.
Okay, I'm trying to do some math in my head. Dang, I can't get within range. I will. I think what I'll do is I'll just start, kind of walking towards her house, but like just down the street. I don't know if I'll get to her in this turn. If I do, I'll just sort of like kind of wave at her, like with like a half smile, and then just continue walking past her house a little bit.
So
I don't know how far I'll get there or not, but I'm not running or anything. I'm just kind of walking that direction. I was potentially going to try to get in range to cast command, but I don't think I can by mechanics wise. I
I
can't.
would say like you're close enough. I mean, I don't know, unless Mel likes the wave from a distance. But
Well, it's a 60-foot cast range on command, so that's why I was like, I'd have to move 30 feet and then still be within 60. If I'm at 110, I'm like outside, and that's fine. So I'm just telling you, if in that case, I'm just moving towards them to help if I need to, but I'm not directly interacting. Is
I
all.
could have run over as an animal, casted sleep.
so you have you've done that. So you've slowly moved toward the house. All right. So the woman.
Yep.
Okay. Do some rules here. All right. So she looks at the house where the rock hit, and begins to leave her front yard area and walking out into the main street, and begins looking left and right. And she's going to walk. She's going to walk in the direction of Mel and Ember. She is brandishing what seems to be in her hand a short sword.
Gotta get her back in the house somehow.
Well, I wanted to use command for it, was the hope, but couldn't get within range. So
she's
Well,
also
she's walking to you.
she's also not like sprinting down the road. She's kind of walking toward the edge of her house in a way. So she left her front house. Yeah, she's walking kind of toward the neighbor's house.
Can I use message to ask like Mel, Ember, Callus how it's going?
Isn't there a range on that?
I have no idea.
120 feet.
120 feet. Yeah, you're like thousands of feet away.
Yeah.
Rip.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going so we can get the other people back in here at some point.
Back up top to Ember.
Yeah.
Okay, so how close am I to her now that she's walking my direction?
Probably about 40 feet. Or actually 30 feet.
Okay, so I think I'm probably best just staying hidden.
Yeah, use the wait and see approach to see if she actually just goes back in the house.
Yeah, because I don't think I can move anywhere towards her house right now with her headed this way, so I think I'll just have to stay hidden.
All right, Callus, are you gonna do the same? And wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a permanent wait until I see her walking in the door. So if my turn shows up,
well, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. We can keep playing and see what she does. Mel, are you gonna continue walking that direction?
Yeah, and if I get within range, I think I want to cast command. I'm trying to think of like what to do here because it's like one word.
Using your full movement this turn, you should be able to get in range with it this turn.
How does that look though? Like when you cast command, right?
Well, I don't know. It's a verbal spell. I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, but that's the point, is to say like, hey, there's some magician who's just going command, blah, 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 or is it more of like whatever? I don't know. So that's just my question.
I mean, it's in my head. Yeah, it's one, I have Warcaster, so at the very least, I don't need to use somatic components, so I don't need to like do ninjutsu signs in order to cast spells. But I also I don't know, because I assume most spells that have a verbal component have a verbal component, but command is a weird one where you're saying a spell. You're saying the command is this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like what you're saying is the spell. So I don't know if you say something on front of it, but that probably. I think this is the first time we're using it.
I used it as Lorelei, and I always just said
I just think it's the word. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, the point is though is she's gonna be sitting there shouting it in the middle of the street, going, "Go inside," or is it something that she can whisper, or is there other effects that are
the way I always rule, or the way I think about spells, and what I've read is basically. Any verbal component spell is just you say the spell at normal speaking volume, And if you want to try to whisper, you would need to do some sort of a DC, because there is a whole sub thing of meta magic for sorcerers is subtle spell, which basically lets you get away from that. So you shouldn't just be able to say I cast quietly. But also with a spell like command, I'm just talking to her, right?
Right.
So and I also don't know how command works, if I can, because it's only one word and she has to do what that word says.
Just say return.
Yeah, I've got return. That's like the best word, I guess. Yeah, that's probably pretty good.
Inside?
I thought inside, but I'm like, is that an action she can do? Because it's up to the DM, and Kaiser's a fickle bitch, so I gotta make sure.
I was gonna be nice, but now
I'm just kidding.
Now he says, "Fuck you, man."
What I wanted to do originally definitely was gonna be like,
she's gonna cast fireball on her turn.
I just kind of wanted to say to her, "Oh, it's quite cold out here. We should probably return inside." And for inside I'm gonna cast command on that.
Can you speak a whole sentence with that?
Well, I think you can, but the only thing she is doing as far as the spell goes is inside. She does not have to listen to the part before in terms of taking the action. So the way it works is it says it's up to the DM on what that means the target does. It's
sure, that's fine.
That's up to you. So
all right, so she's got a Wisdom 13 saving throw on your command, and that's what you're gonna say.
Yep, inside is her command. I was just raising it more for like flavor and not so I just yell inside at her.
Are you trying
and that way,
to?
if she saves, then she'll just be like, "No."
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. She could say something outside of that responding to me, but.
All right, she got a 11, so she fails. And she will do exactly what you said.
Nice.
Right.
So on her turn, she is next. She will nod toward Mel and make her way back inside of the house and close the door. How long does this last? One round?
It's her turn. Yeah, on her turn. That's it. Yeah,
so does she realize that she's been told this?
It doesn't say like the charm spell does. Oh wait, let me double check. No, I was trying to see if it says the target is charmed, which would then trigger that, but it doesn't. I mean, it just says speak a one-word command. They must succeed. I don't think they do. I don't think they know like the way charm does.
The only reason I'm asking is because it's like she's out there like looking for something, investigating something, and then she just kind of drops it to return. And then what happens after she makes that action? Does she like remember what she was doing, or does she just stop? And that's kind of what
I feel like she wouldn't forget what she's doing.
She didn't forget what she was doing.
I'd just roll on her own curiosity whether or not she wants to return to pursuing
it. Rolling for, yeah. So like I rolled what I rolled, she goes back to the house. And I guess that's her turn. So we'll take her. That's what I was kind of asking, if she knew you did it, so that way, her attention might switch.
Right.
Maybe it's just playing on the fact that she's cold and like just kind of nudging that part of her thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like she wants to return inside because she's cold.
Yeah, we'll go back to Ember.
Yeah.
And I'll play that out on her turn next time. What she does next. So she has returned in the house. The door is closed. Callus is in the back corner. Ember is hiding in the house in front of the house next door, and Mel is pretty close to Ember at this point.
All right. So I would sneak over to the house and like towards the window where Callus went in.
Mm-hmm. So you want to go through that window?
Yeah. But I want to peek inside first and make sure she's like, not standing right there.
So she is kind of staring like kind of in the middle of the house. She's walked in, she's closed the door, and she's like kind of returning to the house, and I'll say she sat down in a chair.
Damn it.
Before she realizes what she does next.
All right. So I will just kind of creep over the house and like crouch beneath the window out of sight so that when she goes upstairs, I'm like nearby.
Okay. All right. Alice, you're next.
She's coming to the house, yeah?
She's now sitting at a table.
Okay. The ladder in the back of the house there. It just leads up to the second floor. Is it like a ladder you use like a what am I thinking about here? Like a fireman's kind of ladder, or is it more like steps, or what?
It's more of a fireman's kind of ladder.
Okay. And above it, I would assume it's just like a square opening to the second floor.
Much like a trap door looking like thing, yeah.
Okay.
Like
is that section open? Like is it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab. Is she looking in any of my direction at all?
Let's see which way she's facing. I don't know. I guess I'll roll on that, which way the table's going. 1, 2, 3, 4. She is looking toward the front door, so she has her back to you.
Okay. So, with that, because I'm still want to have Ember in the room with me before I pop this off. So I'm gonna grab. There's probably something nearby around me, or I can. I don't know. Do I have something in my pouch? I don't know. Do I have something cool in my pouch? I can just chuck it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my hatchet out of my inventory, which is cool. I should have that. And it's a wonderful throwing tool, and I'm gonna throw that through the hole up the ladder there to hit basically the ceiling. My aim is to basically just make noise upstairs on the second floor.
Okay.
Right.
Give me a ranged roll.
Ranged roll. Wee-hee. That one. Man, I should have done some rolls before this.
Dude, these dice rolls are so rough right now. They're making this so hard.
Yep, it is. You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration before anything here. I'm gonna re-roll that. Yeah, I just prayed to the gods for a moment.
Give him a 2.
Fuck. This is an 18 and bounces to a 4.
Jesus Christ. Hey,
That's a lot better.
To be fair, he's just trying to hit a hole.
Yeah. Through the hole. All right.
The hole's big.
Oh my god. Oh man.
I'm just saying this hole's a really big. It's a pretty big hole, right? A person gets through it, and a hatchet's kind of small. So I mean, physics says it doesn't have to be. It's What's the hole's AC, Kaiser?
Well, it was 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I was like, I don't even know if it goes below a 10.
Yeah. I had a +5 too. I didn't have to roll high.
It was a 10 to make it through the hole.
Yeah.
I mean, you have rolled. I don't think you've rolled above a 5 on this thing yet, right?
Nope.
Oh, you have to slide a hand. You had to open the window. You did open the window this time.
Oh yeah.
Once you actually get stuck like on the edge, kind of where the ladder connects to the bottom. So
sweet. So she has a visual of hatchet just sitting there suddenly.
Mel, it's your turn.
I'm gonna. Is there anyone around me?
Would be a hell of a distraction.
I don't know. Let's look.
Like, is there anyone that can see me right now?
There's a couple of people that are just kind of chilling, but they don't look like they give a fuck about anything, to be honest.
Would they notice if I were to cast a spell of sorts?
Who knows?
Probably, depending on what you're casting.
Yeah. There's no verbal components to this, though.
All right, what is it?
And it's somatic, which I don't have to do because I'm Warcaster. I just want to cast Mold Earth and lift about like 3 feet of earth in front of her door so it doesn't open.
Oh god. whether people were paying attention to you or not, and certainly they'd notice a big blob of dirt showing up above a door.
I don't know, but I mean, if they're not paying if they're not paying super close attention, there's no verbal component. I'm not shouting anything or moving my hands in a certain way.
There's no bulldozer.
Just a
Sweet.
very silent bulldoze
I
action.
don't know. I'm outside the building and I'm trying to help best I can. So
All right. So you can cast that in your mold earth. Is that all you're
But
gonna do?
does the door open in or out?
don't know, but it definitely can't open out now. I'll tell you that much.
It definitely opens outward.
It can't go out.
Yes.
There we
and
go.
then
When she initially
will-
went out, it was outward. So
I will just walk quickly at a little quicker pace and just kind of give Ember like a nod of sorts, and then just keep going and like get a little bit down the road because I was the only one on the road, and yeah, there's now a mound of dirt there that I do not want people.
Okay.
So a couple of people that are kind of sitting across the street just drinking, like, "Holy shit, mate! You see that? Like, that was pretty cool." And then you go back to drinking.
Sweet.
Cool.
All
right.
All right. So the woman immediately jumps out of her chair and immediately notices the hatchet behind her in the thing, and you can see her kind of almost in a stealthy position, with both hands holding her sword, looking around the house. So she is in full perception mode, trying to see where the hell this hatchet came from. And we're back to Ember.
So there's still not a damn thing I can do if she's going to perceive me the second I get there.
I mean, unless you're just going full on gung ho, if you jump through the window and Callus just goes on invisible and you all just try to hit her and like call it a day. Because at this point, Mel has gotten pretty close to you to where she could probably react on her turn.
Yeah. Technically, you're still from stealth. The thing's open, right?
You will get your turn before she does something.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you can run in, grab her, you could shoot an arrow at her, you could swing a sword at her. You know Callus is in there at this point.
That's the point of initiative, yes. So it's like, because of that, you get your full turn before she can have a reaction.
Correct. Yeah.
You can also do something called like holding an action.
Really?
Yeah. So if you want to wait for Callus's turn or for Mel's turn, you can hold your action for their turn, and say like, when Callus does this, I'm going to do this. So if Callus jumps out and tackles her, you say, I will do it at the same time as Callus does, and then you guys can do it in that kind of manner.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if Callus jumps out and tackles her, then I will jump in through the window. But until then, I think I'm just gonna stay.
Callus?
Okay. Alright, so it's my... Alright. So she's in range and stuff like that. So, to finish this up, because I can tell that everything is on hold. So Callus is gonna stealthily pull out his big sword. He's gonna walk up, and he's gonna go, and he's doing non-lethal but still damage to knock her out. So still whatever against her AC, but it should be because I'm invisible. Should be with advantage to just attack, basically.
Earn her 175 hit points.
We'll
We'll
whittle them down.
One of the sword of lie here.
Yeah.
All right, roll your hits.
All
She
right.
can't go anywhere. She's
Yep.
locked it.
All right. So 18 or 14. So we're gonna go with 18 plus 5. That's 23 to hit. And
If you crit her.
I tried. You know, I rolled twice. First one's so for the sword plus stealth, the total of 8 damage.
Do you want to use your what is it called?
Sneak attack? Why wouldn't
Yeah.
he? He's trying
I
to
did.
do. He's saying he's doing non-lethal damage.
So she has. What I know is though, is like if she has 5 hit points.
It
I'm not
doesn't
saying
matter. What,
she has 5 hit points. What I'm just asking, and then he does like 15. That's double her hit point.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. When
Took place there.
the player's saying they're doing non-lethal damage, even if he crits, you hit the player is the character is skilled enough.
Yeah.
To, like,
Okay.
not
That's
fucking
fair.
It just goes
How
right
the
to
mechanics
just-
work, yeah.
Just
Yeah, she's not-
unconscious. That's all it ever
Right.
gets to when it's
Yeah.
called for that ahead of time.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
All right, so I wasn't sure if like that's the thing, because it does sound kind of weird, like rolling a crit and then like you're doing too much damage because
it
of
just
crit.
means he's
Yeah.
taking the blunt of his sword and bashing her head out. She's just knocked the fuck out.
Regardless, 8 is enough to do that. So you hit her and she collapses to the floor.
Oh, we made this
Excellent.
really difficult. That was so easy.
Didn't know if she was gonna have enough that I could do it in one hit. That's why I wanted Ember with me.
I know.
So
She actually had 8 hit points, so that was the perfect amount of
Oh,
damage.
and you're asking, does he want to use sneak attack? You cheeky DM.
I didn't even look at this roll, to be honest, but like, because I was looking at her hit point count, and I was like, if he just doubles this, like, does that really?
No, it shouldn't.
Yeah, if it's called ahead of time, it doesn't kill.
Yeah.
All right.
It just,
So
it
you
just knocks out.
all right. So she's knocked out on the floor. At this point, you guys can leave initiative order.
Woohoo!
All right. Do you want to just? We're gonna. I think we can figure out what we're gonna do to maybe get her out of here. Whatever. Do you just want to jump back to those guys and interact?
Yeah, we can do that. So they do a little bit.
I don't even know what are we supposed to be doing while they're gone.
You guys are just like, you don't even really have anything to do because you're just getting something from what's his name?
Johnny.
It's the only thing you told them to do. So it's literally me saying like, okay, you get these items, then we jump back to you guys.
Oh, okay. Well then.
So at that point, it's just like you don't really have to role play it out unless you want to.
Do you guys want to talk to Johnny for a bit? That's the question.
Hey, Johnny. No.
That's the only question I had.
This woman, by the way, are you leaving her there, or are you trying to drag her all the way across town?
What we were trying to figure out, I think, but
the idea was we were gonna keep her here in the house until the appointed time, so say 7 o'clock.
Yeah, because we were gonna fuck around.
Okay, so then at this point, can we just say, to speed this up and get everyone back together, maybe Bjorn, unless they want to roleplay it out, they get their items, they meet us at the house, and then Petunia can do message or whatever when she's close enough to make sure everything's good to go, and we meet up in the house.
That's fair. All right, so you guys do that. Petunia lets you know. And you guys are now reconvened. I'm assuming you've bound and gagged this woman, so when she does become conscious again, if you are going to make her conscious again, I don't know if you're healing her or if she just regains consciousness.
Just give her a new club on the side of the head every time she wakes up.
That's fair. No need to get technical about it. There's 6 of you and 1 of her. I'm sure you guys can figure something out. Johnny has provided 10 darts.
This would have been nice before.
That's what I was thinking too. I didn't know if you were asking about the times and stuff, and I was like, I don't know how I want to think about that. But so he's provided this fine. You got it all done. So 10 darts, because you also didn't know what Johnny was giving you, so it's not like you could have we should have did this because Nope.
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so you had no idea what it was giving you, so it's really a little hard to judge on what you were doing. Let's see, I'm trying to find the proper flower.
While you're looking that up, I'm just gonna say that I've set a candle when it burns down to its end point by timing, and I've done this many times before. You guys can ask about how or when, but anyways, to alight something once it reaches its bottom. So it's basically a timed fire. So once it burns down to its point. So it's timed and approximate to the point when all this is going to go down.
So you have 10 darts that are essentially what you asked for in terms of if somebody gets hit by it, they're going to pass out. He's also provided 3 kind of vials that when exploded it's almost like a tear gas.
Okay. So
let's go war crimes.
That's Johnny for you. He's the guy who gets the stuff.
All right. Anything else until the point of no return?
Who he gave them to, but I hope that person disperses some of the darts.
Well, probably not Petunia, I would hope.
it's definitely going to be Vistiana or Bjorn. Whatever one of you interacted with Johnny.
Sure. So how are we doing this? Who's going to get the darts?
I assume Johnny would have interacted with Vistiana just for looks alone.
Probably. But I'm just saying who's going to get who needs darts to be given to.
So I'll say along with the darts you have also a dart gun, blow gun, whatever they're called.
I mean, I have darts. I know how to use them.
Yeah. So that's true.
Probably-
Bjorn is like proficient in those.
Yeah.
Good at them.
Same with myself and Ember. We're good at those dexterous type shots.
Yeah. So I mean, we could give them to each of us. I'll give Callus 4, Ember 3, and I'll keep 3.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
As far as what are you guys doing?
Sleep darts.
Sleep
Is that what
darts.
that is?
We call it a sleep dart. I'll say this knocks the person out for 1 hour.
Oh shit. Okay, nice. And that's only so we're only using those if we need them. I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
If like something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm. And it's for usage, it would be the same as using, say, your well, what's your normal
My
dart
modifier.
one? Not your modifier, just the normal one.
It says 20-foot range. Hit DC is +4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a +4 on your dart to use it.
Yeah. Is that? Well, mine would be higher because mine would be +5 then, because yours is running off of your dex, right? Your proficiency plus dex.
Yeah, the
1d4
hit
plus
should be-
2. Oh shit! I don't know.
Should be Dex plus proficiency, which should be you have a
Yeah.
+3 in Dex. Yeah, she has a 2. So yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
So
Okay.
how's the darts right now?
Mine just gives me I get
Okay.
+5.
I'm asking who's wielding them.
Callus, and
Oh.
Bjorn.
Callus,
Okay.
Bjorn, and Ember.
Okay. So, Ember, do you have them in your? Let me see. So there we go. So Ember has her dart.
Sorry.
Ember has,
Had
Ember
to take
has,
the dog out.
yeah, Ember has a +7 with her dart.
Ooh.
Dang. Okay.
Damn.
I'll take that.
So maybe
Look at
Bjorn
the
should
party
just
right
give
now.
her the rest of the darts. I'll give you each 5. I don't think he needs one.
That's a crazy high to hit. That's wild.
It's okay.
So
Keep a couple.
Bow, and yeah, her bow is crazy. I don't know if that's a ranger thing or not.
Yeah,
She had
that's
the
probably
archery
right.
thing?
Oh, that's what it is. It's the archery thing because her
Yeah,
dex
that's
plus her
why.
proficiency plus archery. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
so it
makes
should
sense.
be a +5 then, probably.
+5 with the archery is a
No,
+6.
add
Well, no,
the dart.
archery
Yeah.
is ranged weapons, so darts count.
Yeah, I added the dart to her inventory to check, and it's a
Yeah.
+7.
Okay,
Yeah.
then +7 it is. Way to go.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you take 4 of them then, and I'll take 2.
Sounds good.
Okay, I can do it. Luca, get
Yeah,
your
that
ass
way.
in the house.
Both of you get 4. I'll
It's
take 2.
taking the bombs.
Should probably disperse those to others.
Luca, come on. Get in the house.
Probably Viciana for sure, because she's gonna be the closest person.
Mechanically, I'm going to say it's kind of a tear gas effect with a Constitution save inside of about a 20-foot radius.
Yeah, but she's gonna be the one probably walking up with everybody, and so she's.
Oh yeah, she probably needs to get out of
Yeah.
dodge kind of shit. Yeah.
Okay, so Viciana's going to hold all 3 of the bombs, and then the kind of
Maybe give one to Lulu in case they need to escape for some reason from wherever they're hiding.
Yeah, since Lulu will be my eyes and ears.
Wait a minute, Lulu's jacked up on her caffeine and it's died.
1 point of exhaustion.
Yeah. To be fair, there was nothing going on for her for like an hour. Which I
Nice.
felt bad about, but oh well. They love you.
That happens.
All right. So are we beginning? Are we starting?
Let's start. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So where are you? Are you all coming from the southern house, or are you trying to go there ahead of time, or is anybody going to be there ahead of time? Where are like the starting positions that everyone's going to be lined up in? I want to put them on the map just so I can keep track of where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
we-
guess. Go ahead. You're fine.
I was gonna say, did we scout out where, or were we informed about, what's her name? The girl that we're trying to, Viciana's impersonating.
You don't know her name. You never asked, and she never announced
Okay.
it.
All right, sexy elf lady. Do we know where she is?
No.
I don't think anyone would, and even talking with Johnny, you would no idea where she was at.
Okay, because we need to, impersonate her. So
Yeah, she may very well be there when we get there. At which case, we probably have to go plan that other plan we had of beating people up and swapping them that way. But or may just have to call it off if we don't think we can take her. I don't know. Like,
all right.
if we can't distract her or something. But right now, I don't think anyone knows whether or not she's going to be there to keep an eye on things or not. They've been doing this.
Oh, maybe have
for-
Mikkel check.
I mean, I
Scout-
can
scout the
do
area and see if we
that,
can-
but I can only. He's only got a range of like 100 feet, so I can't like send him while we're at the house.
Right. So let's say we are starting to come to the city center, and maybe Mel, we can have you while we're in the city center, you can send Mikhail up with Petunia there to keep an eye on you, and you could scout off, see if you can find sexy elf lady ahead of time.
So I'm going to use this token here for the girl, just because I don't have a token for her. So
fine.
just recognize that as
Okay,
that.
so you want Mikhail just looking for the center area to see if she's there at all?
Yeah,
Or
we're
do you
trying to get start from the center and then like circle outwards to see. We're trying to find her ahead of time.
Okay. I mean, I can see if she's in the open, but if she's in a house somewhere, it's not gonna do
Yeah,
much good.
that's okay.
Yeah.
That's
Sure.
some information's
Sure,
better
I'll
than none.
Yeah, I'll start. There she is.
Found her.
Yeah, I'll just start at the center. I guess I'll send Mikhail out. I'll flip into his vision and then see if she's in the city center somewhere first.
So you're scouting out the woman. You would not see her in the city center.
Okay, and then do we see the girl? Is she up there yet?
What time are we looking around?
I don't know. We're trying to time this around the 8 p.m. time you kind of gave us. So
are you starting exactly at 8 p.m.?
We're trying to get
be there a little bit early. But
so I was asking initially. Sorry, is everybody there, or is it a select few of you?
Yeah, I think we're all here.
We're all here. Just
you have the body with you.
Nobody's in the city center yet, but everyone is. I guess no. That's a good point. I don't know. You put us here on the map, so I wasn't sure what happened, and I wasn't gonna ask.
Yeah, that's why I kind of just did that as a group. Sorry, it wasn't that. I just wanted to know, how are you getting the body there? If that's how you're doing it. I didn't know if somebody was sitting back at the house, because I know Ember said she wanted to light the house on fire. So is Ember there?
No, I don't think there's any. I mean, I could go scout ahead if we want. I don't think there's a ton of use to that because the things could change as soon as the ceremony starts. So I think we're better off just getting over there when the ceremony's about to start and then adjusting as needed. We have a good plan, and if it doesn't work because of hitches, well, we got to roll with that and go.
Callus is kind of over the shoulder carrying a cloth, like I've taken some blanket or something like that. And draped it over the Brianna bad girl. Draped it over her, so it's people could tell I'm carrying some sort of body-like thing or just some sort of lump. But it's over my shoulder. Just a bag of flowers and stuff like that. But it's covered and stuff. And she's unconscious, and we've arrived around the same time as the other northern group arriving. So we'd be north and south. Basically, arriving about that time.
So all of you are here.
Yeah, I thought we had said the group came with us though to the house first, and then we
They
left
did.
from there.
Yeah. So you guys all left together. I didn't know if anybody was staying back at the house.
No, I think once we get the body out, all of us go together.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we set the thing to set fire after
the timer there. That was something that's important. Yeah. All right. So you have Petunia. I'm guessing Petunia and Bjorn. You guys are together. Position in terms of the city center, where are you guys in position of the city center?
Our plan right now is for Petunia to stay with me for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if the rest of the four will be, or the other four are all going to be together, or just three go up on the stage and Ember maybe also sits back, or Bjorn also sits back. Whatever you guys prefer. Either way is fine.
I think it'd be best if we're just kind of hanging to the side.
Yeah.
Like ready, but not making ourselves obvious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's have Mel and Petunia. Where are you guys positioned in terms of like east, south, northwest in this city center?
The most obscure one, like I don't know, wherever there's like an alley somewhere. She's
So-
not. Mel is not.
Yeah.
Mel is at this moment because she's using Mikhail for scouting purposes. Is not. We want to stay within 120 feet of the city center, so Petunia can cast her spell. If we need to give them, a get out of there signal or something.
So I'm asking also for that reason because you have a gate to the northeast and the southwest, right? If you're trying to leave the city, yeah.
That's fair. Okay, so yeah, that's fair. We want to go. Wait, where was the guy's house? Right, we want to go there faster. So.
Okay, the guy's house. That's a good question. I
He
actually
gave
picked
us
that.
yeah, wherever he's at.
Let me just do like a random direction roll here,
That's fine.
and I'll pick something. All right, so he is actually exactly like the side that you're on right now. So he's east.
Okay, so I'm there, tucked in an alley or on a bench somewhere. I want to be out of sight of people, and I'm deaf and blind through Mikhail. Lulu is my eyes and ears, so she's kind of trying to keep guard of me at the moment. And then also I can still speak. So if Mikhail sees something going funky, I can tell her and she can do a signal. That's our game plan.
All right, and so the other four together, Visiana is going to use her shape change to turn into this woman, and the other three of you are going to act as her mercenaries.
Yeah.
Yep.
Should we be wearing like robes or something? Hide our faces.
Yeah.
Cloaks. I don't know.
You have them.
Can I create masks for them?
I don't think you can create anything
No,
that'll
yeah.
do something like that. Yeah.
I mean, unless you had cloth and you wanted to make something good.
Pretty much. Like if you guys are trying to make something quick, like maybe a quick bandana or something, I'm sure it's possible.
Yeah.
Little do-rag.
In case.
So are we
someone
doing
needs
this
something
now?
similar.
Yeah.
You're
This
doing-
is
you're
popping
doing-
off now.
Okay, I'm popping armor bag at this on myself.
Oh, I will also send Mikhail. I forgot this part. I'm going to send Mikhail and have it perch on her shoulder. And
Yeah, you got the message from oral from Mikhail.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then also you could say,
I'll let you know, Armor of Agathis is visible. It's not like invisible. It has a frosty appearance on your skin and your body.
Yeah, so I wouldn't do well with the disguising.
yeah, you can cast it if you need to in combat if we get in there.
Can I
is
take
no
it off?
combat.
You can take it off. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because I know you really didn't understand, so that's fine. I'm not going to say like, oh, teach your spell and you're screwed.
Is Lulu, are you here or no?
She.
Okay, I didn't want to play for her, but we also said she would give Bardic to V before going off here.
Air horn?
But I'm assuming she's still. I'm assuming she's still with that.
Jesus Christ, you scared me.
I did it before.
Assuming she's cool with that. If she wants to say not later, then she can yell at me for playing Petunia. But
That's okay. Yeah.
I'm just giving Bardic, and then Mikhail's there to give her guidance when needed. Bardic has a longer cast time, or last time, right?
I think it lasts an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it lasts a good while.
Yeah, or 10 minutes. It's one of those two.
I think long enough for what we're doing here. But.
Yeah. Did we find the sexy elf lady? Did Mikhail?
I'm wasn't in the square.
I'm assuming you're doing pre-setup before when she's supposed to arrive. That's what I'm trying to get is your locations before the events start to roll out.
Yeah.
As of now, as you're setting up in your positions, there are people in the square. There are plenty of guards to spare already there. None of your targets have been visible during your setup. When you are ready, when you guys are in position, I will start to roll it out.
Okay.
So if we're ready to go, let's get it going.
Yeah. Just gonna say that we want to make sure that when we see sexy elf lady, we want her to be taken out or whatever without anyone else noticing. So when Visiana takes her place, nobody's questioning that part of it.
Right. She needs to be gone before we come out.
Correct.
See, you're trying to assault her.
No, we're trying to
Yeah.
take her place with Visiana.
We're
Yeah.
hoping the
And
main
I hit her with a dart.
Yeah.
And
You do a
Yeah.
quick switch.
the
Okay,
hope was
got
we
it.
don't know the situation. We don't know what happens. At least
Yeah.
in my head, the hope was she's not part of this. She doesn't show up. She just
Yeah, if she doesn't show up, then we can just
then we're
not worry about it.
fine. Yeah, Chase is more saying like, hey, if she's here, here's Plan B.
Yeah.
As
Right,
we
right.
gotta get there. Yeah.
Okay.
But
All right. Let's go.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's get it going. So, as you guys are prepared, you four on the west, Mel and Petunia on the east, Mikhail circling above, I believe you said. You can see coming from here, the southern entrance, the elven woman, along with a few guards, and escorting her, the girl. I guess the woman. What's her name? Eleanor.
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 Yeah.
Tied by ropes.
Mhm.
So Eleanor is here. I lost my token for the elven girl.
Already, dang.
Damn, maybe she's not here.
Good.
She is leading the way with everyone with guards behind her, escorting the woman also behind her.
okay.
They
So
keep moving forward through this pathway.
we talked about fog. Should we fog things up to take her out?
No, I will. I'll lean down to Petunia and tell them to message to Callus. We should wait and see if she leaves before we do anything.
Probably safe.
Oh.
We don't know if she's gonna be here the whole time or not. And if she is, then we can maybe get funky with the fog. But I think
Right.
we at least let's. We got an hour. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe she'll leave rather than wait for the lady to freeze to death.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe she does. Maybe she likes watching. I don't know, but we'll see.
Not everyone likes to watch.
All right. So as they approach the city center, they board the platform, climb up onto the platform. As now, which you could see like something similar to a crucifix. They begin to do exactly as Johnny had mentioned. The elven woman standing there, staring at the girl, her hands behind her back, as the guards begin to untie her, strip her down to her underwear, and then retie her to the pole. With her, you can see that there are two other, might be acolytes, wearing kind of similar robes in black and light blue, standing at either side. She begins to look at the woman tied to the pole. She raises her hands up to the air and then goes and cradles the woman's face. From there, she begins to recite a chant. We bow to she who wears the crown. Let the world shiver with dread. Clad in winter's whitest gown, her snow enshrouds the dead. Her fury sheds but frozen tears as grey clouds issue forth. Her wind across the wasteland shears, bringing blizzards from the north. Ice-kissed flowers caught mid-bloom, beauty kept in all its grace. Summer's gone to its silent tomb, stilling in her cold embrace. All the world in winter's white, sheathed in sleet and ice. Set upon never-ending night, she conjures paradise. Behold her everlasting rhyme, see how it covers all. Weep not for those she traps in time, behind her glacial wall. Sovereign of summer's lost, general of winter's war, Long live the queen of cold and frost. May she reign forevermore.
The girl's already dead, right? That was like forever.
At this point, she gives her little chant. She removes her hands from her face, and she bows at the woman. And
Miss
from
Yona,
there,
did you get all that? Just in case you got to do it again.
You wrote that down, right?
she got it memorized. From there, you notice that the guards begin to leave the stage, as well as the acolytes kind of walking backward off the side. The woman remains for a few moments as she sees the girl start to be overtaken by the frost. She starts to, you can tell, shiver. Her body begins to start to turn blue from the extreme cold. After a little while, the woman leaves the stage as well, and now only remaining are the few guards and the few commoners that might be staring on the guards that kind of are in the square position there already. The acolytes are gone, the priestess is gone, and the guards that escorted her there are gone.
Awesome.
All right, Jacqueline, you're up.
At this point, I'd say about 20 minutes have passed since the beginning of the ceremony, so you have about 40 remaining.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the fire
Are we
started
waiting for
yet?
the-
Should we wait like a little bit so that it's not just immediate? Oh, she left and now she's back. Is that more suspicious?
I'm
Walking in a
gonna let
hurry.
You can always play it off as the bird, Mikhail, is just got to you and just told you that instead, right? But
How long
But
do the darks
also,
last?
has
Should
the
we just
fire
dart
started?
the people and put them to sleep and then put the other one back up?
If we don't need to dart anybody, I'd rather not.
no.
Because that
Yeah,
creates
we
a lot
don't-
of other
the goal-
questions, right?
Right. Yeah. The
Okay.
goal is to not impact the guards other than lie to them.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okie dokie.
I was just suggesting that, if she leaves and immediately comes back with 2 guards and or 3 guards and a prisoner, it's like maybe it's more questionable. I don't know.
Now,
But
I'm gonna say this to the DM. My candle is set for basically the mid-time between 8 and 9, basically 8:30.
okay.
But he
I
can
was going to
roll.
ask that because I had no idea.
Yeah,
Well, then
but he
that
can
would
roll
be-
to see every 10-minute increments, like a D6, when that sort of went off, or if it's going off, and then how much time, how much attention that's grabbing at the moment. But it's set for basically 10 minutes from now.
And you said it in the one woman's house?
And
Yep.
in lovely lady's house.
To be fair, she doesn't need the house anymore, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, you guys are that was also just whatever. I was just saying that wasn't Mel planning. It was just more of a thought for you guys, as just like my.
No,
that was,
I agree.
That was Nick's thought versus anyone's here. But
You will
We
have to
also-
walk in like a hurry, though. Like,
we
stop
also
the
don't-
proceedings. Like,
Well, we also don't have a ton of time, so it's kind
Yeah,
of
we basically need to save her really fucking quick.
Yeah, but and I mean, again, Mikhail's on your shoulder. You can explain it. I mean, she uses animals. We know that. That's canon. So
Yeah.
it's not the strangest thing. And Mikhail can talk a little bit. So it's not the strangest thing for that to be the case. So
All right, let's get
Cool.
going.
Okay. Are we switching them now?
are we waiting
we
the
should
10 minutes
do it.
until the fire starts?
Ah, she's back.
I'm giving you permission. It's just so I put you in here.
Vote to user.
I guess Cal or
Guess it
yeah,
doesn't really
Chase,
matter.
was your plan to go as the fire's going, or just hope that happens at some point during it, so that it's like
It's gonna
I'm a little-
happen somewhere in the middle of it,
Okay.
but our
You're not
plan
looking
doesn't
for-
matter. It's just a
Okay.
distraction.
Cool.
No,
Yeah,
this-
it's just to distract the city, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm assuming you waited at least 5 minutes
Yeah.
minimum
I'd say
before
that's-
she left.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
fair.
Okay,
Okay.
so about 25 minutes
Yep.
have passed since before you start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at that point, Visiana is disguised selfing into this priestess.
Uh huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the rest of you are following behind her?
Yeah.
Okay, so Visiana and then the 3 behind. What are you doing? Are you just directly approaching the stand and trying to make your actions without even like talking to anybody and hoping you're not questioned, or are you going to speak
we're
to someone
acting
about
as the bodyguard. I feel like Visiana has to talk.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So is Visiana, because you're going to be walking by commoners, you're going to be walking by guards. Are you just going to go straight up to the stand and try to release the body, or are you trying to make a big announcement?
Ooh. Do we just talk to the guards or do we make an announcement?
Go ahead, just do what you're gonna do.
Yeah,
If commoners were there, I would make a slight announcement and be like, "There's been a change of plans," like that.
Yeah.
Like,
All right. So we're gonna do a couple of checks here. One, okay.
Here we go. Yeah, go ahead. And just so you know, Jasmine, you have Bardic and Guidance. The way those work is Bardic gives you a 1d6. You don't have to use either one until if you think you're failing a roll, basically.
Okay.
Those are one-time uses, correct?
Yeah, each are one to use, but you can choose when you want to use them.
Yeah, technically, I could keep recasting Guidance through Mikhail. I'm not going to do that because it feels metagamey. So I will just give her the Guidance, basically while she's talking.
Right.
I think.
So you have, in your pocket, you have a 1d6 and a 1d4 that you could use at any point through this to boost your dice rolls.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. All right. So, Visiana, you leave your little alleyway, and you start to approach the center court. How are you proceeding?
I will make an announcement and make sure the commoners and guards hear me as the mercenaries quotes are seen behind me.
Okay, so you're walking. How are you walking? How are you proceeding forward? Are you just going to jump out and start yelling, or are you going to go to the stage?
I'll go to the stage. Oh, fuck.
So how does Visiana, what is her little, how does she get to the stage? What does she do?
Set the scene.
Okay, Visiana walks out and she's observed how the high priestess walks out. I'm assuming the head held high, I don't know.
Gotta strut like you mean
it. Mannerisms.
There we go, that's what I'm looking for. All right, give me performance with advantage.
11.
That's persuasion, but what's your performance?
+3, sorry.
Also, you got advantage, so you roll again. He gave you
roll
advantage.
twice, yeah.
This
so you get 2 performance
16,
rolls.
okay.
16, one more. And you take the better of the 2. So 16 and 9, so it's 16. So you walk out to the best of your ability, copying the High Priestess's movements, how she moves along. Behind you, I'm assuming they're following decently close, are your 3 mercenaries, with one of them with a body over their shoulder. So you reach the center pedestal, the center stage of where the other woman is tied, and you can see that she is about 30 minutes in, 25 to 30 minutes, and she is in pretty bad condition already. Her hands and her skin are not going less blue now and more turning black.
God damn. Okay, I'm gonna start then.
Okay.
Okay, I'll say. Nope. Wait, hold on. There's been a change of plans. The mercenaries behind me have been assigned an important task. We need to swap out this woman immediately, or else not pleased, and we'll need her as a sacrifice.
All right. That will be another performance roll from you.
You do have a D6 and a D4 at some point too that are yours to use. I don't know whether 12's high enough or not, but that's up to you.
Do I have to say it before I know if it's high enough?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I can't give you the answer or what happens until you decide if you want to use your dice roll. Yeah. So you can do it after you roll, but you have to do it before I give the result.
Okay.
I would use it if I were.
Okay. The D6 or D4. asking you
Probably
guys.
start with a D4.
Try
if you're
one
gonna use
Okay.
and see how it
and then
turns out.
see how
I'm
it
gonna
turns
use my
out,
D4.
and maybe use Bardic.
15 plus 3.
Are you sticking with that, or are you rolling with your Bardic?
I thought I can only use it once.
Bardic is different.
Bardic
That's
is-
kind
Yeah,
you have
you
two.
have two things to
So what,
use.
you
You're
have an
using
18
one
right
of the
now?
two.
Okay.
You
Then I
could roll
use
a D6.
another.
It's up to you. You can use a D6 as well if you want now, but then once you
What's
use
the total
those,
right now?
15.
15.
Oh, okay.
We may have another check in a moment too.
We don't
So-
know. Yeah, that's the whole part. But we don't
Yeah.
know how many more checks you need or anything like that. So this is the gambly part of D&D. You don't know, and
I wouldn't this be the most important part though, so shouldn't we just
I
I
don't
don't
know. We literally honestly, this is
all-
even us. We
Yeah,
have
this
no
is you.
idea. We
So,
have
yeah.
no- Kaiser is the only one who knows how important this is, and he can't tell you. That ruins the nature of the game.
do you guys think 15 is high enough?
It's very, very.
I'll let
much-
you decide. I just yeah.
It's not a bad roll. It's not the best roll, but it depends entirely on what he set DC's at and stuff. It's really hard to know.
Yeah.
Like
I
Oh
trust
my
in
God.
you.
I can
Trust
use
in you.
Bardic twice.
We've
you
also
said?
got a fire
No.
coming.
I
No.
would have been very happy rolling a 15 on my own without any other dice. If I had a Bardic, I would be very hesitant. It's a coin flip on whether I want to use it or not for sure.
Yeah.
Like it's close. And without knowing if there's another check, it's really hard to know. You may want to save it.
Okay.
You could
This
just
is completely up to you. Yeah. Everybody here is, like he said,
guessing. We have
this
no
is
idea.
your own gut instinct on whether you think you're. Yeah.
Could be the most important roll, and you needed a 16. Could have only needed a 12. We have no idea.
Could be the only roll. There
Yeah.
might be 3 after this. You don't know.
But I can use another one, and I still have one more after that, right?
No,
You've used
one-
a D4. That's gone. You have a D6, and that's all you have left.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna go with 15.
Okay. All right. Can I
Okay.
in this time can I whisper to Ember? Will that? Can I do that?
Sure.
Whisper to Ember. If try and use your warm hands to untie as we're going along. So we're just kind of like proceeding, right? And use your warm hands to warm her up. I'll start tying up, or I'll start getting the body ready.
Ember just gives like a subtle nod that she heard him.
All right. So you whisper this information. You see a few of the guards approach you. One of them more heavily armed, more akin to a captain or a leader of a unit. Next to him are a couple of his foot soldiers. He approaches you and he says to you, "Ma'am, what would be the cause of this? Why has she been switched out? We do not wish to cause you any trouble, but we have never seen you appear here with some mercenaries, and this has never been done before."
Just say she's a criminal.
This should
And that
not
she's-
be
she's against
questioned.
Oro.
This Aurel, we have gotten word Aurel is not pleased with the sacrifice, and this one must go.
I'm gonna have the Raven just like walk and just mimic and just say like Oral's orders really loud at the guard.
Let me get intimidation with advantage.
Woohoo!
Okay,
Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
we'll take the 21.
Hell yeah.
Let's see what the guard thinks. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
What?
No,
What?
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking. It's answer.
we've also got a distraction coming. There's another distraction
Oh yeah, when is
Yeah,
the fucking fire gonna come up?
any
don't know.
minute.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
God damn, dude.
No.
All right, let's hear it.
The guard kind of backs off for a minute, seeing the raven and seeing the priestess speak out at him. He looks over to the new sacrifice and looks at the one tied to the pole. And he looks at you and says, "Yes, of course. I understand Oral's orders. And I do not want to question you, of course not. But may I see some sort of validation, your mark, the one that all you priestesses carry?"
It.
He rolled a
To
natural.
be like, what? He has the gall to do that.
I mean, I have prestidigitation that can make a marker symbol, but
Yeah.
We know what it said. We know what the symbol of Oral is.
Yeah, it's that
Okay.
snowflake. We saw it earlier.
There you go. Yep, Viziana would have
but
seen that mark.
it matters where it is, does it not?
We don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't know. Try.
It probably has it multiple places.
Try.
It's all trying.
Where was it on the body?
It was on.
It was
The
not
hands.
on the body. It was
It was
in
on
the
the
ice.
No, it was on the ice.
Yeah, the body we had did not have it on the ice. We don't know
Yeah.
So
where it is. It's not visible from the nature, and he's asking you to show it to him, so it's probably somewhere relatively easy to access. I don't
Either
I don't
chest,
know where.
hand,
Or
something.
It is
arm,
the
maybe.
winter. It is the winter, and everyone wears really heavy coats.
Hmm
And gloves.
Yeah. My gut would tell me it's somewhere near a hand or a wrist because it's easily accessible. We also don't know if this guard even knows where her tattoo is. He just
That's
knows
right.
that they all have tattoos, and that may be all he knows.
Yep.
He's also, I think he's still. It sounds like he's still scared and intimidated here. It's just he
Yeah.
rolled a nat 20, so he's gonna question this. Like,
Well, what it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for
Yeah.
it. Go.
yeah,
Back of the hand, use
As
the.
V rolls up her sleeve, she's gonna quickly cast P on her hand with the correct symbol.
In terms of, let me see if the guard notices you like casting a spell in general. Okay.
Really use a fire right now.
I don't know what the heck.
So at this point, you roll up your sleeve and you're casting it where? Like on your arm?
My hand.
On your hand? Okay.
Can,
So,
just as a question, can we see Viziana's character's face? Can we discern whether or not she's how she's feeling?
that
Bjorn's
really depends on
probably
how.
untying the girl by now.
So Bjorn's already doing his job.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Trying to get her out of
Helping
there.
keep her warm.
Yeah.
So-
you keep her warm, you pretend like you're helping me, and then just like kind of warm up her appendages.
And Callis is still holding the body.
So
Okay. So from Viziana, that really depends, because if Viziana is showing signs of distress, that with an intimidation of 21, she's probably looking pretty intense, right? Because that's all part of her persona.
Okay.
If you're trying to read her face, if that's what you're asking, yeah. But if you try to read her face and you see signs of distress, the guard is also probably going to notice signs of distress.
No, then I'm going to leave it at that then.
Why the fuck do you roll a nat 20?
Bro, he's beat you twice. He rolled a 16 on your 15, and he rolled a nat 20 on that one.
All right.
It's just been rough for you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jesus.
A dart.
Which is why also he has been getting aggressive, because you're rolling well, and that's why it's more conversation than him just like, I'm gonna kill you now because it's been so close. But so okay, so you roll up your sleeve, you take off your glove, you show him your hand. What does your hand look like with the snowflake? So it's on the back of your hand?
Yeah, like not the palm.
Okay. So on the back of your hand, you reveal to him a tattoo of a 6-pointed snowflake, the one that you remember from the body. He looks at it.
Oh God. I'm so
Of course,
nervous.
ma'am. Yes. We are just being careful, you know. We do not wish for Bryn Shander to meet ruin through an imposter. Please continue. And the guards will back off and leave you to your
Let's
beats.
go.
Okay,
Hey.
Bjorn is gonna pick her up and throw her over his shoulder because, you know, he's gotta act like he doesn't really care because he's a mercenary. And he's gonna get, like, not. Well, he's gonna, as quickly as possible, get out of there.
Right.
And then as soon as they're out of range, he would like to cover her in his coat and basically dash to where they need to go.
Right. Callus will be tying up the mostly unconscious Bree, and with a grunt, saying, "All right, job's done," and they'll be following in Bjorn's path.
Did we strip her beforehand?
I'll strip her as you guys are untying the other one out.
Alright.
That's the minor dude. I'm sure you can.
Yeah, I'm assuming she's bound, gagged, and just naked. Same. We put her on there the same way we took Eleanor off.
God, you guys are awful.
Dude, she's a child
Yeah.
murderer. So.
At least we think so.
But Johnny told us so. Johnny's the asshole if he lied.
All right. So are you guys proceeding toward Mel and the rest of them?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, we're
headed
heading-
directly to the house that we need to go to for.
That'd be
Yeah,
east,
I'll grab. Yeah, Mikhail's with them. I see them going. I'll snap out of Mikhail's vision and grab
Is there
Lulu's wrist and say,
Fire yet,
"Time to
out
go."
of curiosity.
Wait, hold
I
on.
don't want to burn down the whole town, but
I'll say you hear a little bit of commotion, although the house is so far away that there might be some smoke you see. But other than that, some people might be talking about it and pointing at the smoke. And that's kind of what you see initially. Maybe some of the commoners' attention has been changed from the exchange between Visiana and the head guard to the smoke. So now a lot of people are looking at. Some of the guards are starting to make their way that direction. However, a good amount of them do remain in the city circle.
we'll just have to hope that they eventually leave.
Mm-hmm. It's only been like
Or that
2 minutes. You know,
Or that
Well,
like
it only
like,
takes like an
8:32 at the
hour for them
moment.
to
enough.
die. So if she's still unconscious, she's just gonna die
again,
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
Especially if
that
she's
fire-
cold, she would probably pass
Yeah.
out.
No, we need to get her somewhere. And that fire also, it's like on the other side of town. It's literally not meant to like. It's just meant to make sure people are paying attention to that versus this shit. It's not like meant
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
interact with us directly. It's just meant to distract the whole town, kind of a thing.
So I think from this point, like you would just see some smoke start to rise, and
Right.
that would be the biggest sign is just that like over the skyline of the buildings.
So when we get to the house and we get inside, Bjorn's gonna be like,
Yeah, I'm
he's gonna kind of call to Mel to like heal her, and call to Ember to warm her up.
Yeah, I'll
And
give
he's
her.
gonna keep
yeah.
his coat on her as well.
Yeah, I'll give a healing word. Is she just? Are we counting her down? Do I give her back the full amount, or do you want me to roll? I don't really care either way.
I mean, out of combat, isn't it? Is it full or no? That's potions. Out of combat,
It just says like if they're or what does it say? The exact. Let me double check what it exactly says. It's under me.
I wouldn't say she's unconscious, but she's pretty close to the verge of it, so you can give whatever. It doesn't bother me.
If the creature is at 0 HP, so if she's not at 0 HP, then I would just cast it normally.
Yeah, I would say she's more affected by some sort of status ailment than actually being at 0 HP.
I'll just cast it at 2nd level. Give her
Luca, no.
9 HP back to her.
Okay. Callus is going to wait by the door and check the windows and stuff to see that nobody is following us along, that the guards have given up on us and no longer has any more attention to us.
Right, I'll get a perception roll from Callus just to see if you notice anything while you're looking around.
Sweet.
I was gonna say too, V wanted to make sure that no one was around before she turned back to normal.
All right, that's fair. You can do perception as well for that.
Cool. Probably a lot better than mine.
God damn it!
Ah, dang!
You got your bardic still for an hour. I mean, you could use it.
Yeah, you might as well now.
Fuck it.
But it's
Yeah,
not going to help you
Jesus.
very much, so I don't know if it's worth it.
So I got a 7 and a 9. You guys
Yeah,
are
I mean, yeah.
just need to go to the optometrist. Okay,
I have a
so-
+6. Like I just
mean,
rolled real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just the nature of D&D. You know, the dice don't always agree with you.
You've had a rough day of dice rolls,
Yeah.
honestly, Chase. You've had like one roll above 10, I think.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are all here. You're in the house. So what is the proceeding? Are we trying to just get this man and this woman out of the city as soon as possible?
Correct.
I
But
think
we
so.
want to make sure
Yeah,
that she's stable first.
Make sure she's
Okay.
stable, but Jeff, we had told that be prepared for something, right? So
Yeah,
let's
to
hear
leave.
what
Fuck
Jeff
out.
has prepared. You know, maybe he's set
As
himself
you
up.
guys enter the house, as you come in, you can see him sitting at the dining table, just with some soup. The mother-in-law and the father-in-law there as well. You can see he notices you all kind of enter the house. I guess someone lets you in. I'll say like the father lets you in.
She's just barging.
Barging in.
Yeah, we're just like, boom.
That at the top of my, like when I was making this scene out in my head, and I was like, wait a minute, you guys are just kicking the door down. So your father lets you in, as I guess you've agreed. What's his name? Ramsey notices who you are.
Keep calling him Jeff.
Yeah, I was about to say Jeff because you're like working that into my head. And as you're coming in, and he notices his wife, and you can see a look of just like a billion emotions go through his face at one time. Just like pure elation and happiness to pure terror to pure just misunderstanding to excitement back to terror back to happiness. Like he has no idea what to feel.
That's my wife does that to me too.
That has been brought back to his house. So, what did you do? Why is she here? I don't know. Then he'll run and go embrace her. I'll say at this point, like this is a little bit before you've helped her out. I'll say they have a moment, and then Mel does her spells. Ember has been constantly trying to keep her warm. She comes to, and she's in a little bit better than condition than she was. As far as anything, it looks like her body is mostly intact, although some of it is still might be a little bit black on her fingers or her toes.
They're alive, you know.
In terms of permanent damage, it's hard to tell if it will be at this moment. But she is alive, she's kicking, and she is, we'll say, back to normal, aside from that. So at this point, the mother and the father are also kind of feeling the same way as the husband, as they see their daughter return back to them after being chosen by the god of winter as a sacrifice. And they really are unsure what to do. The mother kind of stands up and backs up a little bit. What have you done? I'm happy to see her, but what have you done?
The gods have chosen different this night.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if they chose her on purpose, then to get back at him for running, then technically she wasn't really chosen like that.
Yeah,
This is true.
Yeah, but these guys don't understand that. They're freaking out because they're like, oh shit, the sacrifice for Bryn Shander is here. They don't even know that we swapped her out, right?
Yeah, we can mention that. How about we do that?
Yeah.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, that's all
So
they
you
know.
give this information to them, and at this point, you are trying to convince them to flee the town.
To Tourmaline. Go to Tourmaline.
Okay. You want to go to Tourmaline?
I want them to go to Tourmaline. Otherwise, we'll hunt them down.
We'll hunt them.
Okay.
Well,
So-
will they notice that the
Unless-
lady's been
unless
swapped
Ramsey-
out? And when
Well,
they
of course, but we
circling-
made a purpose point of it publicly of why, right?
And ideally,
And we have reasonable doubt for them. So
that's
like
what we're trying to say. The less we tell these people, I think, honestly, the
Right.
better off they are. We need to just
Yeah.
get them out of town, and
Like, if we get questioned the next day,
yeah.
we can say, "Oh, this person hired us. Like,
Yeah.
we thought she was hiring us to bring this person." You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, but
So
I'm
we
saying
can just pretend.
are they going to search Tourmaline for them? So
We
should
don't
we not go
know.
to
That
somewhere else?
we need to. I
Yeah,
think we
but
need
they're
to
in their own
think-
hometown. They got their own
Yeah.
bodyguards and shit.
We-
and everything.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
So
and we
the
like
plan said prior was he thinks they should flee 10 towns altogether.
that's what I was
Oh,
gonna say. Is we need to
yeah.
let. I think Ramsey is. He seems smart enough to at least be able to make the decision here for what's best at this point to try to get them to survive. It sounds like no matter where they go, they're going to be in danger always. But you know, we've done the job of getting her to him, and we're going to do the job of getting them out of this city, and then from there, it's
Yeah.
you know, we'll help
Callus-
the best we can.
Callus definitely wants to
He's-
try at least give some words of persuasion, is to try and persuade them to go to Tourmaline as opposed to just escaping.
Or at least 10.
Yeah.
Like, the family themselves, like, they should probably leave, but he's one of the people who needs to stay in the race. So, I mean,
that's true. Yeah, if we could try to convince him to stay there, but then where do we send his family that they're going to be safe? He's not going to want to leave them.
send them back with Nahirian.
Yeah, if you can promise him his family's going to be safe somehow, I think we could convince him to do that. But otherwise, I think he's not going to leave them.
Well, why don't we ask him and find out? So, I'm not sure who amongst us is most charming, but Callus wants to take mention saying that you can run, but as you said before, those who ran into the wilderness or just on the roads, they were hunted down and killed. But you yourself are a person of importance in Tourmaline and have wealth there and ability. That wealth and ability can protect yourself and your family as opposed to just being vulnerable on the roads. And your ability to travel those longer distances before arriving at some place who knows what other contacts they may have in those places that you don't. And you may have just doomed your family and those for just a long road to death to return back. In Tourmaline, I would believe that we are within a day's travel at any given point, and I believe yourselves able to have your own guards, your own trusted people to protect yourselves and to best survive.
All right, I'll take a persuasion.
Yay! Come on, good roll.
See if the dice like you here.
No, they don't.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy.
That's rough. Yeah, that's rough.
When does he get where's he rolls 4 dice below 5 in a row and just gets a free reroll? I'm pretty sure that's in the Dungeon Master Guide. You just didn't read. It's like page 326.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
it's like a free nat 20 after 5 fails.
It's like rolling doubles in Monopoly 3 times, and you go to jail. It's like the same thing. So Callus just goes to jail.
I can try a persuasion if that doesn't work too.
So at this point, he looks at Callus. Yeah, he looks at Callus. He will say, he kind of waves his arms in like a circle, extends them fully, and makes that kind of gesture. All of 10 towns is her domain. There is no escaping her here. If I go to Tourmaline, a bit of coin isn't going to save me from a god's wrath. It will not save my family. It will only cause us to suffer more. If we have any chance of escaping, we need to leave Orl's control.
The god didn't choose this sacrifice. They did. And we have provided a sacrifice in place. She has been appeased for now. The best you can do is get to Tourmaline for the night, and then you can decide what you want to do after that.
I'll take a persuasion roll from you now.
Cool.
Be better.
The motive of the game. Hey, better, technically.
Bjorn will also add to that. He's gonna say, "You're one of the only people that can be trusted as the next speaker of Tourmaline.
And if they have another city to control, this will only get worse for 10 towns.
All right.
We're just
I'm
gonna
gonna go with
verbally
Ember's
I
berate
first.
still
this
have an
guy till he
inspiration I never
listens.
used.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Ember first. Ember is talking about providing a switch and sacrifice.
Oh, did you say you still have inspiration, Ember?
I still have an inspiration from like way at the beginning that I never used.
You can
Yeah,
use
it's
it.
up to you if you want to pop it here before I reply.
What
Just reroll.
dice
It's
is
just a
that?
reroll.
It's
It's
a
a reroll.
roll it
Just
again.
reroll it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Advantage,
Sweet.
basically.
Okay.
It's basically advantage.
Yeah.
They
Well,
do
that's
not-
not better.
Yeah, you tried.
Oh my
Well,
god.
I forgot to say be
helped-
better.
The narrative for today has been great. The dice rolls are not there.
Do you want Bjorn to roll his -2 persuasion?
I mean,
Yes,
I have a
yes, I
plus
would.
Yeah.
5 persuasion, so
Dude, I would love it.
Yeah,
V
Vitiana,
will-
get in there.
V is gonna say we need everything's been handled and taken.
Come on, V, you're our only hope.
Everything's been taken care of. We need to get you out now. Please. 20.
Thank God.
V is breaking down and crying, but more with frustration from our party.
he wants to play with his fingernails while he's talking. He kind of lost his thought and he doesn't know what he's doing. Some shit.
God. We're all just like berating him.
Yeah, yeah. We're
All right.
this circle of people around him and his wife. You know.
So what is it as an average? 5?
Hey, that's not what's important. What's important is how beautiful and persuasive Vistiana is. That's what's really important here. What's not important is Bjorn,
Bjorn just
Bjorn's zero
grunts.
roll.
who just basically said what he said, but it came out as a grunt.
I was thinking about it.
Oh my god.
Can I add in?
Yeah, Petunia.
Fuck it, all
Pile
of
on.
us.
Only if you roll below a 5, though. Sorry.
Yeah.
Only Vistiana can be good at this.
Yeah. Also, I burned one of your bardics, so you know.
14.
Yeah.
Okay. So the man looks at you as a group, kind of with your frantic yelling and crying and convincing, I guess some of you at least, Ember and Bjorn especially, Vistiana a little bit more convincing, and Petunia is, I guess, just adorable, so he kind of appreciates the comfort. He definitely is nervous to go to Tourmaline. And the first thing he brings up, I know she's been swapped. You've told me there's a new sacrifice and Oro might be appeased, but I know that follows her creed, the actions you have taken. However, Oro does not like to be messed with.
Honestly, I think they should run.
She's,
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, sir, we can talk about this on the way there. We'll help you there. Let's go.
You can be
yeah,
dead
Mel-
here, you
Mel-
can be dead there.
Yeah, Mel will
Regardless,
just
they're
chime
gonna
in and
start
say,
wearing-
we need to get out of the city now. We can talk about where you're going on the way, but we need to leave.
all right, so you have from here to here. Actually, Tourmaline is north, but you can go around the outskirts. That's
We
fine.
will get to the nearest exit to get out.
So the nearest
from
exit
town.
would be the east gate. It's like a few blocks away. If you're heading to Tourmaline, you would need to take a little shortcut through the tundra to get back onto the path. Nothing that would cause you to run into a yeti. So don't worry about that.
I think that's fine. I'll tell them to, keep your hoods up and your faces hidden.
All right, let me see perception of the people that you are walking by if they notice who you are. Okay, and you proceed all the way to the east gate.
Nice.
Everybody rolled it. I rolled a 2 3 times. I don't know how that's even possible.
I don't know.
I do.
Apparently,
I know how it
affects you
feels.
too.
Case is like, let me show you to my dice history.
All right, so you guys proceed to the eastern gate, and here the man is heavily considering if this would work. Heavily considering coming down this trail to the south and heading straight toward the pass in the spine of the world.
Oh, my other
Mel,
phone died.
yeah, Mel will just say, as he's kind of considering, he's like, she's gonna say, I think you need to do what's right for your family, but if you leave the 10 towns, there's no protection we can offer you anymore. Tourmaline we travel to frequently, and we've helped you here. We may be able to help you there, but if you leave the 10 towns, we may not be able to help you further, but you're a native here, and your family is the most important thing you need to look out for.
Give me persuasion with advantage.
Let's go, Mel.
Oh, good. Don't worry, guys. I got neg 1, not quite as bad. It's a 10. 15 on the second.
15, okay. You can see that the mother and the father are kind of nervously standing behind them. The wife is kind of cuddling really close, hugging him tightly, with her face buried into his chest. He takes a moment to deeply consider as he realizes, he knows that the travel and the path from Bryn Shander all the way through the Tin Trail, all the way through the spine of the world, even if escaping Oral, is dangerous, especially unarmed and especially as just common people. However, he also still worries about just being in the area under control of the hunter. However, the thought of and the mention of from Mel of being under your protection makes him wonder if he is safer because he has a group of people around him. So he mentions to you, fine, one night in Tourmaline. From there we have to get out. We cannot stay here much longer. I need to find a way out. I don't know. I know Oral will come after us. She might not come after us, but I cannot risk. There is no escaping if she does.
We'll start with 1.
Okay. One night. So at this point, are you heading back to Tourmaline?
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Mel's gonna want to escort him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll escort.
No, we just kick him out and be like, good luck, guys.
I mean, either that, or if they don't want to do one night, we can just send them with.
No, we should go back. Plus, we got to get back up there to check on Laurel at some
That's
point.
true.
So we should probably go back that way.
Laurel, Yanni, Laurel, Yanni. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you guys begin your journey down the path to Tourmaline, heading west toward Targos. Let's see. Where's my little thingy? Okay. So you are free of any kind of encounters as you approach the city of Targos, and you begin to cut back toward Tourmaline. However, about 30 minutes past Targos, out of nowhere, a blizzard picks up. An intense wind, a flurry of snow. You can't see the hand in front of your face.
Oh, God.
So I need everyone to make a survival check.
Oh, if only we had one of those little
Can I
huts
just
again.
destroy water?
I mean, does it? Yeah. I mean, let's roll the checks first and see, because before I do only have 2 more uses, so we should see if I can.
Oh my God!
Well, we might need it.
Was it survival?
I just rolled a 1.
Yeah. I did too, dude. Definitely gonna probably need.
I'm proficient in survival, and I only got an 11.
I'm proficient.
I got a 1
actually,
as well.
I'm not proficient, but I have.
I only get 3 ones.
Gosh.
Wow.
This is
Only
insane.
Bjorn surviving. So, oh wait, no, and Ember. Bjorn and Ember, the fire genasi, are the only one who's fucking surviving. Bjorn makes sense. Ember not so much, but that's okay.
I can create warmth, okay?
Oh, that's true. Actually, you know what? That makes sense.
So as this blizzard picks up and you start to lose contact with one another as you can't see anything around you, however, in front of you, you notice the faint outline of a creature.
Oh god.
Is it the fucking Yeti?
Oh, just wait and see. Just wait and see.
The outline, about 6 feet tall, bright yellow eyes,
Oh.
the beak of an owl.
No!
Stands around.
Oh my god!
What'd you say?
The beak of an owl. It's probably oral, is what it looks like oral.
Well,
You cannot see the face full.
Yes, because oral looks like an owl, has a face of an owl.
I'm casting
only-
wild shape. I'm turning into a fucking white fox.
okay.
I mean, maybe, let's let him finish. Let's let him finish the narrative before everyone starts
Yeah.
jumping around.
Sorry,
go
and
ahead.
stuff.
Give me a minute. So the silhouette of this creature appears in front of you.
Whole party dies.
Due to the wonderful survival checks, you have lost contact with everyone around you in this intense, localized blizzard.
Was this only because they got 3 ones, or were you doing this anyway?
I think it
I'll
was
explain that
a
later.
group skill check.
Oh,
3-1
it was a
probably
group
came into play
one?
at some point. But
So at
yeah,
each and every one of you can only see the silhouette and the bright yellow eyes, nothing else. So you're lost almost in your own world of this blizzard. She stands there for a moment. She doesn't speak out. She doesn't say anything. Or you can see her slowly approaching you. After a moment, the blizzard stops. The figure is gone.
Yeah.
And in front of you, the family of 4 are frozen solid.
God
statues.
damn it! I told you!
Well, we tried.
Are they dead?
they're
I don't know.
probably
They're just frozen.
They're frozen.
Try and melt them.
Can I?
Yeah, why don't we try and melt it real quick here? You know, it's only happened seconds ago here.
I mean, can we?
And I will try to cast Spare the Dying on them. I don't know how that'll work here. Probably not. But I'm
I'll
gonna
just
try it.
Joy water around them.
Gallus is going to go up and try his best to check on any of them to see if any of them are alive.
Bjorn's going to pick Petunia up to shield her eyes.
So essentially what you see is very similar to what you encountered on the side of the road.
Yo, I hated that music.
Yeah, that was creepy ass music.
It was great.
Was what Holly said, was that going to happen anyways, or just because of what we rolled?
So the roll on the nat ones was more so perception of you losing your way and being able to find each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was more survival in the blizzard, and since you all rolled nat ones, essentially, you all just immediately, when the blizzard hit, you lost your bearings completely.
It's crazy.
We never could have saw each other.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Also, it's like one of those things where shit like that happens. It's like, I would never. Don't worry about whether it's the dice or not, because that, like, I feel like to me that impacts the story more. Like, just let it go. Like, if your dice rolled bad,
Yeah,
we never.
True.
Yeah, that's what the
Yeah.
story
I thought it
is
was pretty
now. There's
cool.
no if or, you know.
Yeah,
so
no,
now
that- I was
we're
literally, I had my fingers like in my eyes.
yeah.
Yeah, me too. I was like
oh
gasping.
god.
Yeah. But yeah, so I guess more or less we're all panicking, trying to see if they're alive, get them out of the ice. Various ways, methods, but
Okay, so they kind of look like the figure you found on the side of the road.
Oh.
yeah. But did Vistiano, was she able to destroy water?
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to get to explain. My bad.
Okay.
So destroy water. So let's see. So we can do some skill checks here to see if you can try to thaw them out or do something to allow them to survive. So we're trying to destroy water. We're trying to heat them up, melt them out.
Yeah, I'm trying to cast Spare the Dying on them. Just at least try to.
Exactly. I know what the other two do, but yours, I don't know the complications to it.
I just says it just is a creature. You touch a creature that has 0 hit points, the creature becomes stable. That's it. It's just like.
Like a medicine check, basically.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how this magic works. I don't know if they're like. Are they dead instantly when they get frozen? I don't know how their hit points and stuff work.
So that's a cantrip. So you're going to cast it on all 4 of them, I'm assuming?
I mean, it's a cantrip for me, and I can cast it as a bonus action. So I mean,
it can be casted pretty quickly in kind of rapid succession.
In rapid succession. I'll do it if you're going to give me an order. I need to do it if it matters. I'll do it to the girl that was, already cold, and then the husband, and then the parents probably.
I think it really matters, so we can just say you call all of them.
Can I also give them resistance if you're doing savings, anything?
You are casting your other spell though, yeah. I don't know what matters order was.
What is resistance? Is also a cantrip.
Oh, that's just a cantrip. Never mind.
That is concentration. You can only use it once on one person. Yes, correct. So if you're trying each individual person one at a time, you could do that and bounce between all of them.
Okay.
It is also 1 minute concentration.
Yep.
So are you trying to create and destroy water, or are you trying to resistance?
Well, create or destroy water is instantaneous.
Okay, so can you do that at the same time? I know they're not both concentration, but I guess you can do it. I guess you can do resistance and then do create and destroy water. All right. So you're just essentially trying to melt the ice of one of them. Which one are you picking first?
Jeff, probably.
Jeff.
Good old Jeff.
You guys really care about this man.
Well, it's just because he's important to the storyline.
And an open container within range, alter you destroy fog. So it doesn't melt it, it just straight up just like explodes it. Not explodes it. Or choice of word, but it's just like it just gets rid of it.
Oof.
Oh my god.
Okay.
V blows up their bodies.
Oh my god.
Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas.
So as V, you're going with Ramsey first?
I thought his name was Jeff.
No, that was what Chase calls him because he doesn't know his name.
Chase doesn't ever know names.
Yes,
so
Ramsey.
don't listen to Chase.
What are you talking about? I know Jeff's name.
So for Jeff, I'm going to roll a Constitution throw. He gets a 1d4 for resistance?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? Okay. So as you cast this on Jeff to try to break him free of this essential ice statue that is covering his body, the water just begins to fall apart on him. However, even though after the water goes away, he is still unmoving and unresponsive.
Can I run over and do a medicine check on him?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be doing the same because that's what I said I was doing at the start.
Christ, dude.
Can I use my spirit totem?
You wanna? I only got an 8, so I don't know if you also want to roll it.
But just to say, Chase, I think a medicine check on a frozen body is really probably not going to show much. I think after thawing them out might show you a little bit more.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes, you can use your totem. What does your totem do?
I'm gonna use unicorn.
Okay.
Let me read the exact details. It doesn't give my character sheet. it just gives like a short description. It
Advantage
says
on checks to detect creatures. Also heal spells. Heal 2
the
HP to
unicorn
allies.
spirit lends its protection to those. You and your allies gain advantage on all ability checks made to detect creatures in the spirit's aura. Would that help?
No.
Oh. In
So
addition, if you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to any creature inside or outside the aura, each creature of your choice, and the aura also regains hit points equal to your druid level, which I was thinking of doing for healing that once they got
So
unfrozen.
heal spells also, so like if someone casted a heal spell, they would get 2 more HP out of their heal spell, is what the
Right.
unicorn would do there.
Could throw it down anyway, so I don't know.
Yeah, I will, just so I can do healing word or something once they're unfrozen.
Alright, so you throw it on your totem, everybody's inside of your unicorn totem.
Throw it down! Pew! Unicorn! You guys can see my beautiful unicorn!
Mel and Callus, it is hard to detect any signs of life from this man.
All right,
You
I'm gonna
can't
go
tell.
ahead and all right, since I can't tell, I'm just gonna cast Healing Word on him.
There you go.
Do this. Oh, look at that big roll. 7.
As you cast Healing Word on this guy, he is still unresponsive.
Damn.
Alright.
So
Would you like to
shouldn't...
try the next one?
Mm-hmm.
So Mel, are we going to have someone try to melt the guy, or are we trying to go destroy water again?
We got to get the ice off faster.
So destroy water is instantaneous. So you want to do that way?
Yeah, she's only probably got a couple spell slots of it though. Totally.
I only have 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to try that again on another woman, or if you like, we can say all this is simultaneous. So if you want to do it with like,
Why?
the
If it's a 30-foot like area of effect, 30 feet, why can't I do all of them?
is it area effect?
It says area of effect.
You
An
can
AoE shape.
30-foot. Oh, you're right. So you can do all of them at one time. I thought it was like a targeted. That's my bad.
No,
So
I'm gonna do all of them then.
That's fine. I'll roll all of them and all of them with. Wait, no. So only one can have their resistance.
Yes, only one resistance at a time.
So, but if you cast that, only one of them can get resistance. So only that last guy would get resistance, and nobody else would.
He's giving him the con check as soon as you unfreeze them, which means resistance
Damn.
only has time to be on Jeff.
Oh my god.
So, is Jeff the one you wanted to do resistance on? If you had to pick the 4, so I'll let you change that if you want to.
So.
Okay, so then we'll keep that, and nobody else gets that. For the rest of them, okay, so I'm gonna roll in order of the mom, the dad, and then the girl. Okay. So as you do that, and as they are all thought out, as you previously saw with Ramsey, and after Mel casts the spell, he's unresponsive. Any other checks? If you all want to roll medicine checks just to check around after this is done, we'll go ahead and do like a group medicine check on detecting life.
I'll wait till the end. Yeah.
Can I?
I got a nat 20.
Look at you, dude. Nice. I was like, oh yeah, she's a doctor. I rolled a 2 that time. My dice rolls have also been really bad today. I just have not had to roll as much as Chase.
Yeah, you guys have been very unfortunate with some of these.
Yeah, it's been a bit unlucky. Say love you.
So, I guess if only 3 of you were checking.
I mean,
Do you want me to check too?
I'm just waiting
Sure.
for
That's what I'm saying.
I'm waiting
Is it medicine
for everybody
or
for Kaiser to finish the scene, so I'm not interrupting it as much. That's why
you want me to roll too? I have a +3
I mean,
medicine.
nat 20, like, I'll give a lot with the nat 20 because that's pretty good. If Bjorn wants to check too, that's fine. 17, okay. So Mel and Ember are probably freezing and not doing very well with checking things today. However, Visiana, being the wonderful doctor that she is, goes around and checks them. Bjorn as well, and Bjorn can really confirm her suspicions that Ramsey has passed away.
Damn.
The mother has passed away. However, you feel signs of life from the girl you rescued from the center, Eleanor, as well as the father.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Tell me, so I can cast Healing Word.
Oh, there's only 2 here that are living. Unfortunately, Ramsey and what was the other guy's name?
It was Ramsey and the
mom.
mother.
Oh, the mom. Oh my god.
Okay.
So the mom and Ramsey are gone.
I'm casting Healing Word 2nd level on Eleanor. And she'll get +2 as well for my unicorn. So 10 HP.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll cast the healing word on the father. Or yeah, right. So who else was there?
It was the father, just the father,
Yeah.
Eleanor.
Yeah, so I'll cast that on him. Where we at? That'll be 8 with her unicorn.
All right, so we got 8 and 10. Both of them have come back to consciousness, are breathing, and are able to stand on their feet. However, somewhat freezing due to be coming straight out of ice.
Yeah.
So they wake up.
That's
They see each other. They give each other a hug. And then shortly after, the bit of happiness is interrupted by despair as they notice the other 2 laying lifeless on the floor.
Yeah.
Damn, did we fuck it up?
I don't
I mean,
think so.
2 died instead of 1, so kind of. But
Technically,
fine.
3.
And the most important
3
person.
actually, yeah. 3 died instead of 1.
Yeah, the guy who was gonna be speaker is dead.
Yeah. So that
Yeah,
kind of
but
that
guys,
kind of ruined everything that we were trying to do there.
Yeah, but it's not.
I don't see this
It's
as a
nothing we
failure at
fucked up.
all.
Yeah, we
We didn't fail anything.
So either.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, oh,
No, it's a
wasn't gonna
consequence.
die,
Yeah,
oops.
but
Maybe she could be speaker now.
You
Yeah,
never know.
yeah, we don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe later. I don't know.
But we succeeded in everything we were trying to do. It was the god that came by afterwards, and
I would like to say that Petunia is like crying next to Eleanor. It's like, I'm sorry. I feeling bad that she couldn't do enough. Or that I couldn't do enough.
She accepts your comfort as she's holding the body of her husband.
I'm gonna put a create campfire down.
Yeah,
And-
and I'm continuing to keep them warm as well.
Yeah, I'll just kind of put my hand on the father's shoulder and say, "I'm sorry, we couldn't save you all. Oral is very powerful, but we tried to save the most of you that we could. I'm sorry we couldn't save your wife."
He just kind of cries and hugs you.
Still don't do too well with hugs, but I'll just let him cry.
after a bit of time, Callus will walk up to Eleanor and say, we can't stay here and such. If you'll permit me, I can carry your husband to wherever we are going to go, and then you can have a proper burial with him, wherever that may be.
Thank you so much. It's so hard, but I appreciate the kindness.
Okay.
Okay.
Eleanor at this point also looks a little bit angry.
Yeah, can imagine.
Yeah.
You can hear her cursing to herself about this being her fault. Because if she would have died, her husband would have lived.
Mel will say. Mel, or sorry,
Mel.
Oral wanted you dead because of your husband. She was going to come for him next. The best thing you can do now is keep trying to live and do what your husband would have wanted to do to try to stop her. She's a god, and I know that's scary. But if you give up or give in to your anger and hate, then she's already won.
Let's see. She just kind of breaks down in agreement. You're right. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I could ever do.
Not quite what we were suggesting, but that's okay.
Callus is going to scoff at her, actually, and he says, "Don't say that. Don't ever say that. If I had said that to myself every day that things bad happened, I wouldn't be here. I'd be dead. I had to fight and scrape every damn day against people that were gods to me. Stand up. And yeah, people die. We lose things. But losing yourself? I don't think that's worth doing."
At this point, she's just going to continue to stay silent and proceed forward. Obviously, while being upset.
I'll motion to Bjorn and just ask if he can help carry these bodies, because I definitely cannot.
Yeah, he'll take one of them. Picks one up.
Callus will wrap
Maybe
up
we
the other one.
refreeze them and slide them down the road.
Oh my god.
Just dragging them down.
Oh, you
Dog
guys just wanna
sled
go on
stuff.
You guys want to go sled racing on these dead corpses of these loved ones that we just...
Just
I guess
skating across
we
the
could
ice,
have rented some sled
I mean,
dogs
it's a nice
and
hill right
sleds.
there. I don't know. It's toboggan season.
We could have rented sled dogs.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, but then she would have killed the dogs.
Oh
Yeah, and do you
that
want
would've
that
been
on your
sad.
conscience,
No,
Holly?
not at all. I'd rather people die.
Oh,
Alright, I think we're just continuing to Tourmaline.
At this point, you guys continue and arrive at Tourmaline fairly late at night, as it is a 6-hour journey, and you left around 8:40.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're getting there. Yeah, late.
Late. Tourmaline, hold on. I need to check on that. As it was the day of the near moon. I don't remember where it is. I'm so sorry.
It's alright.
So as you guys arrive in Tourmaline, is everything normal or is it not? Okay. So as you arrive in Tourmaline, it is completely pitch dark. There is no lights in the houses. There is no fire to be seen.
That's to be expected,
Everything's
though.
gone to shit.
Tourmaline gives up warmth, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Tourmaline would give up warmth as a sacrifice.
Right.
So
Yeah.
people are enduring the night through the cold.
Ember would
Bad
know
place
that.
for frostbite victims to be. But okay.
Well, I can. Yeah, Mel will say. I mean, I can either.
How
I
much?
can set up.
Because I knew the but I don't know if I know the rest of them.
Well, they can go in the inn. It should still be running. There's just no
No heat. Yeah.
fire, no heat. Yeah, but it would be better than being in the wind.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we can at least do that. Yeah, we can do that and bundle them up at least.
To the end.
I've already, like, disgraced her enough today. I suppose I could beat him up a little bit secretly, but...
Yeah. I could have sworn, didn't Joe say something about you not having to give up your heat? Originally? I might be making that up. That was a long
No,
time
I
ago.
think he just gave her. He just gave her
Joe
like
offered her warmth, as in terms of something like, I don't know, penguin, where you all just like sleep together really
Oh,
close.
that's right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we can penguin huddle tonight.
There is a very large room with a very large bed. We can all get in it.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna go to the
Would know
innkeeper
that,
and
Bjorn.
try to get. We'll probably just
Embers,
get as,
embers in the middle.
yeah, as many people as we can into one room.
All right, that's fine. So you'll go to the end. You have, how many is there? 8 of you now?
Yep.
The poor kobold stranded in Bryn Shander.
We told him he wasn't. He was on
I
his
know. I
own.
just thought about it. That's all.
I mean, it was nice of us to let him stay in,
Hey, yeah,
in the
he
room
asked
with
us to
us.
get to Bryn Shander.
Not Trex, the other one.
Well,
Yeah,
the other
the other
ones, it was the same deal.
Gary.
So
Job done. He's
they're
fine.
fun for themselves.
He's good. Yeah.
fine.
So you guys, the 8 of you, huddle for the night. To endure the lack of warmth. And that ends the day of the new moon.
Damn.
That was intense.
Yep.
I was wondering when it was started. If we were going to start to get it. This is a horror one, so.
Woohoo! We made it through the worst nights.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. That's it. That's the worst this campaign gets. So we're good.
I said so far.
Sure. I don't think so.
No, I'm pretty sure that's all. It's fine. We're good.
Well, now we know that we can't really save sacrifices because Aurel will just come back and fucking kill him.
Yeah, she's watching like Santa.
In her domain at that moment.
I mean, yeah, Mel's still probably gonna want to think that happening if she's there. Like that's.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to stop Aurel for any of this.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna want to. Yeah, but
Damn, that poor guy. He really did say we need to like get out of here.
we should have let him go in the hearing, but I think they would have died either way.
Oral
I
would have
think
just
they
killed him on the other trail, and then the other two would have died too. Like,
yeah, we don't want Nahiri to
you know.
die, even if I'm not playing
Like,
her.
and like, there's a good chance his whole family ends up dead over the next 3 months, anyways.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
Yeah, like going
Yeah,
off
they're just-
to
we
a
did-
different city
You know
with
what?
no contacts and
Yeah.
anything.
My-
Like
yeah.
this is his home. Tourmaline's his home. He's from there.
Right.
He doesn't have
Yeah.
any assets other places.
Yeah,
We still killed someone who deserved to die anyways.
yeah, we got rid of a child murderer, and we defied Oral, which
Yeah.
to me feels like,
Badass.
hey,
Yeah,
we're heroes. We're supposed to do that. Like, fuck
We
her, like,
we
she's-
were successful in everything we
Yeah.
attempted to do. It's just
Yeah.
that on route we were attacked basically.
It's just what I thought would happen as a player. So I'm not surprised.
Now I wish it was a Yeti instead.
Well, as soon as I heard
sorry.
yellow eyes, I was like, nope, we're done for.
Yeah, and I just think that's why I think it's a little more fun to not worry about those player discussions when you
For
think,
sure.
unless you're like really concerned about something, like it might be a TPK kind of thing. I think it's worth just role playing it out and then just dealing with these repercussions without worrying about that stuff. 'Cause it's like, yeah, you're right. Upsetting a god is probably going to lead to some negative shit, but if we played the game knowing that, and that's how we played that, well, our guys would all just sit in a tavern and drink and go cut trees, right? Like,
I mean, that's what everyone.
right? Yeah, because hey, that's why there's not a rebellion in Bryn Shander that we can know of, right? Because they're all scared of upsetting the god. So we're put in the world to try to help.
I would like to do one more thing before we call it.
Yeah.
As you're all falling asleep. This time, Bjorn,
Oh, here we go.
I need a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no, you get the dream.
13. Okay. Bjorn, the same thing as Ember and Mel before you have seen. The same figure you've just noticed in the blizzard hours earlier. However, her tone is not as angry, but more happy.
Oh.
Wonderfully done. You followed one of my commandments. For you have shown absolute cruelty. Killing a figure. It's for your own good. The woman you left in Bryn Shander.
Uh-oh.
I have claimed her as well. For you, as much as you have sent me before, would make fine acolytes. Visit my church in Targos. Study my commandments. Talk to the priestess. Join me. Or leave the 10 towns to all together.
Oh God.
Bjorn, with your wisdom saving throw, you're the first one to fail one. However, it wasn't a desperate fail, so you lose the effects of a long rest. I don't think that does anything to you.
Nope, I had no hit points
so
used
honestly,
or
it does
key
nothing.
points.
So with your fail there, it does nothing to you regardless. You just have a fucking rough ass night of sleep.
Okay. Which would be, I feel like, reasonable.
You
Yeah.
put us to sleep before I could mention I want to have casted Good Bearing.
Is that just going to be a nightly thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
as long as she
if you
has.
have a spell slot,
If
I'm
I
just
have
going
a spell slot.
Okay. Yeah, just remind me every time if you have a spell slot. That's fine. You can cast your good berries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe we can infiltrate from the inside.
Yeah.
Pretend to be under her, but not really.
Oh, I hit this button.
Know thy enemy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. So that'll be it. You got a bunch of stuff now.
Oh my God, there's so much. I don't want to stop playing.
There's a lot. Today was definitely very Frostmaiden heavy.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool. And the way that you were like saying everything to us was so intense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all homebrew, dog. They don't do anything in the book with oral. This book sucks.
Yeah, that's so weird to me that like none of this stuff that you're talking about with oral is like in there at all. It's like, what the fuck did they?
I'm reading DM guides on trying to make oral like a
Yeah.
more active figure in this campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. They don't. It's like because it's kind of like, I mean, if oral shows up like she just did, right? It's like, I mean, there's very little we as players, level 3 characters, can do. Like, so it's kind of we're just kind of passive there, but you still want her in there, like showing her power off, basically.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
better to have the big boss, not just show up only at the very end.
Right. Yeah.
That's
Weird.
exactly how it is in the book. It just
So
says
weird.
like, oh, there's a god, and then
She's there.
Like we're not
she's
supposed
there.
to know that she actually exists or something.
No, you know she exists. It's just like the book doesn't have her do anything throughout
like-
the entire campaign. She just exists. Like the winter is there, oral's there, but there's no interaction from oral at all in the
Well,
book.
that's
Like these dreams he's doing and that blizzard thing. Those are homebrew. You're saying.
Yeah, that's all shit I either got online or thought for myself.
Right. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and that's so
Yeah.
weird to me that shit is like it's so good and so it's like the best parts of the campaign for sure so far, and
Yeah.
it's like it's not even in the actual campaign. It's so weird.
It reads very much like a typical D&D. Just get some quests, come
Yeah.
back, get some
And
money,
I guess that's
and
the point of D&D is just like it's
It's open-ended.
Here's a
Yeah,
map.
it should be because then you can
That's
put
what
your
it
own
is.
like
It
creative
should
spin on it.
build off of it. Mm.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
because
mean,
then
there's-
it's
I guess
not
there's no-
just boring for the DM too.
Yeah.
Like the DM still gets to play. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Mhm.
True. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping you from taking like IceWind Dale and making it like a jokey campaign if you wanted.
Yeah.
And going the exact opposite direction with it, but
They do say things in there, like some of the parts of the book. It's like it's like recommended for like homebrew content. It's like you can take this story and you can put it in like an island setting, right? And then it gives you like suggestions on how to change it to make it fit to that scenario, right? Yeah, so like there's things that like so it is meant to be open ended, and it just gives you some simple stuff, right? So like I don't have to go,
I like that.
It gives you the base that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I like that we've given you a good opportunity to use the thing too as we were wandering the road with this group that we're rescuing. Right.
I mean, we saved a couple of them. That's pretty good.
I
thought they were dead. Like Bjorn just kind of stood there when
Yeah.
we were trying to help him because he was like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
He doesn't
All
have any
four-
healing helps.
Yeah. All 4 were probably gonna die at some point, so I think I think the big thing for Mel anyways is like, hey, we at least stood against
Rebelled.
Oral. Yeah, that's kind of the even if all 4 had died, it's like that still sucks and is really upsetting, but it's still, it's a small rebellion against a god. What do you know?
Yeah.
Even though she thinks it was good.
Yeah,
well, she got a 2-for-1.
Nuts.
Yeah, she
3.
Actually, she gets 3 for 1.
3 for 1. No wonder she's happy, right? But
one was a child murderer.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you to actually learn more about her religion. To be honest,
and
it's fun.
And still, what was it? I agree with how like Callus too would also agree with Mel in her thought of it is that standing against, people or entities that would oppress people. So.
Yeah.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I think Nick's dying out on us here. I heard a few yawns.
Oh yeah, I'm just getting around.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I keep falling asleep.
No, that's fine. I think we're about done.
Oh yeah, we're done.
But I love your belly and I just want to pet it. It's so fuzzy.
No, I meant like, sorry, I keep...
Oh, during the session, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, at least you got a whole nother month until your next new moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, was this the first one or second one that you guys have been
The
in?
first one.
Just one.
Technically it's the second.
We technically showed up on the first one, but
No, you didn't show up on the new moon. You showed up on the full moon.
Oh, they sacrificed on both?
Only Ember.
Only Ember was active during that part. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So that was during Ember's prologue story of her in Bremen before any of you arrived.
Okay, that's what I was. That's all I was
that was just a little bit of foreshadowing into the sacrificial thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You guys showed up and were there and were lucky enough to go to that temple on the new moon.
Yeah.
Which actually,
you
quick
call it
note.
lucky. I call it skill. Whatever.
Probably it's so funny because. So.
Look, Kaiser, your screen's still available for us to see from your stream, if you're wondering.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I was just gonna go look at the calendar.
Okay.
I'm excited. I definitely want to do. I mean, if we're gonna,
I will
do you think
close
we're gonna?
just in case there's something else.
What do you think we're gonna do next week?
I don't think there's anything
Since we
this
kind of
morning.
close that out.
So you guys are in Tourmaline with the family. I don't know if you want to do anything special there. That is good to know. I will mention. I kind of like the idea of what Callus said. Not Callus, Chase. We're not in character anymore. Like kind of passing a little bit of time for training for your levels. Now he recommended that, and it was on the day of the new moon. I'm like, I really don't want to skip the new moon because this is a fun part of the story.
Yeah, we can do that.
So if you,
why don't we? I mean, we can. Do we need to be in Tourmaline for any reason? Because I'm sure Bjorn is going to want to check on Laurel. Oh.
So I'm going to go quest list once again. You have that missing son in the castle, the corruption in Tourmaline, the dead bodies in Longwood. Not Longwood. That's my home. Lonelywood in the shop. You have Ravison. You have that lunar dial with the half moon. That one is
Do we have any leads on Ravison other than just hearsay?
Don't think so at the moment. I don't think so.
Nah,
Hmm.
not
I had a
particularly.
question. The place where the sun went. Is
Mhm.
that where that guy I was talking to in the crowd was? Is that the town that was attacked, or was it a different car, or was the other car?
That was the
There's-
same one.
It's the same one. Kira
Okay.
Denival and Kira Koenig is the other one.
So I'll let you
I'm just
know.
wondering.
I'll let you know when I did that. I rolled a 10-sided die to just decide which town.
Oh, yeah, all right.
was pure.
I was just wondering if there's. Well, see, now you're ruining your own plot lines here, bud.
No, I don't want too many plot lines because then I have to follow through.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do time skip, if we're gonna do time
I was
skip,
thinking the sun. What's that?
I feel
Sorry.
like we should. What? How many days until the half moon?
Hold on a second. I didn't even think about
well,
that.
So we're waking up on the 6th.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 days. The half moon lasts for 2 days. So you have the 6 counts as 1 day because you'll be waking up. So you have 7 to 8 days for the half moon.
Okay, so that's a long time to skip a whole week.
So if you guys want to skip a whole week, remember it doesn't really affect you as players. It only makes in-game time pass unless you think there is something time sensitive in-game.
And I'd
That's up
kind
to
of
you guys.
agree to say, like, if the important thing we want to check out is the moon dial, we should just go right to waking up on the 12th, right? Like, or whatever that's worth, because it doesn't hurt anything at all, and we're super active each day, right? We do so much. Like, technically today we passed a day, right, in our whole session, right?
Yeah.
So that's
that one was a discussion heavy session though, because you guys were trying to figure out everything.
Well, there was a lot of different ways we could have gone about it, and I feel like we went through a few themes until we figured out what to do. So
I think the one we settled on was probably better than our initial idea because with all the people around us.
Yeah, I think we did hammer that out really well, but it's more of saying, like, whenever we come into session, in general we barely pass any in-game time. So and
you guys started on the 17th of last month was the first day of the campaign. And it has been a week and a half of in-game time.
Yeah.
Almost 2 weeks of in-game time.
Yeah, 5 of which we skipped.
5 of them were so you've had 19 days of in-game time. 5 of those were skipped. So technically like 14 days of actual in-game time.
Yeah, and
well,
this is
so we just have to figure
11.
out whether we want to skip a whole week to get to the half moon, or if you want to do a different quest during.
So I'll say I kind of like that idea of what Chase mentioned. Again, I didn't want to do it because of the new moon, and I wanted to play that art. But essentially, when you level up, maybe you take some time to
become
accustomed to your level up.
Yeah, like you go off and
like
do
my
something.
astral arms.
Yeah, like like how did those just suddenly show up? You didn't just go to bed and wake up the next day with astral arms.
Look at this.
Right?
Oh, I don't know. Tell that.
No, I do a lot of meditating every morning. I'm up.
She wakes up and there's just a book on her chest. And it's like
Jasmine has an evil fucking book out of nowhere.
Yeah. So taking a bit of time to kind of like better justify, and it's also good reason why we time skipped to these days. To show off how we've strengthened ourselves in different ways.
So if you guys want to do that, skip about 7 days to the 12th to that. If you're all interested in the lunar calendar and the lunar dial, that's a big thing. So if you want to do it, I know Holly's heavily invested in it.
Well, yeah. As soon as I lost my hand there, I was like, I need to get this done now.
One, it would help me understand what you got to do because I think I am approaching double digits on the quest log of things that you guys could possibly get into and immediately, and I have to be ready for. So, which is why I'm trying not to open any more story leads at this point.
Yeah, I'm most interested in that one because I don't really like it. It's tying me back to Lonelywood, and it's hard for me to like be like, let's go elsewhere, and then go all the way back to Lonelywood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know you say it's not a lot of traveling, but I feel like when we're traveling like to a different city every day, it gets kind of weird.
Might be like
I
mentally
will say-
exhausting on like changing your mindset to the different environments and the different things in the area as well. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but what'd you say, Jasmine?
Margot. Lulu.
Oh, that's Lulu. I thought it was Jasmine. Sorry.
So I was thinking in our like 7 days leading up to it.
You're cutting out.
Yeah, I can't hear.
You're still
I
cutting
was
out.
thinking that we should. Sorry, no.
No.
I can't hear you again.
You might want to just type it.
So I think I don't know if this is the same vein of things, just based on the few words that I had heard. But I was thinking about asking you guys to write like a little story of what you were doing during the 7 days to improve yourself and train, right? So like it doesn't have to be long. It could just be like a few sentences or something, just to describe how you came about your new powers, your new abilities, or what you would do to improve yourself. It gives everybody a little bit of insight into your character. And it kind of helps build your backstory a little bit in terms of like your character's personality.
But yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to talk to you about that on like Friday or Saturday too, Brandon.
Yeah. So
Because I'm out of town until Thursday.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to you about that in 1 second, Jasmine. So I'm looking at Lulu's message. I don't want 7 days to pass because if we have several things we can still complete, we shouldn't. We clear those. So again, if they're not time sensitive, it doesn't matter when you do them in game time. If you have 7 days go past and you go to the 12th and you want to clear it on like the 15th, you can clear it on the 15th. If you're concerned about time sensitivity, that's the only reason to not let in-game time pass.
No, for me it was just more so if you can't add thing till we.
You mean add more quests until you clear what you have?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but that's just going to be me. I mean, again, like the time skip does nothing in terms of that. Like if you time skip,
I guess what we're asking is, there's out of all of those, the only time sensitive one is the moon dial one.
Yeah.
Right, like the question would be if any of our open quests were to quote expire in the next 7 days, then yes, you're right, Lulu. We need to try to do those before. I think what
Right, like
Kaiser's
it's
saying
like
is
someone's
at least
gonna
right
die
now,
by the time we get there or something
yeah,
like. Or,
at least right now, all the quest lines we have open, including the lunar one, are not going anywhere in the near future. So if we just wait to the lunar one, we can just do that one next session and see what goes on there, and then decide if we want to, if there's more to go off there, then okay, maybe that has a whole tangent, and we follow it, or we jump to then say the cult guy and Cardenival or wherever. But we're just trying to basically say, since the one that Holly has the most interest in, and at least she seems like the person who has the most passion about any one specific quest, that we might as well just skip and do that one. Time skip and then do it in our next session so that we can actually do it. Otherwise, at the rate of play we're going, she won't touch it for 7 weeks.
Yeah.
So that's what we're getting at.
Yeah, and there's not like you said too, is that there's nothing that's time sensitive, so we could essentially skip a month of time. It wouldn't make any difference. It's just us deciding to pass time. So
yeah, I'm assuming Kaiser will tell us if we're saying, we want to skip some time if a quest is going to expire in that time. I would hope he would say, you guys can do that, but if you do, there's a chance something here happens, and
so I'm going to use the one with the sun as an example. For example, he's off at a castle, right? Yeah. He's been gone for 2+ weeks at this point. Every day he's there, you don't know what's going on with him. In that terms, that quest is not time sensitive. So, but I'm just using it as an example in that kind of context. I will probably try to convey that to you, that this is probably something you should probably do quickly, or he might die, he might do something stupid in that time. It's not time sensitive, so I'm just going to use that. None of the quests, like, I don't know, because I don't know if I really conveyed it before, but just to keep that and try to get you guys to be more positive about doing that, the only one that is time sensitive is your lunar dial on your list.
Cool.
Yeah.
Then I am okay with it, with skipping.
Yeah.
So they're going to be
if we're
there.
going to be around there anyways, then that would be a perfect reason to sit down, see if Laurel's okay, make sure she's fine, also train, that kind of thing. Because we all feel safe in Lonelywood, so.
Yeah, we'll see how
And
long that lasts.
if anyone's really bored, we can work on the inn too.
We will see how long that lasts.
For now, we feel safe there because we have a house. How about this? We have lodging there that doesn't cost us money.
I don't know. You pissed her off in Bryn Shander. You pissed her off in Lonelywood. You pissed her off in Tourmaline.
Yeah, I feel like we're just. I don't know that. Oh, actually, what do you mean? She seems happy. She likes.
She seems happy right now. She's like, "Ooh, you're selfish."
She's our big fan. She's like, "Ooh, you killed a child murderer. That's hot."
That's why I want you to learn more about the religion, because it'll all make more sense when you study her holy texts. So that's what's fun about it.
Bjorn is going to be interested in that because he does have religion proficiency. So he's
Can we
going to be
study
interested
that
in that.
without being like dedicated to her?
Sure.
I mean, that's all up to you if you want to believe it or not. You can read a Bible without believing. You can read a Quran.
Oh yeah, I took a
without
whole class on the Bible and read it as just a regular text, not as religious. So that was fun.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There is no, as far as you know, there is no mind control aspect or something of the sort.
As far as you know.
I know, but
Bjorn's probably going to be intrigued because he's going to want to know what the
open-ended.
fuck's going on there.
Okay, so she's told both of you all about that she does have a cathedral or church
in Targos.
Yeah, so
or Targos.
He's definitely told Bjorn, and then someone told us in Bryn Shander, I'm pretty sure that.
So I actually added that to the list. I don't know if you guys are actually interested in going, but I put it as a potential place for you to visit.
Yeah, that would be. I'm probably going to want to go there at some point.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't need to go there, but I feel like the sooner we do that, the more information we'll have on what we're up against.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny too. Is that like originally a long time ago we had kind of thought, or at least I did, to go to Targos first and then Bryn Shander, but we ended up going to Bryn Shander with the little dragon guy, and we hadn't. Like this turn of events lit up that we could have found out about this prior to it, and I think that's just interesting. It turned out this way.
The funny thing is, I did
to be
right.
fair, Bjorn has been trying to figure out more about Oral. He visited the library when he was on his own and was trying to study shit. And Kaiser was like, "I don't know how much I can give you because you're asking all the questions."
Well, that's the thing. It's like after a while, it's just like me regurgitating the same information over and over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, you're not going to get to know more about her without talking to people in the cult.
Yeah.
It's also like I don't want to give you the whole plot line just through you asking questions.
Yeah.
Or do you?
I don't. I am curious to see you guys learn more about the religion because I think it's kind of fun. At least I don't know. I think it's a little interesting in the way that she thinks and the way that her people think.
A little drip feed here and there, and eventually we'll get the whole thing.
Right.
Okay. So we are time skipping to the morning of the 12th. Is that right?
Did you want to have them travel first to Lonelywood and then time skip? Because they'll eventually have to be in Lonelywood.
I'll say you guys can access it from Tourmaline. Is anybody left in here? No, nobody's in there.
To be fair, we don't even know where this castle is necessarily. We know it's in the woods somewhere, but
do you remember that?
We found it by accident.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to search.
Yeah.
How much do you remember? I can't remember what information I gave you about that. In terms of
you,
we followed, didn't we? We followed an Arctic fox there.
Yes, we did.
You did follow the fox.
That's all we did.
Yep, the fox found us. We talked to other people. The other people said some people have seen it, but they could never re-see it when they went there.
Which is
that might have
probably
been tied to
bodes
the moons. We don't
for
know.
us.
Yeah.
We have no idea what it's tied to. That's kind of.
We did a couple survival checks, and I don't think that they went
And-
particularly well. And then we followed a fox.
Let's just please, Kaiser, please lie to us and say we don't roll into a fucking death wolf or whatever the fuck.
There's no way I get that again.
You say that. You say that.
All right, if I do, I'm definitely bringing it up, but it's going to be 2 of them this time.
Cal's is hell bent on trying to kill one of them. So
Tourmaline, you can access that place from Tourmaline. They're close enough in the direction that you would walk is still in the woods. You really don't have to go to Lonely Wood. You can go through the woods.
So it's not
Tourmaline.
actually in the actual Lonely Wood.
No, it's not in the Lonely Wood.
They both farm from those woods, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they have like logging there. Yeah.
Yeah. Tourmaline's the big boy loggers.
Mm-hmm.
They're big business.
The real lumberjack.
I thought that the mines were their biggest business.
So there is the
logging
biggest.
Just like a second.
So
you're right.
Tourmaline's big for fishing. They are the biggest miners. They're also decent for fishing, but they also, in aggression, are trying to run Lonely Wood out in that industry as well.
But why?
Capitalism.
Rivalries, dog. Yep, capitalism.
All right. Okay, so
money rules the world.
who runs the world? Money. Okay, so we're good. Cool.
Yeah.
We know what we're doing.
All right. So, are we skipping to the 12th?
I'd say
I'm
so.
down for it. Yeah.
All right. So the 12th of the morning. I'm assuming on the 11th night, Petunia casts Goodberry.
Yes, thank you. I was going to mention.
So hopefully you didn't use any spell slots on the 11th. All right. So if you guys can, no, it's just whatever. If you guys can, like, give a little description of like your little level ups or just kind of what your character would do, just to add a little flavor and a little bit of immersion. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, but just for some fun, and we can share that on.
Can I also say that like part of his training was like using his astral arms to like do some stonemasonry in the house because he'll be able to do that.
Yep,
that's fair.
You know,
I would like to say I took more singing lessons.
From that point, yeah. So you guys can
Who
say
are you
whatever
taking
you want to
singing
do.
lessons from?
You do need a mentor. That's a very good thing.
The what's it called, girl?
The sister.
She's not even there anymore. They traveled away.
Yeah, they're wanderers. They're in every city.
What?
You could go to the shack girl. She sings, yeah. The warm finger ring girl.
I'll say this as an aside though, that the training should be reflective of your class you leveled. So
yeah. So that's more like your wild shit and your
do
stuff.
that too, but I want to be the best singer.
I mean, you guys have 9 more towns. Yeah, you got 9 more towns to do a concert in.
Yeah.
I know. I gotta.
Go ahead. You're fine. I was just curious if you're doing anything or trying to do anything mechanically by practicing singing, or if you just are liking to.
It's just so maybe I can get like advantage on all of my singing performances.
So something if you did enough.
Yeah, you got to talk to. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Is you want that so that
in
Kaiser
the future.
knows. Yeah,
you know what? We could do a
Yeah.
Petunia 10 towns tour and get money.
All their copper.
Yes.
And then hopefully Oral doesn't intrude on us and banish us.
By the time you get to the last of the 10 towns, Oral's just there and a massive fan.
What if we sing?
He's got the shirt on and everything. Yeah.
What if we like talk shit about Oral in the songs, but we do it like satirically so that it sounds like we're praising her, but we're actually talking shit?
Ooh.
Oral's got a wisdom save every time he hears a song.
Yeah. she understands sarcasm.
I want to see you guys like try to write those lyrics out if they're good, and then like get the. I wouldn't even give like advantage. I would just give like a deception, but the better it is, just more plus on it. So just hard numbers.
Dude, we stole her sacrifice, and she somehow thinks Bjorn's on her side. So I don't know. She's not the smartest god.
Again, you need to learn the religion and understand
I'm sure there's something there. Like it was an interesting.
I also kind of want to see her stat block just to see what. what her wisdom score is.
Probably fucking pretty goddamn good.
I'm assuming it's like a 45.
Yeah, I would wager she's pretty fucking. I don't think she's getting tricked. I don't think I can use command on her. I think she passes.
I'm pretty sure she has immunity to that kind of stuff. I would have had to guess. Yeah, this book is nice.
What was it? Also too, like for Callus, he's actually he just leveled up in Rogue. Really, he's probably he'd visit and interact with most of you intermittently anyway. So if there's he's just bouncing around really.
I'm assuming you're all just going to come in and out of the inn every night and do your things. Like, I don't know if you guys want to do things together. That's up to you.
Yeah, training together or otherwise, or have it a moment. Doesn't all have to be solo the whole way through.
So Petunia turns into a squirrel, and Bjorn just pulls out his 18 arms and is trying to punch the squirrel, jumping everywhere like a dexterity challenge.
I do definitely think. Yeah, I want to. I'm gonna reach out to you, Jasmine, because I think Mel is definitely like interested in like your god or your patron.
Yeah, and there's details I have to figure out. There's
no, I know. I don't have anything offhand right now, but there's something.
Mikhail and Petunia need to practice aerial attacks.
Mikhail picking
oh
up
my
squirrel.
god! Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
The dive bomb. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wait till you can like turn into like an elephant, and so then I drop you as a squirrel, and then you just transform into an elephant mid-flight and just kill everyone.
We squish a dragon.
Wouldn't she die upon landing though?
Semantics.
Not if, but did you see that message I sent before?
What's the picture?
If I stay as a squirrel?
Yeah, I saw the picture.
Yeah, but if you turn into an elephant, which is what he's saying, you
which
die.
Is an amazing idea, and there's no repercussions.
There's no repercussions.
As we saw, you can clearly do whatever you want, and none of your consequences have actions. It's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
we have
no would care about that because it'd be hilarious if you guys could actually pull off a dive bomb attack with an elephant.
That's such like high level shenanigans at that point, and it's so much more effective to just have like a wizard cast fireball at that point, anyways. But it's so much funnier. It's
no way. I would say elephant bomb is way better.
I'm talking like the way the numbers work out. It's probably better to just cast a fireball for all the spell slots used there, but it is funnier to drop the.
Elephant.
I feel like that's just straight like wisdom check on like these people are psychotic. We need to run away.
That's intimidation as well. Like they're just not. I mean, who's gonna fuck with a party that's just dropping elephants on them? Oral will leave. Oral's gonna leave the 10 town. She's like, all right, I don't know what the fuck to do with these guys.
Yo, these guys fucking wild. I'm out.
I head out.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go to bed here.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed as well.
Yeah.
So hold on, before you go, Jasmine.
Yes.
You said you're out of town until Friday.
Yes, I get back on Thursday night.
All right, so I guess you'll probably be tired on Thursday. So,
yes.
Friday, if you have time, let's get together and try to flesh out your story, especially because if Nick wants to know that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I may have to. I have a wedding Saturday, so I won't be on.
You could do it like earlier Sunday.
Yeah, either that or I can try to get on Friday too. But that should be fine. Worst case, I can message you where I can hop on my phone for a little bit wherever I am.
Yeah, like Nick, you could message ahead your interests, and that way they have something to think about when they're ready, maybe earlier.
Yeah, we can work through we can work through the role play at some point. But
wish me luck, you guys. On Wednesday, I'm performing a D&D skit at a fucking tech conference.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. So, send us the live feed. I want to see.
I'm wearing a morph suit, so no one can see me.
But we know. Well, we'll know.
You'll know.
Yo, shit, it's the disguise self in real life.
There it is.
You know what? I'm glad I kept that for this session.
It was great.
I might not change it if my deception's high.
I told you, it's a fun spell when it comes to that little roleplay stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can get like the little ritual casting. I guess those are also a little useful too, but disguise self is a fun spell.
Yeah,
Mel already has them.
Yeah, you shouldn't get rid of disguise self, honestly. It's especially with the only party member that has access to it. It's like a very valuable spell, especially in like situations like that. Like it really helps when you're trying to like pull some shenanigans. Because
doesn't Petunia have it?
What?
Maybe.
Have what?
Disguise self.
I think she has. Yeah, she has something with her fur bulk. She can change her height or something. I think she does.
Have
It's
what?
Like,
What are y'all saying?
Disguise self.
We're talking
Yeah, I
about how
do.
banning Goodberry.
I have it for my fear boy, and then I
Fearbolg
also
magic, yeah.
this bitch just like a spell I know is.
So she has it as a once a day, and then she has it as
a spell as well.
Spell, yeah.
Same with detect magic.
I was thinking aspect of the moon, but I don't know. Disguise self will be better.
I mean, it has been
Would
your
you
thing
guys
so
be mad
far.
if I changed it to Eldritch Spear?
I mean, I think that would be hilarious. Eldritch Spear is so funny.
No one's gonna be mad. It's your character. You build her how you want. I like.
Oh yeah,
you saw
I
pretty
can seem up to 3 feet taller or shorter than the 1 foot.
Yeah, it's part of the Furbolg. Yeah, I mean, you saw pretty much, I would say, one of the strongest use cases of disguise self today. Like that is like a prime example. You're probably not going to pull off any better shenanigans with it than what you did there, other than maybe jokey, funny stuff here or there. But like that was probably the most serious, like real use case of it. So if you think the other spells you're looking at seem more interesting or fun than that, absolutely just go for them. You know, that's totally your call.
We could do the tree sniper.
Yeah, you get Eldritch Spear and you just put your token off the map and still hit things.
Yeah. Yeah. No one's going to be mad at you for building a character differently than they would want your character built, you know. It's your character.
Well, the only thing I can think of next is Petunia's 10-town store.
I mean, you don't know. Did you think that was going to come up today where you would have to use that spell, right? Because today you had already switched over to the ritual spell, and we said, all right, we'll put it back for today just because...
Did you just say that on purpose?
I did not, because I don't know what you guys are going to do. I
Yeah,
didn't expect
you had
him
no
to
idea. We decided halfway through the day.
All I had planned, everything was just made up. All I had planned was you wake up when you guys convened in the town center. You saw the priestess pull the card, name the name, and that was it. That's all I had written out for today.
Wow.
We all ad-libbed the rest of the day.
Footsteps.
I really need to go to bed.
That's awesome.
I mean, you can get off whenever. We're just kind of bullshitting at this point.
Yeah, I'm out
See ya.
too. But
Yeah, me too. I can go to bed. I'm exhausted. So
yeah, fun session though.
Awesome.
It was. Thanks, Brandon.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, good luck, Jasmine.
Good luck, yes.
See y'all next week.
all right, later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And thanks to you, the viewers. I'll see you all next week. Keep chasing the dreams.